Section 26 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Ding. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jones. Carries the first prize in the poems on chrysanthemums. Xueqin Cao chaffs Pao-yü by composing verses in the same style as his on the crabs. After Pao-ch'ai and Xiangyun, we will now explain, settled everything in their deliberations, nothing memorable occurred the whole night which deserves to be put on record. The next day, Xiangyun invited Dowager Lady Jia and her other relatives to come and look at the oleap flowers. Old Lady Jia and everyone else answered that, as she had had the kind attention to ask them, they felt it their duty to avail themselves of her gracious invitation, much though they would be putting her to trouble and inconvenience. At 12 o'clock, therefore, old Lady Jia actually took with her Madame Wang and Lady Feng, as well as Mrs. Hsüeh and other members of her family, whom she had asked to join them, and repaired into the garden. "Which is the best spot?" old Lady Jia inquired. "We are ready to go wherever you may like, dear senior," Madame Wang ventured in response. "A collation has already been spread in the lotus fragrance arbor," Lady Feng interposed. "Besides, the two oleap plants on that hill yonder are now lovely in their full blossom, and the water of that stream is jade-like and pellucid, so if we sit in the pavilion in the middle of it, won't we enjoy an open and bright view? It will be refreshing, too, to our eyes to watch the pool." "Quite right," assented Dowager Lady Jia at this suggestion. And while expressing her approbation, she ushered her train of followers into the arbor of lotus fragrance. This arbor of lotus fragrance had in fact been erected in the center of the pool. It had windows on all four sides. On the left and on the right stood covered passages, which spanned the stream and connected with the hills. At the back figured a winding bridge. As the party ascended the bamboo bridge, Lady Feng promptly advanced and supported Dowager Lady Jia. "Venerable ancestor," she said, "just walk boldly and with confident step. There's nothing to fear. It's the way of these bamboo bridges to go on creaking like this." Presently they entered the arbor. Here they saw two additional bamboo tables placed beyond the balustrade. On the one were arranged cups, chopsticks, and every article necessary for drinking wine. On the other were laid bamboo utensils for tea, a tea service, and various cups and saucers. On the off side, 2 or 3 waiting maids were engaged in fanning the stove to boil the water for tea. On the near side were visible several other girls who were trying with their fans to get a fire to light in the stove so as to warm the wines. "It was a capital idea," Dowager Lady Jia hastily exclaimed laughingly with vehemence, "to bring tea here. What's more, the spot and the appurtenances are alike so spick and span." "These things were brought by cousin Pao-ch'ai," Xiangyun smilingly explained, "so I got them ready." "This child is, I say, so scrupulously particular," old Lady Jia observed, "that everything she does is thoroughly devised." As she gave utterance to her feelings, her attention was attracted by a pair of scrolls of black lacquer inlaid with mother of pearl, suspended on the pillars, and she asked Xiangyun to tell her what the mottos were. The text she read was, "Snapped is the shade of the hibiscus by the fragrant oar of a boat homeward bound. Deep flows the perfume of the lily and the lotus underneath the bamboo bridge." After listening to the motto, old Lady Jia raised her head
and cast a glance upon the tablet. Then turning round, "Long ago, when I was young," she observed, addressing herself to Mrs. Hsüeh, "we likewise had at home a pavilion like this, called the Hall Reclining on the Russet Clouds, or some other such name. At that time I was of the same age as the girls, and my wont was to go day after day and play with my sisters there. One day I unexpectedly slipped and fell into the water, and I had a narrow escape from being drowned, for it was after great difficulty that they managed to drag me out safe and sound. But my head was, after all, bumped about against the wooden nails, so much so that this hole of the length of a finger, which you can see up to this day on my temple, comes from the bruises I sustained. All my people were in a funk that I'd be the worse for the stucking, and continued in fear and trembling lest I should catch a chill. It was dreadful, dreadful, they opined, but I managed, little though everyone thought it, to keep in splendid health." Lady Feng allowed no time to anyone else to put in a word, but anticipating them, "Had you then not survived, who would now be enjoying these immense blessings?" she smiled. "This makes it evident that no small amount of happiness and long life were in store for you, venerable ancestor, from your very youth up. It was by the agency of the spirits that this hole was knocked open, so that they might fill it up with happiness and longevity. The old man Shouxing had in fact a hole in his head, which was so full of every kind of blessing conducive to happiness and long life that it bulged up ever so high." Before, however, she could conclude, Dowager Lady Chia and the rest were convulsed with such laughter that their bodies doubled in two. "This monkey is given to dreadful tricks," laughed old Lady Chia. "She's always ready to make a scapegoat of me to evoke amusement. But would that I could take that glib mouth of yours and rend it in pieces." "It's because I feared that the cold might, when you by and by have some crabs to eat, accumulate in your intestines," Lady Feng pleaded, "that I tried to induce you, dear senior, to have a laugh, so as to make you gay and merry. For one can, when in high spirits, indulge in a couple of them more with impunity." "By and by," smiled old Lady Chia, "I'll make you follow me day and night, so that I may constantly be amused and feel my mind diverted. I won't let you go back to your home." "It's that weakness of yours for her, venerable senior," Madame Wang observed with a smile, "that has got her into the way of behaving in this manner, and if you go on speaking to her as you do, she'll soon become ever so much the more unreasonable." "I like her such as she is," Dowager Lady Chia laughed. "Besides, she's truly no child, ignorant of the distinction between high and low. When we are at home, with no strangers present, we ladies should be on terms like these. And as long, in fact, as we don't overstep propriety, it's all right. If not, what would be the earthly use of making them behave like so many saints?" While bandying words, they entered the pavilion in a body. After tea, Lady Feng hastened to lay out the cups and chopsticks. At the upper table then seated herself old Lady Chia, Mrs. Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai, Tai-yü, and Pao-yü. Round the table on the east sat Shi Xiangyun, Madame Wang, Yingchun, Tanchun, and Xichun. At the small table leaning against the door on the west side, Li Wan and Lady Feng assigned themselves places. But it was for the mere sake of appearances, as neither of them ventured to sit down, but remained in attendance at the two tables occupied by old Lady Chia and Madame Wang. "You'd better," Lady Feng said, "not bring in too many crabs at a time. Throw these again into the steaming basket. Only serve 10, and when they're eaten, a fresh supply can be fetched." Asking at the same time for water, she washed her hands and taking her position near Dowager Lady Jia, she scooped out the meat from a crab and offered the first help to Mrs. Hsüeh. "They'll be sweeter were I to open them with my own hands," Mrs. Hsüeh remarked. "There's no need for anyone to serve me." Lady Feng therefore presented it to old Lady Jia and handed a second portion to Pao-yü. "Make the wine as warm as possible and bring it in," she then went on to cry. "Go," she added, directing the servant girls, "and fetch the powder, made of green beans and scented with the leaves of chrysanthemums and the stamens of the oleous fragrance, and keep it ready to rinse our hands with." Shi Xiangyun had a crab to bear the others company, but no sooner had she done than she retired to a lower seat, from where she helped her guests. When she, however, walked out a second time to give orders to fill 2 dishes and send them over to Mrs. Zhao, she perceived Lady Feng come up to her again. "You're not accustomed to entertaining," she said, "so go and have your share to eat. I'll attend to the people for you first, and when they're gone, I'll have all I want." Xiang Yun would not agree to her proposal, but giving further directions to the servants to spread 2 tables under the veranda on the off side, she pressed Yuan Yang, Hu Po, Cai Xia, Cai Yun, and Ping Er to go and seat themselves. "Lady Secunda," consequently ventured Yuan Yang, "you're in here doing the honors, so may I go and have something to eat?" "You can all go," replied Lady Feng. "Leave everything in my charge, and it will be all right." While these words were being spoken, Shi Xiangyun resumed her place at the banquet. Lady Feng and Li Wan then took hurry-scurry something to eat as a matter of form, but Lady Feng came down once more to look after things. After a time, she stepped out on the veranda where Yuan Yang and the other girls were having their refreshments in high glee. As soon as they caught sight of her, Yuan Yang and her companions stood up. "What has your ladyship come out again for?" they inquired. "Do let us also enjoy a little peace and quiet." "This chit Yuan Yang is worse than ever," Lady Feng laughed. "Here I am slaving away for you, and instead of feeling grateful to me, you bear me a grudge. But don't you yet quick pour me a cup of wine?" Yuan Yang immediately smiled, and filling up a cup, she applied it to Lady Feng's lips. Lady Feng stretched out her neck and emptied it. But Hu Po and Cai Xia thereupon likewise replenished the cup and put it to Lady Feng's mouth. Lady Feng swallowed the contents of that as well. Ping Er had by this time brought her some yellow meat which she had picked out from the shell. "Pour plenty of ginger and vinegar," shouted Lady Feng, and in a moment she made short work of that too. "You people," she smiled, "had better sit down and have something to eat, for I'm off now." "You brazen-faced thing!" exclaimed Yuan Yang laughingly, "to eat what was intended for us." "Don't be so captious with me," smiled Lady Feng. "Are you aware that your master Sekunda's Mr. Lien has taken such a violent fancy to you that he means to speak to our old lady to let you be his secondary wife?" Yuan Yang blushed crimson. "Tsui!" she shouted. "Are these really words to issue from the mouth of a lady? But if I don't daub your face all over with my filthy hands, I won't feel happy." Saying this, she rushed up to her. She was about to besmear her face when Lady Feng pleaded, "My dear child, do let me off this time." "Lo, that girl Yuan," laughed Hu Po, "wishes to smear her, and that hussy Ping still spares her. Look here, she has scarcely had 2 crabs, and she has drunk a whole saucerful of vinegar." Ping Er was holding a crab full of yellow meat, which she was in the act of cleaning. As soon, therefore, as she heard this taunt, she came, crab in hand, to spatter Hu Po's face as she laughingly reviled her. "I'll take your minx with that cajoling tongue of yours," she cried. But Hu Po, while also indulging in laughter, drew aside, so Ping Er beat the air and fell forward, daubing by a strange coincidence the cheek of Lady Feng. Lady Feng was at the moment having a little good-humored raillery with Yuan Yang, and was taken so much off her guard that she was quite startled out of her senses. "Aya!" she ejaculated. The bystanders found it difficult to keep their countenance, and with one voice they exploded into a boisterous fit of laughter. Lady Feng as well could not help feeling amused, and smilingly she upbraided her. "You stupid wench," she said. "Have you by gorging lost your eyesight, and you recklessly smudged your mistress's face?" Ping Er hastily crossed over and wiped her face for her, and then went in person to fetch some water. "Amitofo!" ejaculated Yuan Yang. "This is a distinct retribution." Dowager Lady Jia, though seated on the other side, overheard their shouts, and she consecutively made inquiries as to what they had seen to tickle their fancy so. "Tell us," she urged, "what it is, so that we too should have a laugh." "Our Lady Secunda," Yuan Yang and the other maids forthwith laughingly cried, "came to steal our crabs and eat them, and Ping Er got angry and daubed her mistress's face all over with yellow meat. So our mistress and that slave girl are now having a scuffle over it." This report filled Dowager Lady Jia, Madame Wang, and the other inmates with them with much merriment. "Do have pity on her," Dowager Lady Jia laughed, "and let her have some of those small legs and entrails to eat, and have done." Yuan Yang and her companions assented, much amused. "Mistress Secunda," they shouted in a loud tone of voice, "you're at liberty to eat this whole tableful of legs." But having washed her face clean, Lady Feng approached old Lady Jia and the other guests and waited upon them for a time while they partook of refreshments. Tai yü did not, with her weak physic, venture to overload her stomach, so partaking a little meat from the claws, she left the table. Presently, however, Dowager Lady Jia, too, abandoned all idea of having anything more to eat. The company therefore quitted the banquet, and when they had rinsed their hands, some admired the flowers, some played with the water, others looked at the fish. After a short stroll, Madame Wang turned round and remarked to old Lady Jia, "There's plenty of wind here. Besides, you've just had crabs, so it would be prudent for you, venerable senior, to return home and rest. And if you feel in the humor, we can come again for a turn tomorrow." "Quite true," acquiesced Dowager Lady Jia in reply to this suggestion. "I was afraid that if I left, now that you're all in exuberant spirits, I mightn't again be spoiling your fun, so I didn't budge. But as the idea originates from yourselves, do go as you please while I retire." But she said to Xiang Yun, "Don't allow your cousin Secundus, Pao-yü, and your cousin Lin to have too much to eat." Then, when Xiang Yun had signified her obedience, "You two girls," continuing, she recommended Xiang Yun and Pao-ch'ai, "must not also have more than is good for you. These things are, it's true, luscious, but they're not very wholesome, and if you eat immoderately of them, why, you'll get stomach aches." Both girls promised with alacrity to be careful, and having escorted her beyond the confines of the garden, they retraced their steps and ordered the servants to clear the remnants of the banquet and to lay out a new supply of refreshments. "There's no use of any regular spread out," Pao yü interposed. "When you are about to write verses, that big round table can be put in the center and the wines and eatables laid on it. Neither will there be any need to ceremoniously have any fixed seats. Let those who may want anything to eat go up to it and take what they like, and if we seat ourselves scattered all over the place, won't it be far more convenient for us?" "Your idea is excellent," Pao-ch'ai answered. "This is all very well," Xiang Yun observed, "but there are others to be studied besides ourselves." Issuing consequently further directions for another table to be laid, and picking out some hot crabs, she asked Xi Ren, Zijuan, Siqi, Sishu, Ruhua, Ying'er, Cui Mo, and the other girls to sit together and form a party. Then, having a couple of flowered rugs spread under the olea trees on the hills, she bade the matrons on duty, the waiting maids, and other servants to likewise make themselves comfortable and to eat and drink at their pleasure until they are wanted, when they could come and answer the calls. Xiang Yun next fetched the themes for the verses and pinned them with a needle on the wall. "They're full of originality," one and all exclaimed after perusal. "We fear we couldn't write anything on them." Xiang Yun then went on to explain to them the reasons that had prompted her not to determine upon any particular rhymes. "Yes, quite right," put in Pao Yü. "I myself don't fancy hard and fast rhymes." But Lin Tai-yü, being unable to stand much wine and to take any crabs, told on her own account a servant to fetch an embroidered cushion, and seating herself in such a way as to lean against the railing, she took up a fishing rod and began to fish. Pao-ch'ai played for a time with a trick of olea she held in her hand, then resting on the window sill, she plucked the petals and threw them into the water, attracting the fish, which went by, to rise to the surface and nibble at them. Xiang Yun, after a few moments of abstraction, urged Xi Ren and the other girls to help themselves to anything they wanted, and beckoned to the servants seated at the foot of the hill to eat to their heart's content. Tan Chun, in company with Li Wan and Xi Chun, stood meanwhile under the shade of the weeping willows and looked at the widgeons and egrets. Ying Chun, on the other hand, was all alone under the shade of some trees, threading double jasmine flowers with a needle specially adapted for the purpose. Pao Yü, too, watched Tai Yü fishing for a while. At one time he leant next to Pao-ch'ai and cracked a few jokes with her, and at another he drank, when he noticed Xi Ren feasting on crabs with her companions, a few mouthfuls of wine to keep her company. At this, Xi Ren cleaned the meat out of the shell and gave it to him to eat. Tai Yü then put down the fishing rod, and, approaching the seats, she laid hold of a small black tankard, ornamented with silver plum flowers, and selected a tiny cup made of transparent stone, red like begonia, and in the shape of a banana leaf. A servant girl observed her movements, and, concluding that she felt inclined to have a drink, she drew near with hurried step to pour some wine for her. "You girls had better go on eating," Tai Yü remonstrated, "and let me help myself. There'll be some fun in it then." So speaking, she filled for herself a cup half full, but discovering that it was yellow wine, "I've eaten only a little bit of crab," she said, "and yet I feel my mouth slightly sore, so what would do for me now is a mouthful of very hot distilled spirit." Pao Yü hastened to take up her remark. "There's some distilled spirit," he chimed in. "Take some of that wine." He there and then shouted out to a servant, "Scented with acacia flowers, and warm a tankard of it." When, however, it was brought, Tai Yü simply took a sip and put it down again. Pao-ch'ai too then came forward and picked up a double cup, but after drinking a mouthful of it, she laid it aside, and moistening her pen, she walked up to the wall and marked off the first theme, "Longing for chrysanthemums," below which she appended a character, Heng. "My dear cousin," promptly remarked Pao Yü, "I've already got 4 lines of the second theme, so let me write on it." "I managed after ever so much difficulty to put a stanza together." Pao-ch'ai smiled. "And are you now in such a hurry to deprive me of it?" Without so much as a word, Tai Yü took a pen and put a distinctive sign opposite the eighth, consisting of "Asking the chrysanthemums," and singling out in quick succession the 11th, "Dream of chrysanthemums," as well. She too affixed for herself the word "Xiao" below. But Pao Yü likewise got a pen and marked his choice, the 12th on the list, seek for chrysanthemums, by the side of which he wrote the character Jiang. Tanchun thereupon rose to her feet. If there's no one to write on pinning the chrysanthemums, she observed, while scrutinizing the themes, do let me have it. It has just been ruled, she continued, pointing at Pao-yü with a significant smile, that it is on no account permissible to introduce any expressions bearing reference to the inner chambers, so you'd better be on your guard. But as she spoke, she perceived Xiang Yun come forward and jointly mark the fourth and fifth, that is, facing the chrysanthemums, and putting chrysanthemums in vases, to which she, like the others, appended a word, xiang. You two should get a style or other, Tan Chun suggested. In our home, smiled Xiang Yun, there exist, it is true, at present several halls and structures, but as I don't live in either, there'll be no fun in it were I to borrow the name of any one of them. Our venerable senior just said, Pao-ch'ai observed laughingly, that there was also in your home a water pavilion called Leaning on Russet Clouds Hall. And is it likely that it wasn't yours? But albeit it doesn't exist nowadays, you were anyhow its mistress of old. She's right, one and all exclaimed. Pao-yü therefore allowed Xiang Yun no time to make a move, but forthwith rubbed off the character xiang for her, and substituted that of xia. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Ding. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin Cao. Translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 38, Part 2. A short time only elapsed before the compositions on the 12 themes had all been completed. After they had each copied out their respective verses, they handed them to Yingchun, who took a separate sheet of snow-white fancy paper and transcribed them together, affixing distinctly under each stanza the style of the composer. Li Wan and her assistants then began to read, starting from the first on the list, the verses which follow. Longing for Chrysanthemums by the Princess of Hengwu. With anguish sore I face the western breeze, and wrapped in grief I pine for you. What time the smart wheat russet turns and the reeds white, my heart is rent in two. When in autumn the hedges thin and gardens waste, all trace of you is gone. When the moon waxed cold and the dew pure, my dreams then know something of you. With constant yearnings my heart follows you as far as wild geese homeward fly. Lonesome I sit and lend an ear till a late hour to the sound of the block. For you, ye yellow flowers, I've grown haggard and worn, but who doth pity me? And breathe one word of cheer that in the 9th moon I will soon meet you again. Search for Chrysanthemums by the gentleman of Yi Hong. When I have naught to do, I'll seize the first fine day to try and stroll about. Neither wine cups nor cups of medicine will then deter me from my wish. Who plants the flowers in all those spots facing the dew and under the moon's rays? Outside the rails they grow and by the hedge, but in autumn where do they go? With sandals waxed I come from distant shores, my feelings all exuberant. But as on this cold day I can't exhaust my song, my spirits get depressed. The yellow flowers, if they but knew how comfort to a poet to afford, would not let me this early morn trudge out in vain with my cash-laden staff. Planting Chrysanthemums by the gentleman of Yihong. When autumn breaks, I take my hoe and moving them myself out of the park. I plant them everywhere near the hedges and in the foreground of the halls. Last night, when least expected, they got a good shower, which made them all revive. This morn my spirits still rise high, as the buds burst in bloom bedecked with frost. Now that it's cool, 1,000 stanzas on the autumn scenery I sing. In ecstasies from drink, I toast their blossom in a cup of cold and fragrant wine. With spring water, I sprinkle them, cover the roots with mold and well tent them, so that they may, like the path near the well, be free of every grain of dirt. Facing the chrysanthemums, by the old friend of the hall reclining on the russet clouds. From other gardens I transplant them, and I treasure them like gold. One cluster bears light-colored bloom, another bears dark shades. I sit with head uncovered by the sparse-leaved artemisia hedge, and in their pure and cool fragrance, clasping my knees, I hum my lays. In the whole world, methinks, none see the light as peerless as these flowers. From all I see, you have no other friend more intimate than me. Such autumn splendor I must not misuse, as steadily it fleets. My gaze I fix on you, as I am fain each moment to enjoy. Putting chrysanthemums in vases, by the old friend of the hall reclining on the russet clouds. The lute I thrum and quaff my wine, joyful at heart that ye are meet to be my mates. The various tables on which ye are laid, adorned with beauteous, grace this quiet nook. The fragrant dew, next to the spot I sit, is far apart from that by the three paths. I fling my book aside and turn my gaze upon a twig full of your autumn bloom. What time the frost is pure, a new dream steals over me, as by the paper screen I rest. When cold holdeth the park, and the sun's rays do slant, I long and yearn for you, O friends. I too differ from others in this world, for my own tastes resemble those of yours. The vernal winds do not hinder the peach tree and the pear from bursting forth in bloom. Singing Chrysanthemums by the Xiaoxiang consort. Eating the bread of idleness, the frenzy of poetry creeps over me both night and day. Round past the hedge I wend, and leaning on the rock, I intone verses gently to myself. From the point of my pencil emanate lines of recondite grace, so near the frost I write. Some scent I hold by the side of my mouth, and turning to the moon, I sing my sentiments. With self-pitying lines, pages I fill, so as utterance to give to all my cares and woes. From these few scanty words, who could fathom the secrets of my heart about the autumn tide? Beginning from the time when Tao, the magistrate, did criticize the beauty of your bloom, yea, from that date remote up to this very day, your high renown has ever been extolled. Drawing Chrysanthemums by the Princess of Hengwu. Verses I've had enough, so with my pens I play, with no idea that I am mad. Do I make use of pigments red or green as to involve a task of toilsome work? To form clusters of leaves, I sprinkle simply here and there 1,000 specks of ink. And when I've drawn the semblance of the flowers, some spots I make to represent the frost. The light and dark so lifelike harmonize with the figure of those there in the wind, that when I've done tracing their autumn growth, a fragrant smell issues under my wrist. Do you not mark how they resemble those by the east edge which you leisurely pluck? Upon the screens their image I affix to solace me for those of the ninth moon. Asking the Chrysanthemums by the Xiaoxiang consort. Your heart in autumn I would like to read, but know it no one could. While humming with my arms behind my back, on the east edge I rap. So peerless and unique are ye that who is meet with you to stay? Why are you of all flowers the only ones to burst the last in bloom? Why in such silence plunge the garden, dew and the frost in the hall? When wild geese homeward fly and crickets sicken, do you think of me? Do not tell me that in the world none of you grow with power of speech. But if ye fathom what I say, why not converse with me a while? Pinning the chrysanthemums in the hair, by the visitor under the banana trees. I put some in the vase and plant some by the hedge, so day by day I have ample to do. I pluck them, yet don't fancy they're meant for girls to pin before the glass in their coiffure. My mania for these flowers is just as keen as was that of the squire who once lived in Chang'an. I rave as much for them as raved Mr. Pengze when he was under the effects of wine. Cold is the short hair on his temples and moistened with dew, which on it dripped from the tree paths. His flaxen turban is suffused with the sweet fragrance of the autumn frost in the ninth moon. That strong weakness of mine to pin them in my hair is viewed with sneers by my contemporaries. They clap their hands, but they're free to laugh at me by the roadside as much as e'er they list. The shadow of the chrysanthemums by the old friend of the hall reclining on the russet clouds. In layers upon layers their autumn splendor grows and air thick and thicker. I make off furtively and stealthily transplant them from the three crossways. The distant lamp inside the window frame depicts their shade both far and near. The hedge riddles the moon's rays, like unto a sieve, but the flowers stop the holes. As their reflection cold and fragrant tarries here, their soul must too abide. The dew-dry spot beneath the flowers is so like them that what is said of dreams is trash. Their precious shadows, full of subtle scent, are trodden down to pieces here and there. Could anyone with eyes half closed from drinking not mistake the shadow for the flowers? Dreaming of the chrysanthemums by the Xiaoxiang consort. What vivid dreams arise as I doze by the hedge amidst those autumn scenes! Whether clouds bear me company or the moon be my mate, I can't discern. In fairyland I soar, not that I would become a butterfly like Zhuang. So long I for my friend Tao, the magistrate, that I again seek him. In a sound sleep I fell, but so soon as the wild geese cried, they broke my rest. The chirp of the cicadas gave me such a start that I bear them a grudge. My secret wrongs to whom can I go and divulge when I wake up from sleep? The faded flowers and the cold mist make my feelings of anguish know no bounds. Fading of the chrysanthemums by the visitor under the banana trees. The dew congeals, the frost waxes in weight, and gradually dwindles their bloom. After the feast with the flower show follows the season of the little snow. The stalks retain still some redundant smell, but the flower's golden tinge is faint. The stems do not bear sign of even one whole leaf. Their verdure is all past. Naught but the chirp of crickets strikes my ear, while the moon shines on half my bed. Near the cold clouds, distant 1,000 li, a flock of wild geese slowly fly. When autumn breaks again next year, I feel certain that we will meet once more. We part, but only for a time, so don't let us indulge in anxious thoughts. Each stanza they read they praised, and they heaped upon each other incessant eulogiums. Let me now criticize them. I'll do so with all fairness. Li Wan smiled. As I glance over the page, she said, I find that each of you has some distinct admirable sentiments, but in order to be impartial in my criticism today, I must concede the first place to singing the chrysanthemums, the second to asking the chrysanthemums, and the third to dreaming of chrysanthemums. The original nature of the themes makes the verses full of originality, and their conception still more original. But we must allow to the Xiaoxiang consort the credit of being the best. Next in order following, pinning chrysanthemums in the hair, facing the chrysanthemums, putting the chrysanthemums in vases, drawing the chrysanthemums, and longing for chrysanthemums as second best. This decision filled Pao-yü with intense gratification, clapping his hands. Quite right, it's most just, he shouted. My verses are worth nothing, Tai-yü remarked. Their fault, after all, is that they're a little too minutely subtle. They are subtle but good, Li Wan rejoined, for there is no artificialness or stiffness about them. According to my views, Tai-yü observed, the best line is, when cold holdeth the park, and the sun's rays do slant, I long and yearn for you, O friends. The metonymy, I fling my book aside and turn my gaze upon a twig of autumn, is already admirable. She has dealt so exhaustively with putting chrysanthemums in a vase that she has left nothing unsaid that could be said, and has had in consequence to turn her thought back and consider the time anterior to their being plucked and placed in vases. Her sentiments are profound. What you say is certainly so, explained Li Wan, smiling. But that line of yours, some scent I hold by the side of my mouth, beats that. After all, said Tantrum, we must admit that there's depth of thought in those of the Princess of Hangwu with "In autumn all trace of you is gone," and "My dreams then know something of you." They really make the meaning implied by the words "long for" stand out clearly. Those passages of yours, "Cold is the short hair on his temples and moistened," and "his flaxen turban is suffused with a sweet fragrance," laughingly observed Pao-ch'ai, likewise bring out the idea of pinning the chrysanthemums in the hair so thoroughly that one couldn't get a loophole for fault finding. Xiang Yun then smiled. "Who is meet with you to stay?" she said, and burst the last in bloom, a question so straight to the point set to the chrysanthemums that they are quite at a loss what answer to give. Were what you say, I sit with head uncovered, and clasping my knees I hum my lays, as if you couldn't in fact tear yourself away for even a moment from them, Li Wan laughed. To come to the knowledge of the chrysanthemums, why, they would certainly be sick and tired of you. This joke made everyone laugh. I'm blessed again, smiled Pao-yü. Is it likely that who plants the flowers in autumn, where do they go? With sandals waxed I come from distant shores, and as on this cold day I can't exhaust my song, do not all forsooth amount to searching for chrysanthemums, and that last night they got a shower and this morn bedecked with frost. Don't both bear on planting them? But unfortunately they can't come up to these lines. Some scent I hold by the side of my mouth, and turning to the moon I sing my sentiments. In their pure and cool fragrance, clasping my knees I hum my lays. Short hair on his temples, his flaxen turban, golden tinge is faint, Verdure is all past, in autumn all trace of you is gone. My dreams then know something of you. But tomorrow, he proceeded, if I have got nothing to do, I'll write 12 stanzas myself. Yours are also good, Li Wan pursued. The only thing is that they aren't as full of original conception as those other lines. That's all. But after a few further criticisms, they asked for some more warm crabs, and helping themselves as soon as they were brought from the large circular table, they regaled themselves for a time. With the crabs today in one's hand and the olea before one's eyes, one cannot help inditing verses. Pao-yü smiled. I've already thought of a few, but will any of you again have the pluck to devise any? With this challenge, he there and then hastily washed his hands, and picking up a pen, he wrote out what his companions found on perusal to run in this strain. When in my hands I clasp a crab, what most enchants my heart is the caseous cool shade. While I pour vinegar and ground ginger, I feel from joy as if I would go mad. With so much gluttony, the prince's grandson eats his crabs that he should have some wine. The side-walking young gentleman has no intestines in his frame at all. I lose sight in my greediness that in my stomach cold accumulates. To my fingers a strong smell doth adhere, and though I wash them, yet the smell clings fast. The main secret of this is that men in this world make much of food. The poor spirit has laughed at them that all their lives they only seek to eat. I could readily compose 100 stanzas with such verses in no time, Tai-yü observed with a sarcastic smile. Your mental energies are now long ago exhausted, Pao-yü rejoined laughingly. And instead of confessing your inability to devise any, you still go on heaping invective upon people. Tai-yü, upon catching this insinuation, made no reply of any kind, but slightly raising her head, she hummed something to herself for a while, and then taking up a pen, she completed a whole stanza with a few dashes. The company then read her lines. They consisted of E'en after death, their armor and their lengthy spears are never cast away. So nice they look, piled in the plate, that first to taste them I'd fain be. In every pair of legs they have, the crabs are full of tender jade-like meat, each piece of ruddy fat, which in their shell bumps up, emits a fragrant smell. Besides much meat, they have, a greater relish for me still, 8 feet as well. Who bids me drink 1,000 cups of wine in order to enhance my joy? What time I can behold their luscious food with the fine season doth accord, when cassius wave with fragrance pure, and the chrysanthemums are decked with frost. Pao-yü had just finished conning it over and was beginning to sing its praise when Tai-yü, with one snatch, tore it to pieces and bade a servant go and burn it. As my compositions can't come up to yours, she then observed, I'll burn it. Yours is capital, much better than the lines you wrote a little time back on the chrysanthemums. So keep it for the benefit of others. I've likewise succeeded, after much effort, in putting together a stanza, Pao-ch'ai laughingly remarked. It cannot, of course, be worth much, but I'll put it down for fun's sake. As she spoke, she too wrote down her lines. When they came to look at them, they read, On this bright, beauteous day, I bask in the dryandra shade with a cup in my hand. When I was at Chang'an with driveling mouth, I longed for the 9th day of the 9th moon. The road stretches before their very eyes, but they can't tell between straight and transverse. Under their shells in spring and autumn only reigns a vacuum, yellow and black. At this point, they felt unable to refrain from shouting, "Excellent!" "She abuses in fine style," Pao-yü shouted, "but my lines should also be committed to the flames." The company thereupon scanned the remainder of the stanza, which was couched in this wise: "When all the stock of wine is gone, chrysanthemums then used to scour away the smell. So as to counteract their properties of gathering cold, fresh ginger you should take. Alas, now that they have been dropped into the boiling pot, what good do they derive? About the moonlit river banks, there but remains the fragrant aroma of corn." At the close of their perusal, they, with one voice, explained that this was a first-rate song on crab eating, that minor themes of this kind should really conceal lofty thoughts before they could be held to be of any great merit, and that the only thing was that it chaffed people rather too virulently. But while they were engaged in conversation, Ping Er was again seen coming into the garden. What she wanted is not, however, yet known, so, reader, peruse the details given in the subsequent chapter. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mara Bella. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Zhao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 39, Part 1. The tongue of the village old dame finds as free vent as a river that has broken its banks. The affectionate cousin makes up his mind to sift to the very bottom of the story told by old goody Lü. Upon seeing, the story explains, Ping Er arrive, they unanimously inquired, "What is your mistress up to? How is it she hasn't come?" "However could she spare the time to get as far as here?" Ping Er smiled and replied. "But she said she hasn't anything good to eat, so she bade me, as she couldn't possibly run over, come and find out whether there be any more crabs or not. If there be, she enjoined me to ask for a few to take her to eat at home." "There are plenty," Shang Yun rejoined, and, directing with alacrity a servant to fetch a present box, she put in it 10 of the largest crabs. "I'll take a few more of the female ones," Ping Er remarked. One and all then laid hands upon Ping Er and tried to drag her into a seat, but Ping Er would not accede to their importunities. "I insist upon your sitting down," Li Huan laughingly exclaimed, and as she kept pulling her about and forcing her to sit next to her, she filled a cup of wine and put it to her lips. Ping Er hastily swallowed a sip and endeavored immediately to beat a retreat. "I won't let you go!" shouted Li Huan. "It's so evident that you've only got that woman Feng in your thoughts, as you don't listen to any of my words." Saying this, she went on to bid the nurses go ahead and take the box over. "Tell her," she added, "that I've kept Ping Er here." A matron presently returned with a box. "Lady Secunda," she reported, "says that you, Lady Chu, and our young mistresses must not make fun of her for having asked for something to eat, and that in this box you'll find cakes made of water lily powder and rolls prepared with chicken fat, which your maternal aunt on the other side just sent for your ladyship and for you, young ladies, to taste. That she bids you," the matron continued, turning towards Ping Er, "come over on duty, but your mind is so set upon pleasure that you loiter behind and don't go back. She advises you, however, not to have too many cups of wine. Were I even to have too much, Ping Er smiled. What could she do to me? Uttering these words, she went on with her drink, after which she partook of some more crab. What a pity it is, interposed Li Wan, caressing her, that a girl with such good looks as you should have so ordinary a fortune as to simply fall into that room as a menial. But wouldn't anyone who was not acquainted with actual facts take you for a lady and a mistress? While she went on eating and drinking with Pao-ch'ai, Xiang Yun, and the other girls, Ping Er turned her head round. Don't rub me like that, she laughed. It makes me feel quite ticklish. Ayo! Shouted Li Huan. What's this hard thing? It's a key, Ping Er answered. What fine things have you got, that the fear lest people should take it away prompts you to carry this about you? I keep on, just for a laugh, telling people the whole day long that when the bonze Tong was fetching the cannons, a white horse came and carried him. That when Liu Zhiyuan was attacking the empire, a melon spirit appeared and brought him a coat of mail. And that, in the same way, where our vixen Feng is, there you are to be found. You are your mistress's general key. And what do you want this other key for? You've primed yourself with wine, my lady. Ping Er smiled, and here you once more chaff me and make a laughing-stock of me. This is really quite true, Pao-ch'ai laughed. Whenever we've got nothing to do, and we talk matters over, we're quite unanimous that not 1 in 100 could be picked out to equal you girls in here. The beauty is that each one of you possesses her own good qualities. In everything, whether large or small, a heavenly principle rules alike, Li Wan explained. Were there, for instance, no Yuan Yang in our venerable senior's apartments, how would it ever do? Commencing with Madame Wang herself, who is it who could muster sufficient courage to expostulate with the old lady? Yet she plainly has the pluck to put in her remonstrances with her, and, as it happens, our worthy ancestor lends a patient ear to only what she says and no one else. None of the others can remember what our old senior has in the way of clothes and head ornaments, but she can remember everything. And, were she not there to look after things, there is no knowing how many would not be swindled away. That child, besides, is so straightforward at heart that, despite all this, she often puts in a good word for others, and doesn't rely upon her influence to look down disdainfully upon anyone. It was only yesterday, Xueqin observed with a smile, that our dear ancestor said that she was ever so much better than the whole lot of us. She's certainly splendid, Ping Er ventured. How could we rise up to her standard? Cai Xia, Pao-yü put in, who is in mother's rooms, is a good sort of girl. Of course she is, Tan Chun assented. But she's good enough as far as external appearances go. But inwardly, she's a sly one. Madame Wang is just like a Joss. She does not give her mind to any sort of business. But this girl is up to everything, and it is she who in all manner of things reminds her mistress what there is to be done. She even knows everything, whether large or small, connected with Mr. Jia Zhong's staying at home or going out of doors. And when at any time Madame Wang forgets, she, from behind the scenes, prompts her how to act. Well, never mind about her, Li Wan suggested, but were, she pursued, pointing at Pao-yü, no Shiren in this young gentleman's quarters, just you imagine what a pitch things would reach. that vixen Feng may truly resemble the Prince Ba of the True Kingdom, and she may have 2 arms strong enough to raise a tripod weighing 1,000 catties. But had she not this maid, Ping Er, would she be able to accomplish everything so thoroughly? In days gone by, Ping Er interposed, 4 servant girls came along with her. But what with those who've died and those who've gone, only I remain, like a solitary spirit. You're, after all, the fortunate one, Li Wan retorted. But our hussy Feng, too, is lucky in having you. Had I not also once, just remember, 2 girls, when your senior master Zhu was alive? Am I not, you've seen for yourselves, a person to bear with people? But in such a surly frame of mind did I find them both, day after day, that as soon as your senior master departed this life, I availed myself of their youth, to give them in marriage and to pack both of them out of my place. But had either of them been good for anything and worthy to be kept, I would, in fact, have now had someone to give me a helping hand. As she spoke, the very balls of her eyes suddenly became quite red. Why need you again distress your mind? They with one voice exclaimed. Isn't it better that we should break up? While conversing, they rinsed their hands, and when they had agreed to go in a company to Dowager Lady Jia's and Madame Wang's and inquire after their health, the matrons and servant maids swept the pavilion and collected and washed the cups and saucers. Xi Ren proceeded on her way along with Ping Er. Come into my room, said Xi Ren to Ping Er, and sit down and have another cup of tea. I won't have any tea just now, Ping Er answered. I'll come some other time. So saying, she was about to go off when Xi Ren called out to her and stopped her. This month's allowances, she asked, haven't yet been issued, not even to our old mistress and Madame Wang. Why is it? Upon catching this inquiry, Ping Er hastily retraced her steps and drew near Xi Ren. After looking about to see that no one was in the neighborhood, she rejoined in a low tone of voice, Drop these questions at once. They're sure, anyhow, to be issued in a couple of days. Why is it, smiled Xi Ren, that this gives you such a start? This month's allowances, Ping Er explained to her in a whisper, have long ago been obtained in advance by our mistress Secunda and given to people for their own purposes. And it's when the interest has been brought from here and there that the various sums will be lumped together and payment be effected. I confide this to you, but mind, you mustn't go and tell any other person about it. Isn't it likely that she hasn't yet enough money for her own requirements? Xi Ren smiled. Or is it that she's still not satisfied? And what's the use of her still going on bothering herself in this way? Isn't it so? Laughed Ping Er. From just handling the funds for this particular item, she has, during these last few years, so manipulated them as to turn up several hundreds of taels profit out of them. Nor does she spend that monthly allowance of hers for public expenses. But the moment she accumulates anything like 8 or 10 taels odd, she gives them out too. Thus, the interest on her own money alone comes up to nearly 1,000 taels a year. You and your mistress take our money, Xi Ren observed laughingly, and get interest on it, fooling us as if we were no better than idiots. Here you are again with your uncharitable words, Ping Er remonstrated. Can it be that you haven't yet enough to meet your own expenses with? I am, it's true, not short of money, Xi Ren replied, as I have nowhere to go and spend it. But the thing is that I'm making provision for that fellow of ours, Pao-yü. If you ever find yourself in any great straits and need money, Ping Er resumed, you're at liberty to take those first few taels I've got over there to suit your own convenience with, and by I can reduce them from what is due to you, and we'll be square." "I'm not in need of any just now," retorted Xu Ren. "But should I not have enough when I want some? I'll send someone to fetch them and finish." Ping Er promised that she would let her have the money at any time she sent for it, and, taking the shortest cut, she issued out of the garden gate. Here she encountered a servant dispatched from the other side by Lady Feng. She came in search of Ping Er. "Our lady," she said, "has something for you to do, and is waiting for you." "What's up that it's so pressing?" Ping Er inquired. "Our senior mistress detained me by force to have a chat, so I couldn't manage to get away. But here she time after time sends people after me in this manner." "Whether you go or not is your own lookout," the maid replied. "It isn't worth your while getting angry with me. If you dare, go and tell these things to our mistress." Ping Er spat at her contemptuously and rushed back in anxious haste. She discovered, however, that Lady Feng was not at home, but unexpectedly she perceived that the old goody Lü, who had paid them a visit on a previous occasion for the purpose of obtaining pecuniary assistance, had come again with Ban Er, and was seated in the opposite room, along with Zhang Zai's wife and Zhou Rui's wife, who kept her company. But 2 or 3 servant maids were inside as well, emptying on the floor bags containing dates, squash, and various wild greens. As soon as they saw her appear in the room, they promptly stood up in a body. Old goody Lü had, on her last visit, learnt what Ping Er's status in the establishment was, so, vehemently jumping down, she inquired,
"Miss, how do you do? All at home," she pursued, "send you their compliments. I meant to have come earlier and paid my respects to my lady, and to look you up, miss, but we've been very busy on the farm. We managed this year to reap, after great labor, a few more pickles of grain than usual. But melons, fruits, and vegetables have also been plentiful. These things you see here are what we picked during the first crop, and as we didn't presume to sell them, we kept the best to present to our lady and the young ladies to taste. The young ladies must, of course, be surfeited with all the delicacies and fine things they daily get, but by having some of our wild greens to eat, they will show some regard for our poor attention."
"Many thanks for all the trouble you have taken," Ping Er eagerly rejoined. Then, pressing her to resume her place, she sat down herself, and, urging Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Zhou to take their seats, she bade a young waiting maid go and serve the tea. "There's a joyous air about your face today, miss, and your eyeballs are all red," the wife of Zhou Rui and the wife of Zhang Zai thereupon smilingly ventured. "Naturally," Ping Er laughed. "I generally don't take any wine, but our senior mistress and our young ladies caught hold of me and insisted upon pouring it down my throat. I had no alternative, therefore, but to swallow 2 cups full, so my face at once flushed crimson." "I have a longing for wine," Zhang Zai's wife smiled, "but there's no one to offer me any. But when anyone by and by invites you, miss, do take me along with you." At these words, one and all burst out laughing. "Early this morning," Zhou Rui's wife interposed, "I got a glimpse of those crabs. Only 2 or 3 of them would weigh a catty, so in those 2 or 3 huge hampers there must have been, I presume, 70 to 80 catties. If some were intended for those above as well as for those below," Zhou Rui's wife added, "they couldn't, nevertheless, I fear, have been enough." "How could everyone have had any?" Ping Er observed. "Those simply with any name may have tasted a couple of them, but as for the rest, some may have touched them with the tips of their hands, but many may not even have done as much."
"Crabs of this kind,"
put in old goody Lü.
Cost this year 5 candarines a catty. 10 caddies for 5 mace. 5 times 5 makes 2 taels 5, and 3 times 5 makes 15. And adding what was wanted for wines and eatables, the total must have come to something over 20 taels. Oh, me tofu! Why, this heap of money is ample for us country people to live on through a whole year.
I expect you have seen Our Lady, Ping Er then asked.
Yes, I have seen her,
assented old goody Lü.
She bade us wait.
As she spoke, she again looked out of the window to see what the time of day could be.
It's getting quite late, she afterwards proceeded. We must be going, or else we mayn't be in time to get out of the city gates, and then we'll be in a nice fix.
Quite right, Zhou Rui's wife observed. I'll go and see what she's up to for you. With these words, she straightway left the room. After a long absence, she returned. Good fortune has indeed descended upon you, old dame, she smiled. Why, you've won the consideration of those 2 old ladies. What about it? Laughingly inquired Ping Er and the others. Lady Secunda, Zhou Rui's wife, explained with a smile, was with our venerable lady. So I gently whispered to her, Old goody Lü wishes to go home. It's getting late, and she fears she mightn't be in time to go out of the gates. It's such a long way off, Our Lady Secunda rejoined, and she had all the trouble and fatigue of carrying that load of things. So if it's too late, why, let her spend the night here and start on the morrow. Now, isn't this having enlisted our mistress's sympathies? But not to speak of this, our old lady also happened to overhear what we said, and she inquired, Who is old goody Lü? Our Lady Secunda forthwith told her all.
I was just longing,
her venerable ladyship pursued,
for someone well up in years to have a chat with. Ask her in and let me see her.
So isn't this coming in for consideration when least unexpected? So speaking, she went on to urge old goody Lü to get down and betake herself to the front.
With a figure like this of mine,
old goody Lü demurred,
how could I very well appear before her? My dear sister-in-law, do tell her that I've gone.
Get on! Be quick! Ping Er speedily cried. What does it matter? Our old lady has the highest regard for old people and the greatest pity for the needy. She's not one you could compare with those haughty and overbearing people. But I fancy you're a little too timid, so I'll accompany you as far as there, along with Mrs. Zhou. While tendering her services, she and Zhou Rui's wife led off old goody Lü and crossed over to Dowager Lady Jia's apartments on this side of the mansion. The boy servants on duty at the second gate stood up when they saw Ping Er approach, but 2 of them also ran up to her, and, keeping close to her heels,
Miss,
they shouted out,
Miss.
What have you got again to say? Ping Er asked.
It's pretty late just now,
one of the boys smilingly remarked,
and Mother is ill and wants me to go and call the doctor. So I would, dear miss, like to have half a day's leave. May I?
Your doings are really fine, Ping Er exclaimed. You've agreed among yourselves that each day one of you should apply for furlough, but instead of speaking to your lady, you come and bother me. The other day that Zhu Er went, Mr. Secundus happened not to want him, so I assented, though I also added that I was doing it as a favor. But here you 2 come today. It's quite true that his mother is sick, Zhou Rui's wife interceded. So, miss, do say yes to him also, and let him go. Be back as soon as it dawns tomorrow, Ping Er enjoined. Wait, I've got something for you to do, for you'll again sleep away and only turn up after the sun has blazed away on your buttocks. As you go now, give a message to Wang Er. Tell him that Our Lady bade you warn him that if he does not hand over the balance of the interest due by tomorrow, she won't have anything to do with him. So he'd better let her have it to meet her requirements and finish. The servant lad felt in high glee and exuberant spirits. Expressing his obedience, he walked off. Ping Er and her companions repaired then to old Lady Jia's apartments. Here the various young ladies from the Garden of Broad Vista were at the time assembled paying their respects to their grandmother. As soon as old goody Lü put her foot inside, she saw the room thronged with girls as seductive as twigs of flowers, waving to and fro, and so richly dressed as to look enveloped in pearls, and encircled with kingfisher ornaments. But she could not make out who they all were. Her gaze was, however, attracted by an old dame, reclining alone on a divan. Behind her sat a girl, a regular beauty, clothed in gauze, engaged in patting her legs. Lady Feng was on her feet in the act of cracking some joke. Old goody Lü readily concluded that it must be Dowager Lady Jia, so promptly pressing forward, she put on a forced smile and made several curtsies.
My obeisance to you, star of longevity, she said.
Old Lady Jia hastened on her part to bow and to inquire after her health. Then she asked Zhou Rui's wife to bring over a chair for her to take a seat. But Ban Er was still so very shy that he did not know how to make his obeisance. Venerable relative, Dowager Lady Jia asked, how old are you this year? Old goody Lü immediately rose to her feet.
I'm 75 this year,
she rejoined. So old and yet so hardy, old Lady Jia remarked, addressing herself to the party. Why, she's older than myself by several years. When I reach that age, I wonder whether I shall be able to move.
We people have,
old goody Lü smilingly resumed,
to put up from the moment we come into the world with ever so many hardships, while your venerable ladyship enjoys from your birth every kind of blessing. Were we also like this, there'd be no one to carry on that farming work. Are your eyes and teeth still good? Dowager Lady Jia went on to inquire. They're both still all right, old goody Lü replied. The left molars, however, have got rather shaky this year. As for me, I'm quite an old fossil, Dowager Lady Jia observed. I'm no good whatever. My eyesight is dim, my ears are deaf, my memory is gone. I can't even recollect any of you, old family connections. When therefore any of our relations come on a visit, I don't see them for fear lest I should be ridiculed. All I can manage to eat are a few mouthfuls of anything tender enough for my teeth, and I can just dose a bit, or, when I feel in low spirits, I distract myself a little with these grandsons and granddaughters of mine. That's all I'm good for. This is indeed your venerable ladyship's good fortune, old goody Lü smiled. We couldn't enjoy anything of the kind, much though we may long for it. What good fortune? Dowager Lady Jia exclaimed. I'm a useless old thing, no more. This remark made everyone explode into laughter. End of the Dream of the Red Chamber, Section 28. End of the Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Jolie. Chapter 39, Part 1. Section 29 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mara Bella.
The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 39, Part 2. Dowager Lady Jia also laughed. "I heard Our Lady Feng say a little while back," she added, "that you had brought a lot of squash and vegetables, and I told her to put them by at once. I had just been craving to have newly grown melons and vegetables, but those one buys outside are not as luscious as those produced in your farms."
"This is the rustic notion," old goody Liu laughed, "to entirely subsist on fresh things. Yet we long to have fish and meat for our fare, but we can't afford it."
"I've found a relative in you today," Dowager Lady Jia said, "so you shouldn't go empty-handed. If you don't despise this place as too mean, do stay a day or two before you start. We've also got a garden here, and this garden produces fruits too. You can taste some of them tomorrow and take a few along with you home in order to make it look like a visit to relatives." When Lady Feng saw how delighted old Lady Jia was with the prospects of the old dame's stay, she too lost no time in doing all she could to induce her to remain. "Our place here," she urged, "isn't, it's true, as spacious as your threshing floor, but as we've got 2 vacant rooms, you'd better put up in them for a couple of days, and choose some of your village news and old stories and recount them to our worthy senior."
"Now you, Vixen Feng," smiled Dowager Lady Jia,
"don't raise a laugh at her expense. She's only a countrywoman, and will an old dame like her stand any chaff from you?" While remonstrating with her, she bade a servant go, before attending to anything else, and pluck a few fruits. These she handed to Banar to eat, but Banar did not venture to touch them, conscious as he was of the presence of such a number of bystanders. So old Lady Jia gave orders that a few cash should be given him, and then directed the pages to take him outside to play. After sipping a cup of tea, old goody Liu began to relate, for the benefit of Dowager Lady Jia, a few of the occurrences she had seen or heard of in the country. These had the effect of putting old Lady Jia in a more exuberant frame of mind. But in the midst of her narration, a servant, at Lady Feng's insistence, asked goody Liu to go and have her evening meal. Dowager Lady Jia then picked out, as well, several kinds of eatables from her own repast, and charged someone to take them to goody Liu to feast on. But the consciousness that the old dame had taken her senior's fancy induced Lady Feng to send her back again as soon as she had taken some refreshments. On her arrival, Yuan Yang hastily deputed a matron to take goody Liu to have a bath. She herself then went and selected 2 pieces of ordinary clothes, and these she entrusted to a servant to hand to the old dame to change. Goody Liu had hitherto not set eyes upon any such grand things, so with eagerness she effected the necessary alterations in her costume. This over, she made her appearance outside, and, sitting in front of the divan occupied by Dowager Lady Jia, she went on to narrate as many stories as she could recall to mind. Pao-yü and his cousins, too, were, at the time, assembled in the room, and, as they had never before heard anything the like of what she said, they, of course, thought her tales more full of zest than those related by itinerant blind storytellers. Old goody Liu was, albeit a rustic person, gifted by nature with a good deal of discrimination. She was besides advanced in years, and had gone through many experiences in her lifetime. So when she, in the first place, saw how extremely delighted old lady Jia was with her, and, in the second, how eager the whole crowd of young lads and lasses were to listen to what fell from her mouth, she even invented, when she found her own stock exhausted, a good many yarns to recount to them.
What with all the sowing we have to do in our fields, and the vegetables we have to plant, she consequently proceeded, have we ever in our village any leisure to sit with lazy hands from year to year and day to day, no matter whether it's spring, summer, autumn, or winter, whether it blows or whether it rains? Yea, day after day, all that we can do is to turn the bare road into a kind of pavilion to rest and cool ourselves on. But what strange things don't we see? Last winter, for instance, snow fell for several consecutive days, and it piled up on the ground 3 or 4 feet deep. One day I got up early, but I hadn't as yet gone out of the door of our house when I heard outside the noise of firewood being moved. I fancied that someone must have come to steal it, so I crept up to a hole in the window. But lo, I discovered that it was no one from our own village. It must have been, interposed Dowager Lady Jia, some wayfarers who, being smitten with the cold, took some of the firewood they saw ready at hand to go and make a fire and warm themselves with. That's highly probable. It was no wayfarers at all, old goody Liu retorted, smiling. And that's what makes the story so strange. Who do you think it was, venerable star of longevity? It was really a most handsome girl of 17 or 18, whose hair was combed as smooth as if oil had been poured over it. She was dressed in a deep red jacket, a white silk petticoat. When she reached this part of her narrative, suddenly became audible the voices of people bawling outside. "It's nothing much," they shouted. "Don't frighten our old mistress." Dowager Lady Jia and the other inmates caught, however, their cries and hurriedly inquired what had happened. A servant maid explained in reply that a fire had broken out in the stables in the southern court, but that there was no danger, as the flames had been suppressed. Their old grandmother was a person with very little nerve. The moment, therefore, the report fell on her ear, she jumped up with all dispatch, and, leaning on one of the family, she rushed on to the veranda to ascertain the state of things. At the sight of the still brilliant light shed by the flames on the southeast part of the compound, old Lady Jia was plunged in consternation, and invoking Buddha, she went on to shout to the servants to go and burn incense before the god of fire. Madame Wang and the rest of the members of the household lost no time in crossing over in a body to see how she was getting on. "The fire has already been extinguished," they too assured her. "Please, dear ancestor, repair into your rooms." But it was only after old Lady Jia had seen the light of the flames entirely subside that she at length led the whole company indoors.
"What was that girl up to? Taking the firewood in that heavy fall of snow?"
Pao-yü thereupon vehemently inquired of goody Liu.
"What if she had got frostbitten and fallen ill?"
"It was the reference made recently to the firewood that was being abstracted," his grandmother Jia said, "that brought about this fire. And do you still go on asking more about it?" Leave this story alone and tell us something else." Hearing this reminder, Pao-yü felt constrained to drop the subject, much against his wishes, and old goody Liu forthwith thought of something else to tell them.
"In our village," she resumed, "and on the eastern side of our farmstead, there lives an old dame whose age is, this year, over 90. She goes in daily for fasting and worshipping Buddha. Who'd have thought it? She so moved the pity of the goddess of mercy that she gave her this message in a dream. It was at one time ordained that you should have no posterity, but as you have proved so devout, I have now memorialized the pearly emperor to grant you a grandson. The fact is, this old dame had one son. This son had two, an only son, but he died after they had with great difficulty managed to rear him to the age of 17 or 18. And what tears didn't they shed for him? But, in course of time, another son was actually born to him. He is this year just 13 or 14, resembles a very ball of flour, so plump is he, and is clever and sharp to an exceptional degree. So this is indeed a clear proof that those spirits and gods do exist."
This long tirade proved to be in harmony with Dowager Lady Da's and Madame Wang's secret convictions on the subject. Even Madame Wang therefore listened to every word with all profound attention. Pao-yü, however, was so preoccupied with the story about the stolen firewood that he fell in a brown study and gave way to conjectures.
"Yesterday,"
Tan Chun at this point remarked,
"we put Cousin Shi to a lot of trouble and inconvenience, so when we get back, we must consult about convening a meeting, and while returning her entertainment, we can also invite our venerable ancestor to come and admire the chrysanthemums. What do you think of this?"
"Our worthy senior," smiled Pao-yü, "has intimated that she means to give a banquet to return Cousin Shi's hospitality, and to ask us to do the honors. Let's wait, therefore, until we partake of grandmother's collation, before we issue our own invitations. There will be ample time then to do so."
"The later it gets, the cooler the weather becomes," Tan Chun observed, "and our dear senior is not likely to enjoy herself."
"Grandmother," added Pao-yü, "is also fond of rain and snow, so wouldn't it be as well to wait until the first fall, and then ask her to come and look at the snow? This will be better, won't it? And were we to recite our verses with snow about us, it will be ever so much more fun."
"To hum verses in the snow," Lin Tai-yü speedily demurred with a smile, "won't, in my idea, be half as nice as building up a heap of firewood and then stealing it with the flakes playing about us. This will be by far more enjoyable." This proposal made Pao-ch'ai and the others laugh. Pao-yü cast a glance at her, but made no reply. But in a short time the company broke up. Pao-yü eventually gave old goody Liu a tug on the sly, and plied her with minute questions as to who the girl was. The old dame was placed under the necessity of fabricating something for his benefit.
"The truth is," she said, "that there stands on the north bank of the ditch in our village a small ancestral hall, in which offerings are made, but not to spirits or gods. There was in former days some official or other—"
While speaking, she went on to try and recollect his name and surname.
No matter about names or surnames, Pao-yü expostulated. There's no need for you to recall them to memory. Just mention the facts. They'll be enough.
This official,
Old goody Liu resumed.
had no son. His offspring consisted of one young daughter, who went under the name of Yu, like jade. She could read and write, and was doted upon by this official and his consort, just as if she were a precious jewel. But, unfortunately, when this young lady, Yu, grew up to be 17, she contracted some disease and died.
When these words fell on Pao-yü's ears, he stamped his foot and heaved a sigh.
What happened after that?
He then asked. Old goody Liu pursued her story.
So incessantly, she continued, did this official and his consort think of their child, that they raised this ancestral hall, erected a clay image of their young daughter Yu in it, and appointed someone to burn incense and trim the fires. But so many days and years have now elapsed that the people themselves are no more alive, the temple is in decay, and the image itself is become a spirit.
It hasn't become a spirit, remonstrated Pao-yü with vehemence. Human beings of this kind may, the rule is, die, yet they are not dead.
Oh, me tofu!
Ejaculated old goody Liu.
Is it really so? Had you, sir, not enlightened us, we would have remained under the impression that she had become a spirit. But she repeatedly transforms herself into a human being, and there she roams about in every village, farmstead, inn, and roadside. And the one I mentioned just now, as having taken the firewood, is that very girl. The villagers in our place are still consulting with the idea of breaking this clay image and razing the temple to the ground.
Be quick and dissuade them, eagerly exclaimed Pao-yü. Were they to raze the temple to the ground, their crime won't be small.
It's lucky that you told me, sir,
Old goody Liu added.
When I get back tomorrow, I'll make them relinquish the idea and finish.
Our venerable senior and my mother,
Pao-yü pursued,
are both charitable persons. In fact, all the inmates of our family, whether old or young, do, in like manner, delight in good deeds, and take pleasure in distributing alms. Their greatest relish is to repair temples, and to put up images to the spirits. So tomorrow I'll make a subscription and collect a few donations for you, and you can then act as incense burner. When sufficient money has been raised, this fane can be repaired, and another clay image put up. And month by month, I'll give you incense and fire money to enable you to burn joss sticks. Won't this be a good thing for you?
In that case,
old goody Liu rejoined,
I shall, thanks to that young lady's good fortune, have also a few cash to spend.
Pao-yü thereupon likewise wanted to know what the name of the place was, the name of the village, how far it was there and back, and whereabout the temple was situated. Old goody Liu replied to his questions by telling him every idle thought that came first to her lips. Pao-yü, however, credited the information she gave him, and, on his return to his rooms, he exercised the whole night his mind with building castles in the air. On the morrow, as soon as daylight dawned, he speedily stepped out of his room, and, handing Bei Ming several hundreds of cash, he bade him proceed first in the direction and to the place specified by old goody Liu, and clearly ascertain every detail, so as to enable him, on his return from his errand, to arrive at a suitable decision to carry out his purpose. After Bei Ming's departure, Pao-yü continued on pins and needles and on the tiptoe of expectation. Into such a pitch of excitement did he work himself that he felt like an ant in a burning pan. With suppressed impatience, he waited and waited until sunset. At last, then, he perceived Bei Ming walk in high glee.
"Have you discovered the place?"
hastily inquired Pao-yü.
Master,
Bei Ming laughed.
you didn't catch distinctly the directions given you, and you made me search in a nice way. The name of the place and the bearings can't be those you gave me, sir. That is why I've had to hunt about the whole day long. I prosecuted my inquiries up to the very ditch on the northeast side, before I eventually found a ruined temple.
Upon hearing the result of his researches, Pao-yü was much gratified. His very eyebrows distended, his eyes laughed.
"Old goody Liu," he said with eagerness, "is a person well up in years, and she may at the moment have remembered wrong. It's very likely she did. But recount to me what you saw."
The door of that temple,
Bei Ming explained,
really faces south and is all in a tumble-down condition. I searched and searched till I was driven to utter despair. As soon, however, as I caught sight of it, "That's right!" I shouted, and promptly walked in. But I at once discovered a clay figure, which gave me such a fearful start that I scampered out again, for it looked as much alive as if it were a real living being.
Pao-yü smiled, full of joy. "It can metamorphose itself into a human being," he observed, "so of course it has more or less a lifelike appearance."
"Was it ever a girl?"
Bei Ming rejoined, clapping his hands.
"Why, it was, in fact, no more than a green-faced and red-haired god of plagues."
Pao-yü, at this answer, spat at him contemptuously. "You are, in very truth, a useless fool!" he cried. "Haven't you even enough gumption for such a trifling job as this?"
"What book, I wonder, have you been reading, master?"
Bei Ming continued.
"Or you may, perhaps, have heard someone prattle a lot of trash and believed it as true. You send me on this sort of wild goose chase and make me go and knock my head about, and how can you ever say that I'm good for nothing?"
Pao-yü did not fail to notice that he was in a state of exasperation, so he lost no time in trying to calm him. "Don't be impatient," he urged. "You can go again some other day, when you've got nothing to attend to, and institute further inquiries. If it turns out that she has hoodwinked us, why, there will, naturally, be no such thing. But if, verily, there is, won't you also lay up for yourself a store of good deeds? I shall feel it my duty to reward you in a most handsome manner." As he spoke, he espied a servant lad, on service at the second gate, approach and report to him.
"The young ladies in our venerable ladyship's apartments are standing at the threshold of the second gate and looking out for you, Mr. Secundus."
But as, reader, you are not aware what they were on the lookout to tell him, the subsequent chapter will explain it for you. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 40, Part 1. The Venerable Lady Xi attends a second banquet in the garden of Broad Vista. Jing Yuanyang 3 times promulgates by means of dominoes the order to quote passages from old writers. As soon as Pao-yü, we will now explain, heard what the lad told him, he rushed with eagerness inside. When he came to look about him, he discovered Hu Po standing in front of the screen. "Be quick and go," she urged. "They are waiting to speak to you." Pao-yü wended his way into the drawing rooms. Here he found Dowager Lady Jia consulting with Madame Wang and the whole body of young ladies about the return feast to be given to Xi Qiangyuan. "I've got a plan to suggest," he consequently interposed. "As there are to be no outside guests, the eatables, too, should not be limited to any kind or number. A few of such dishes as have ever been to the liking of any of us should be fixed upon and prepared for the occasion. Neither should any banquet be spread, but a high teapot can be placed in front of each, with 1 or 2 things to suit our particular tastes, besides a painter box with partitions and a decanter. Won't this be an original way?" "Capital!" shouted old Lady Jia. "Go and tell the people in the cookhouse," she forthwith ordered a servant, "to get ready tomorrow such dishes as we relish, and to put them in as many boxes as there will be people, and bring them over. We can have breakfast too in the garden." But while they were deliberating, the time came to light the lamps. Nothing of any note transpired the whole night. The next day they got up at early dawn. The weather fortunately was beautifully clear. Li Wen turned out of bed at daybreak. She was engaged in watching the old matrons and servant girls sweeping the fallen leaves, rubbing the tables and chairs, and preparing the tea and wine vessels, when she perceived Feng Er usher in old goody Liu and Peng Er. "You're very busy, our senior lady," they said. "I told you that you wouldn't manage to start yesterday," Li Wen smiled. "But you were in a hurry to get away." "Your worthy old lady," goody Liu replied laughingly, "wouldn't let me go. She wanted me to enjoy myself too for a day before I went." Feng Er then produced several large and small keys. "Our mistress Lian says," she remarked, "that she fears that the high teapots which are out are not enough, and she thinks it would be as well to open the loft and take out those that are put away and use them for a day. Our lady should really have come and seen to it in person, but as she has something to tell Madame Wang, she begs your ladyship to open the place and get a few servants to bring them out." Li Wen there and then told Xu Yuan to take the keys. She also bade a matron go out and call a few servant boys from those on duty at the second gate. When they came, Li Wen remained in the lower story of the dark one loft, and looking up, she ordered the servants to go and open the Xueqin Hall and to bring the teapots one by one. The young servant lads, matrons, and servant maids then set to work in a body and carried down over 20 of them. "Be careful with them," shouted Li Wen. "Don't be bustling about just as if you were being pursued by ghosts. Mind you don't break the tenants." Turning her head round, "Old dame," she observed, addressing herself smilingly to goody Liu, "go upstairs too, and have a look." Old goody Liu was longing to satisfy her curiosity, so as the bare mention of the permission, she uttered just one word, "Come," and, dragging Peng Er along, she trudged up the stairs. On her arrival inside, she espied, pile upon pile, a whole heap of screens, tables, and chairs, painted lanterns of different sizes, and other similar articles. She could not, it is true, make out the use of the various things, but at the sight of so many colors, of such finery, and of the unusual beauty of each article, she muttered time after time, the name of Buddha, and then forthwith wended her way downstairs. Subsequently, the servants locked the doors and every one of them came down. I fancy, cried Li Wen, that our dowager lady will feel disposed to go on the water. So you'd better also get the poles, oars, and awnings for the boats and keep them in readiness. The servants expressed their obedience. Once more they unlocked the doors and carried down everything required. She then bade the lad notify the boatwomen, go to the dock, and punt out 2 boats. But while all this bustle was going on, they discovered that Dowager Lady Jia had already arrived at the head of a whole company of people. Li Wen promptly went up to greet them. Dear venerable senior, she smiled, you must be in good spirits to have come in here. Imagining that you hadn't as yet combed your hair, I just plucked a few chrysanthemums, meaning to send them to you. While she spoke, Bie at once presented to her a jadeite tray, of the size of a lotus leaf, containing twigs cut from every species of chrysanthemum. Old Lady Jia selected a cluster of deep red and pinned it in her hair about her temples. But turning round, she noticed old Goody Liu. Come over here, she vehemently cried with a smile, and put on a few flowers. Scarcely was this remark concluded than Lady Feng dragged Goody Liu forward. Let me deck you up, she laughed. With these words, she seized a whole plate full of flowers and stuck them 3 this way, 4 that way, all over her head. Old Lady Jia and the whole party were greatly amused, so much so that they could not check themselves. I wonder, shouted Goody Liu, smiling, what blessings I have brought upon my head that such honors are conferred upon it today. Don't you yet pull them away, they all laughed, and chucked them in her face. She has got you up in such a way as to make a regular old elf of you. I am an old hag, I admit, Goody Liu pursued with a laugh, but when I was young, I too was pretty and fond of flowers and powder. But the best thing I can do now is to keep to such fineries as befit my advanced age. While they bandied words, they reached the Jingfeng Pavilion. The waiting maids brought a large embroidered rug and spread it over the planks of the divan near the balustrade. On this rug, Dowager Lady Jia sat, with her back leaning against the railing, and inviting Goody Liu to also take a seat next to her. Is this garden nice or not? She asked her. Old Goody Liu invoked Buddha several times. We country people, she rejoined, do invariably come at the close of each year into the city and buy pictures and stick them about. And frequently do we find ourselves in our leisure moments wondering how we too could manage to get into the pictures and walk about the scenes they represent. I presumed that those pictures were purely and simply fictitious, for how could there be any such places in reality? But, contrary to my expectations, I found as soon as I entered this garden today and had a look about it, that it was, after all, 100 times better than these very pictures. But if only I could get someone to make me a sketch of this garden to take home with me and let them see it, so that when we die, we may have reaped some benefits. Upon catching the wish she expressed, Dowager Lady Jia pointed at Si Chun. Look at that young granddaughter of mine, she smiled. She's got the knack of drawing. So what do you say to my asking her tomorrow to make a picture for you? This suggestion filled Goody Liu with enthusiasm, and speedily crossing over, she clasped Si Chun's in her arms. My dear miss, she cried, so young in years and yet so pretty, and so accomplished too. Mayn't you be a spirit come to life? After old Lady Jia had had a little rest, she in person took Goody Liu and showed her everything there was to be seen. First, they visited the Xiaoxiang Lodge. The moment they stepped into the entrance, A narrow avenue, flanked on either side with kingfisher-like green bamboos, met their gaze. The earth below was turfed all over with moss. In the center extended a tortuous road paved with pebbles. Goody Liu left Dowager Lady Jia and the party walk on the raised road, while she herself stepped on the earth. But Wu Po tugged at her. "Come up, old dame, and walk here," she exclaimed. "Mind the fresh moss is slippery and you might fall." "I don't mind it," answered Goody Liu. "We people are accustomed to walking on such slippery things. So, young ladies, please proceed, and to look after your embroidered shoes. Don't splash them with mud." But while bent upon talking with those who kept on the raised road, she unawares reached a spot which was actually slippery, and with a sound of "kutong," she tumbled over. The whole company clapped their hands and laughed boisterously. "You young wenches," shouted out Dowager Lady Jia, "don't you yet raise her up, but stand by giggling?" This reprimand was still being uttered when Goody Liu had already crawled up. She too was highly amused. "Just as my mouth was bragging," she observed, "I got a whack on the lips." "Have you perchance twisted your waist?" inquired old Lady Jia. "Tell the servant girls to pet it for you." "What an idea!" retorted Goody Liu. "Am I so delicate? What date ever goes by without my tumbling down a couple of times? And if I had to be petted every time, wouldn't it be dreadful?" Zizhuan had at an early period raised a speckled bamboo portiere. Dowager Lady Jia and her companions entered and seated themselves. Lin Tai-yü, with her own hands, took a small tray and came to present a covered cup of tea to her grandmother. "We won't have any tea," Madame Wang interposed. "So, miss, you needn't pour any." Lin Tai-yü, hearing this, bade a waiting maid fetch the chair from under the window where she herself often sat, and, moving it to the lower side, she pressed Madame Wang into it. But Goody Liu caught sight of the pencils and ink slabs lying on a table placed next to the window, and espied the bookcase piled up to the utmost with books. "This must surely," the old dame ejaculated, "be some young gentleman's study." "This is the room of this granddaughter-in-law of mine," Dowager Lady Jia explained, smilingly pointing to Tai-yü. Goody Liu scrutinized Lin Tai-yü with intentness for a while. "Is this anything like a young lady's private room?" she then observed with a smile. "Why, in very deed, it's superior to any first-class library." "How is it I don't see Pao-yü?" his grandmother Jia went on to inquire. "He's in the boat, on the pond," the waiting maids with one voice returned for answer. "Who also got the boats ready?" old Lady Jia asked. "The loft was open just now, so they were taken out," Li Wen said, "and as I thought that you might, venerable senior, feel inclined to have a row, I got everything ready." After listening to this explanation, Dowager Lady Jia was about to pass some remark, but someone came and reported to her that Mrs. Hsüeh had arrived. No sooner had old Lady Jia and the others sprung to their feet than they noticed that Mrs. Hsüeh had already made her appearance. While taking a seat, "Your venerable ladyship," she smiled, "must be in capital spirits today to have come at this early hour. It's only this very minute that I proposed that anyone who came late should be fined." Dowager Lady Jia laughed. "And who'd have thought it? Here you, Mrs. Hsüeh, arrive late." After they had indulged in good-humored raillery for a time, old Lady Jia's attention was attracted by the faded color of the gauze on the windows, and she addressed herself to Madame Wang. "This gauze," she said, "may have been nice enough when it was newly pasted, but after a time nothing remained of kingfisher green. In this court, too, there are no peach or apricot trees, and these bamboos already are green in themselves. So were this shade of green gauze to be put up again, it would, instead of improving matters, not harmonize with the surroundings. I remember that we had at one time 4 or 5 kinds of colored gauzes for sticking on windows. So give her some tomorrow to change that on there. When I opened the store yesterday, hastily put in Lady Feng, I noticed that there were still in those boxes, made of large planks, several rows of cicada wing gauze of silvery red color. There were also several rows with designs of twigs of flowers of every kind, several with the rolling clouds and beds pattern, and several with figures representing hundreds of butterflies interspersed among flowers. The colors of all these were fresh and the gauze supple, but I failed to see anything of the kind you speak of. Were 2 rows taken from those I referred to, and a couple of bed covers of embroidered gauze made out of them? They would, I fancy, be a pretty sight. "Pay," laughed old Lady Chia. "Everyone says that there's nothing you haven't gone through, and nothing you haven't seen. And don't you even know what this gauze is? Will you again brag by and by after this?" Mrs. Hsüeh and all the others smiled. "She may have gone through a good deal," they remarked, "but how can she ever presume to pit herself against an old lady like you? So why don't you, venerable senior, tell her what it is so that we too may be edified?" Lady Feng too gave a smile. "My dear ancestor," she pleaded, "do tell me what it is like." Dowager Lady Chia thereupon proceeded to enlighten Mrs. Hsüeh and the whole company. "That gauze is older in years than any one of you," she said. "It isn't therefore to be wondered if you make a mistake and take it for cicada wing gauze. But it really bears some resemblance to it, so much so indeed that anyone not knowing the difference would imagine it to be the cicada wing gauze. Its true name, however, is soft smoke silk." "This is also a nice sounding name," Lady Feng agreed, "but up to the age I've reached, I've never heard of any such designation, in spite of the many hundreds of specimens of gauzes and silks I've seen." "How long can you have lived?" old Lady Chia added smilingly, "and how many kinds of things can you have met, that you indulge in this tall talk? Of this soft smoke silk, there only exist 4 kinds of colors. The one is red-blue, the other is roseate, the other pine green, the other silvery red, and it's because when made into curtains or stuck on window frames, it looks from far like smoke or mist that it is called soft smoke silk. The silvery red is also called roseate shadow gauze. Among the gauzes used in the present day in the palace above, there are none so supple and rich, light and closely woven as this. Not to speak of that girl Feng not having seen it." Mrs. Hsüeh laughed. "Why, even I have never so much as heard anything of it." While the conversation proceeded in this strain, Lady Feng soon directed a servant to fetch a roll. "Now, isn't this the kind?" Dowager Lady Chia exclaimed. "At first, we simply had it stuck on the window frames, but we subsequently used it for covers and curtains, just for a trial, and really they were splendid. So you had better tomorrow try and find several rolls and take some of the silvery red one and have it fixed on the windows for her." While Lady Feng promised to attend to her commission, the party scrutinized it and unanimously extolled it with effusion. Old Goody Liu, too, strained her eyes and examined it, and her lips incessantly muttered Buddha's name. "We couldn't," she ventured, "afford to make clothes of such stuff, much though we may long to do so, and won't it be a pity to use it for sticking on windows?" "But it doesn't, after all, look well when made into clothes," old Lady Chia explained. Lady Feng hastily pulled out the lapel of the deep red brocaded gauze jacket she had on, and facing Dowager Lady Chia and Mrs. Hsüeh, "Look at this jacket of mine," she remarked. "This is also of first-rate quality." Old Lady Chia and Mrs. Hsüeh rejoined, This is nowadays made in the palace for imperial use, but it can't possibly come up to this. It's such thin stuff, Lady Feng observed. And do you still say that it was made in the palace for imperial use? Why, it doesn't, in fact, compare favorably with even this, which is worn by officials. You'd better search again, old Lady Chia urged. I believe there must be more of it. If there be, bring it all out, and give this old relative Liu a couple of rolls. Should there be any red blue, I'll make a curtain to hang up. What remains can be matched with some lining, and cut into a few double waistcoats for the waiting maids to wear. It would be sheer waste to keep these things, as they will be spoilt by the damp. Lady Feng vehemently acquiesced, after which she told a servant to take the gauze away. These rooms are so small, large Lady Chia then observed, smiling. We had better go elsewhere for a stroll. Everyone says, old Goody Liu put in, that big people live in big houses. When I saw yesterday your main apartments, large lady, with all those large boxes, immense presses, big tables, and spacious beds to match, they did, indeed, present an imposing sight. Those presses are larger than our whole house. Yeah, loftier too. But strange to say there were ladders in the back court. They don't also, I thought, go up to the housetops to sun things? So what can they keep those ladders in readiness for? Well, after that I remembered that they must be required for opening the presses to take out or put in things. And that without those ladders, how could one ever reach that height? But now that I've also seen these small rooms, more luxuriously got up than the large ones, and full of various articles, also fascinating and hardly even known to me by name, I feel, the more I feast my eyes on them, the more unable to tear myself away from them. There are other things still better than this, Lady Feng added. I'll take you to see them all. Saying this, they straightway left the Xiaoshan lodge. From a distance, they spied a whole crowd of people punting the boats in the lake. As they've got the boats ready, old Lady Chia proposed, we may as well go and have a row in them. As she uttered this suggestion, they wended their steps along the particularly-covered bank of the Purple Lily Isle. But before reaching the lake, they perceived several matrons advancing that way with large multicolored boxes in their hands, made all alike of twisted wire and inlaid with gold. Lady Feng hastened to inquire of Madame Wang where breakfast was to be served. Ask our venerable senior, Madame Wang replied, and let them lay it whatever she pleases. Old Lady Chia overheard her answer, and turning her head round, Miss Tertia, she said, take the servants and make them lay breakfast wherever you think best. We'll get into the boats from here. Upon catching her senior's wishes, Lady Feng retraced her footsteps, and accompanied by Li Wen, Tan Chun, Yuan Yang, and Hu Po, she led off the servants, carrying the eatables and other domestics, and came by the nearest way to the Qiushan library, where they arranged the tables in the Xiao Cui hall. We daily say that whenever the gentlemen outside have anything to drink or eat, they invariably have someone who can raise a laugh and whom they can chaff for fun's sake. Yuan Yang smiled. So let's also today get a female family companion. Li Wen, being a person full of kindly feelings, did not fathom the insinuation, though it did not escape her ear. Lady Feng, however, thoroughly understood that she alluded to old Goody Liu. Let us too, today, she smilingly remarked, chaff her for a bit of fun. These two then began to mature their plans. Li Wen chided them with a smile. You people, she said, don't know even how to perform the least good acts. But you are not small children any more. And are you still up to these pranks? Mind, our venerable ancestor might call you to task. That has nothing whatever to do with you, senior lady. Yuan Yang laughed. is my own lookout." These words were still on her lips when she saw Dowager Lady Chia and the rest of the company arrive. They each sat where and how they pleased. First and foremost, a waiting maid brought 2 trays of tea. After tea, Lady Feng laid hold of a napkin made of foreign cloth, in which were wrapped a handful of black wood chopsticks, encircled with 3 rings of inlaid silver, and distributed them on the tables, in the order in which they were placed. "Bring the small hardwood table over," old Lady Chia then exclaimed, "and let our relative Liu sit next to me here." No sooner did the servants hear her order than they hurried to move the table to where she wanted it. Lady Feng, during this interval, made a sign with her eye to Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang there and then dragged goody Liu out of the hall and began to impress in a low tone of voice various things on her mind. "This is the custom which prevails in our household," she proceeded, "and if you disregard it, we'll have a laugh at your expense." Having arranged everything she had in view, they at length returned to their places. Mrs. Hsüeh had come over after her meal, so she simply seated herself on one side and sipped her tea. Dowager Lady Chia with Pao-yü, Xiangyun, Tai-yü, and Pao-ch'ai sat at one table. Madame Wang took the girls, Ying-chun, and her sisters, and occupied one table. Old goody Liu took a seat at the table next to Dowager Lady Chia. Heretofore, while their old mistress had her repast, a young servant maid usually stood by her to hold the finger bowl, yak brush, napkin, and other such accessories. But Yuan Yang did not of late fulfill any of these duties, so when on this occasion she deliberately seized the yak brush and came over and flapped it about, the servant girls concluded that she was bent upon playing some tricks upon goody Liu, and they readily withdrew and let her have her way. While Yuan Yang attended to her self-imposed duties, she winked at the old dame. "Miss," goody Liu exclaimed, "set your mind at ease." Goody Liu sat down at the table and took up the chopsticks, but so heavy and clumsy did she find them that she could not handle them conveniently. The fact is that Lady Feng and Yuan Yang had put their heads together and decided to only assign to goody Liu a pair of antiquated 4-cornered ivory chopsticks inlaid with gold. "These faults," shouted goody Liu, after scrutinizing them, "are heavier than the very iron lever over at my place. However can I move them about?" This remark had the effect of making everyone explode into a fit of laughter, but a married woman standing in the center of the room, with a box in her hands, attracted their gaze. A waiting maid went up to her and removed the cover of the box. Its contents were 2 bowls of eatables. Liu Wen took one of these and placed it on Dowager Lady Chia's table, while Lady Feng chose the bowl with pigeon's eggs and put it on goody Liu's table. "Please commence," Dowager Lady Chia uttered from the near side, where she sat. Goody Liu at this speedily sprung to her feet. Oh Liu," she roared with a loud voice. "Your eating capacity is as big as that of a buffalo. You've got like an old sow and can't raise your head up." Then, puffing out her cheeks, she added not a word. The whole party was at first taken quite aback, but as soon as they heard the drift of her remarks, everyone, both high as well as low, began to laugh boisterously. Xiangyun found it so difficult to restrain herself that she spurted out the tea she had in her mouth. Lin Tai-yü indulged in such laughter that she was quite out of breath, and, propping herself up on the table, she kept on ejaculating, "Ayo!" Pao-yü rolled into his grandmother's lap. The old lady herself was so amused that she clasped Pao-yü in her embrace and gave way to endearing epithets. Madame Wang laughed and pointed at Lady Feng with her finger, but as for saying a word, she could not. Mrs. Hsüeh had much difficulty in curbing her mirth, and she sputtered the tea with which her mouth was full, all over Tan Chun's petticoat. Tan Chun threw the contents of the teacup she held in her hand over Ying Chun, while Si Chun quitted her seat and, pulling her nurse away, bade her rub her stomach for her. Below, among the lower seats, there was not one who was not with bent waist and doubled up back. Some retired to a corner and, squatting down, laughed away. Others suppressed their laughter and came up and changed the clothes of their young mistresses. Lady Feng and Yuan Yang were the only ones who kept their countenance. Still, they continued helping old goody Liu do food. Old goody Liu took up the chopsticks. "Even the chickens in this place are fine," Su went on to add, pretending she did not hear what was going on. "The eggs they lay are small, but so dainty. How very pretty they are. Let me help myself to one." The company has just managed to check themselves, but the moment these words fell on their ears, they started again with their laughter. Old Lady Jia laughed to such an extent that tears streamed from her eyes, and so little could she bear the strain any longer that Hu Po stood behind her and petted her. "This must be the work of that vixen Feng," Old Lady Jia laughed. "She has ever been up to tricks like a very imp. So be quick and disbelieve all her yarns." Goody Liu was in the act of praising the eggs as small yet dainty when Lady Feng interposed with a smile. "They're one tael each. Be quick and taste them," she said. "They're not nice when they get cold." Goody Liu forthwith stretched out the chopsticks with the intent of catching one, but how could she manage to do so? They rolled and rolled in the bowl for ever so long, and it was only after extreme difficulty that she succeeded in shoving one up. Extending her neck forward, she was about to put it in her mouth when it slipped down again and rolled on to the floor. She hastily banged down the chopsticks and was going herself to pick it up, when a servant who stood below got hold of it and took it out of the room. Goody Liu heaved a sigh. "A tail," she soliloquized, "and here it goes without a sound." Everyone had long ago abandoned all idea of eating, and gazing at her, they enjoyed the fun. "Who has now brought out these chopsticks again?" Old Lady Jia went on to ask. "We haven't invited any strangers or spread any large banquet. It must be that vixen Feng who gave them out. But don't you yet change them?" The servants standing on the floor below had indeed had no hand in getting those ivory chopsticks. They had, in fact, been brought by Lady Feng and Yuan Yang. But when they heard these remarks, they hurried to put them away and to change them for a pair similar to those used by the others, made of black wood inlaid with silver. "They've taken away the gold ones," old Goody Liu shouted, "and here come silver ones. But after all, they are not as handy as those we use." "Should there be any poison in the viands," Lady Feng observed, "you can detect it as soon as this silver is dipped into them." "If there is poison in such viands as these," old Goody Liu added, "why those of ours must be all arsenic. But though it be the death of me, I'll swallow every morsel." Seeing how amusing the old woman was, and with what relish she devoured her food, elder Lady Jia took her own dishes and passed them over to her. She then likewise bade an old matron take various viands and put them in a bowl for Peng Er. But presently the repast was concluded, and old Lady Jia and all the other inmates adjourned into Tan Chun's bedroom for a chat. The remnants were, meanwhile, cleared away, and fresh tables were laid. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 40, Part 2. Old Goody Liu watched Li Wen and Lady Feng sit opposite each other and eat. Putting everything else aside, she sighed, "What most takes my fancy is the way things are done in your mansion. It isn't to be wondered at that the adage has it that propriety originates from great families." "Don't be too touchy," Lady Feng hastily smiled. "We all make fun of you just now." But barely had she done speaking when Yuan Yang too walked in. "Oh, Goody Liu," she said laughingly, "don't be angry. I tender you my apologies, venerable dame." "What are you saying, miss?" Old Goody Liu rejoined, smiling. "We've caused our dowager lady to get a little distraction, and what reason is there to be angry? From the very first moment you spoke to me, I knew at once that it was intended to afford merriment to you all. Had I been angry at heart, I wouldn't have gone so far as to say what I did." Yuan Yang then blew up the servants. "Why," she shouted, "don't you pour a cup of tea for the old dame?" "That sister-in-law," promptly explained old Goody Liu, "gave me a cup a little while back. I've had it already. But you, miss, must also have something to eat." Lady Feng dragged Yuan Yang into a seat. "Have your meal with us," she said. "You'll thus save another fuss by and by." Yuan Yang readily seated herself. The matrons came up and added to the number of bowls and chopsticks, and the trio went through their meal. "From all I see," smiled Goody Liu, "you people eat just a little and finish. It's lucky you don't feel the pangs of hunger. But it isn't astonishing if a whiff of wind can puff you over." "A good many eatables remained over the day. Where are they all gone to?" Yuan Yang inquired. "They haven't as yet been apportioned," the matrons responded. "They're kept in here until they can be given in a lump to them to eat." "They can't get through so many things," Yuan Yang resumed. "You had as well therefore choose 2 bowls and send them over to that girl Ping in your mistress Secunda's rooms." "She has had her repast long ago," Lady Feng put in. "There is no need to give her any." "With what she can't eat herself," Yuan Yuan continued, "she can feed the cats." At these words, a matron lost no time in selecting 2 sorts of eatables, and taking the box, she went to take them over. "Where's Shu Yuan gone to?" Yuan Yuan asked. "They're all in here, having their meal together," Li Wen replied. "What do you want her for again?" "Well, in that case, never mind," Yuan Yuan answered. "Zheren isn't here," Lady Feng observed, "so tell someone to take her a few things." Yuan Yuan, hearing this, directed a servant to send her also a few eatables. "Have the partition boxes been filled with wine for, by and by?" Yuan Yang went on to ask the matrons. "They'll be ready, I think, in a little while," a matron explained. "Hurry them up a bit," Yuan Yang added. The matron signified her assent. Lady Feng and her friends then came into Tan Chun's apartments, where they found the ladies chatting and laughing. Tan Chun had ever shown an inclination for plenty of room. Hence, that suite of 3 apartments had never been partitioned. In the center was placed a large table of rosewood and dali marble. On this table were laid in a heap every kind of copy slips written by persons of note, several tens of variable ink slabs, and various specimens of tubes and receptacles for pens figured also about, the pens in which were as thickly packed as trees in a forest. On the off side stood a flower bowl from the Ru kiln, as large as a bushel measure. In it was placed, till it was quite full, a bunch of white chrysanthemums, in appearance like crystal balls. In the middle of the west wall was suspended a large picture representing vapor and rain, the handiwork of Mi Xiangyang. On the left and right of this picture was hung a pair of antithetical scrolls, the autograph of Yan Lu. The lines on these scrolls were, "Wild scenes are to the taste of those who leisure love, and springs and rookeries are their rustic resort." On a table figured a large tripod. On the left stood on a blackwood cabinet a huge bowl from a renowned government kiln. This bowl contained about 10 Buddha's hands of beautiful yellow and fine proportions. On the right was suspended on a Japanese lacquered frame a white jade sonorous plate. Its shape resembled two eyes, one by the side of the other. Next to it hung a small hammer. Pang Er had become a little more confident and was about to seize the hammer and beat the plate, when the waiting maids hastened to prevent him. Next, he wanted a Buddha's hand to eat. Tan Chen, choose one and let him have it. "You may play with it," she said, "but you can't eat it." On the east side stood a sleeping divan. On a movable bed was hung a leek green gauze curtain, ornamented with double embroideries, representing flowers, plants, and insects. Pang Er ran up to have a look. "This is a green cicada," he shouted. "This is a grasshopper." But old Goody Liu promptly gave him a slap. "You mean scamp," she cried. "What an awful rumpus you are kicking up. I simply brought you along with me to look at things. And lo, you put on airs." And she beat Pang Er until he burst out crying. It was only after everyone quickly combined in, using their efforts to solace him, that he at length desisted. Old Lady Jia then looked through the gauze casement into the back court for some time. "The triangular trees by the eaves of the covered passage are growing all right," she remarked. "The only thing is that their foliage is rather sparse." But while she passed this remark, a sudden gust of wind swept by, and faintly on her ear fell the strains of music. "In whose house is there a wedding?" Old Lady Jia inquired. "This place must be very near the street." "How could one hear what's going on in the street?" Madame Wang and the others smiled. "It's our 12 girls practicing on their wind and string instruments." As they are practicing, Dowager Lady Jia eagerly cried, smilingly, "Why not ask them to come in here and practice? They will be able to have a stroll also, while we, on our part, will derive some enjoyment." Upon hearing this suggestion, Lady Feng immediately directed a servant to go out and call them in. She further issued orders to bring a table and spread a red cover over it. "Let it be put," Old Lady Jia chimed in the water pavilion of the Lotus Fragrance Arbor. "For the music will borrow the ripple of the stream and sound ever so much more pleasant to the ear. We can by and by drink our wine in the Xueqin Hall. We'll thus have ample room and be able to listen from close." Everyone admitted that the spot was well adapted. Dowager Lady Jia turned herself towards Mrs. Hsüeh. "Let's get ahead," she laughed. "The young ladies don't like anyone to come in here, for fear lest their quarters should get contaminated. So don't let us show ourselves disregardful of their wishes. The right thing would be to go and have our wine aboard one of those boats." As she spoke, one and all rose to their feet. They were making their way out when Tan Chen interposed. "What's this that you are saying?" she smiled. "Please do sit yourselves, Venerable Senior, and you, Mrs. Hsüeh, and Madame Wang. You can't be going yet? These 3 girls of mine are really nice. There are only 2 mistresses that are simply dreadful," Dowager Lady Jia said smilingly. "When we get drunk shortly, we will go and sit in their rooms and have a lark." These words evoked laughter from everyone. In a body, they quitted the place, but they had not proceeded far before they reached the bank covered with aquatic plants, to which place the boat women who had been brought from Wushu had already punted 2 crabwood boats, Into one of these boats, they helped old Lady Chia, Madame Wang, Mrs. Hsüeh, old Liu, Yuan Yang, and Yue Chuan'er. Last in order, Li Wen followed on board. But Lady Feng too stepped in, and standing up on the bow, she insisted upon punting. Dowager Lady Chia, however, remonstrated from her seat in the bottom of the boat. "This isn't a joke," she cried. "We're not on the river, it's true, but there are some very deep places about. So be quick and come in. Do it for my sake." "What's there to be afraid of?" Lady Feng laughed. "Compose your mind with the ancestor." Saying this, the boat was pushed off with one shove. When it reached the middle of the lake, Lady Feng became nervous, for the craft was small and occupants many, and hastily handing the pole to a boatwoman, she squatted down at last. Ying Chun, her sisters, their cousins, as well as Pao-yü, subsequently got on board the second boat and followed in their track, while the rest of the company, consisting of old nurses and a bevy of waiting maids, kept pace with them along the bank of the stream. "All these broken lotus leaves are dreadful," Pao-yü shouted. "Why don't you yet tell the servants to pull them off?" "When was this garden left quiet during all the days of this year?" Pao-ch'ai smiled. "Why, people have come, day after day, to visit it. So was there ever any time to tell the servants to come and clean it?" "I have the greatest abhorrence," Lin Tai-yü chimed in for Li Yi's poetical words. "But there's only this line in them which I like. Leave the dry lotus leaves so as to hear the patter of the rain." And here you people deliberately mean again not to leave the dry lotus stay where they are. "This is indeed a fine line," Pao-yü exclaimed. "We mustn't, hereafter, let them pull them away." While this conversation continued, they reached the shoaly inlet under the flower-laden beach. They felt a coolness from the shady overgrowth penetrate their very bones. The decaying vegetation and the withered aquatic chestnut plants on the sandbank enhanced, to a greater degree, the beauty of the autumn scenery. Dowager Lady Chia at this point observed some spotless rooms on the bank. "So spick and so span. Are not these Miss Hsüeh's quarters?" she asked. "Huh?" "Yes, they are," everybody answered. Old Lady Chia promptly bade them go alongside, and wending their way up the marble steps, which seemed to lead to the clouds, they in a body entered the Hangwu court. Here they felt a peculiar perfume come wafting into their nostrils. For the colder the season got, the greener grew that strange vegetation and those fairy-like creepers. The various plants were laden with seeds, which closely resembled red coral beans, as they drooped in lovely clusters. The house, as soon as they put their foot into it, presented the aspect of a snow cave. There was a total absence of every object of ornament. On the table figured merely an earthenware vase, in which were placed several chrysanthemums. A few books and teacups were also conspicuous, but no further knickknacks. On the bed was suspended a green gauze curtain, and of equally extreme plainness were the coverlets and mattresses belonging to it. "This child," Dowager Lady Chia sighed, "is too simple. If you've got nothing to lay about, why not ask your aunt for a few articles? I would never raise any objection. I never thought about them. Your things, of course, have been left at home and have not been brought over." So saying, she told Yuan Yang to go and fetch several bric-a-brac. She next went on to call Lady Feng to task. "She herself wouldn't have them," Lady Feng rejoined. "We really sent over a few, but she refused every one of them and returned them." "In her home also," smiled Mrs. Hsüeh, "she does not go in very much for such sort of things." Old Lady Chia nodded her head. "It will never do," she added. "It does, it's true, save trouble, but were some relative to come on a visit, she'll find things in an impossible way. In the second place, such simplicity in the apartments of young ladies of tender age is quite unpropitious. Why, if you young people go on in this way, we old fogies should go further and live in stables. You've all heard what is said in those books and plays about the dreadful luxury with which young ladies' quarters are got up, and though these girls of ours could not presume to place themselves on the same footing as those young ladies, they shouldn't, nevertheless, exceed too much the bounds of what constitutes the right thing. If they have any objects ready at hand, why shouldn't they lay them out? And if they have any strong predilection for simplicity, a few things less will do quite as well. I've always had the greatest knack for tidying a room. But being an old woman now, I haven't the ease and inclination to attend to such things. These girls are, however, learning how to do things very nicely. I was afraid that there would be an appearance of vulgarity in what they did, and that even had they anything worth having, they so placed them about as to spoil them. But from what I can see, there's nothing vulgar about them. But let me now put things right for you, and I'll wager that everything will look grand as well as plain. I've got a couple of my own knickknacks, which I've managed to keep to this day, by not allowing Pao-yü to get a glimpse of them, for had he ever seen them, they too would have long ago disappeared. Continuing, she called Yun Yang. Fetch that marble pot with scenery on it, she said to her, that gauze screen, and that tripod of transparent stone with black streaks, which we'll find in there, and lay out all three on this table. They will be ample. Bring likewise those ink pictures and white silk curtains, and change these curtains. Yuan Yuan expressed her obedience. All these articles have been put away in the eastern loft. She smiled. In what boxes they've been put, I couldn't tell. I must therefore go and find them quietly, and if I bring them over tomorrow, it will be time enough. Tomorrow or the day after will do very well, but don't forget, that's all, Dowager Lady Jia urged. While conversing, they sat for a while. Presently, they left the rooms and repaired straightway into the Xueqin Hall. Wen Guan and the other girls came up and paid their obeisance. They next inquired what songs they were to practice. You better choose a few pieces to rehearse out of those you know best, old Lady Jia rejoined. Wen Guan and her companions then withdrew and betook themselves to the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion, but we will leave them there without further allusion to them. During this while, Lady Feng had already, with the help of servants, got everything in perfect order. On the left and right of the side of honor were placed two divans. These divans were completely covered with embroidered covers and fine variegated mats. In front of each divan stood two lacquer teapoys, inlaid, some with designs of crab apple flowers, others of plum blossom, some of lotus leaves, others of sunflowers. Some of these teapoys were square, others round. Their shapes were all different. On each was placed a set consisting of a stove and a bottle, also a box with partitions. The two divans and 4 teapoys in the place of honor were used by Dowager Lady Jia and Mrs. Xie. The chair and 2 teapoys in the next best place by Madame Wang. The rest of the inmates had all alike a chair and a teapoy. On the east side sat old Goody Liu. Below old Goody Liu came Madame Wang. On the west was seated Xu Xiangyun. The second place was occupied by Pao-ch'ai, the third by Tai-yü, the fourth by Ying-chun. Tan-chun and Si-chun filled the lower seats in their proper order. Pao-yü sat in the last place. The 2 teapoys assigned to Li Wen and Lady Feng stood within the third line of railings and beyond the second row of gauze frames. The pattern of the partition boxes corresponded likewise with the pattern on the teapoys. Each inmate had a black decanter with silver inlaid in foreign designs, as well as an ornamented enameled cup. After they had all occupied the seats assigned to them, Dowager Lady Chia took the initiative and smilingly suggested, "Let's begin by drinking a couple of cups of wine, but we should also have a game of forfeits today. We'll have plenty of fun then. You, venerable senior, must certainly have a good wine order to impose," Mrs. Hsüeh laughingly observed. "But how could we ever comply with it? But if your aim be to intoxicate us, why, we'll all straightway drink 1 or 2 cups more than is good for us and finish." Here's Mrs. Hsüeh's beginning to be modest again today. Lady Chia smiled. "But I'd expect it's because she looks down upon me as being an old hag." "It isn't modesty," Mrs. Hsüeh replied, smiling. "It's all a dread lest I shouldn't be able to observe the order and thus incur ridicule." "If you don't give the right answer," Madame Wang promptly interposed with a smile, "you'll only have to drink a cup or 2 more of wine, and should we get drunk, we can go to sleep, and who will, pray, laugh at us?" Mrs. Hsüeh nodded her head. "I'll agree to the order," she laughed. "But, dear senior, you must, after all, do the right thing and have a cup of wine to start it." "This is quite natural," Lady Chia answered laughingly, and with these words she forthwith emptied a cup. Lady Feng, with hurried steps, advanced to the center of the room. "If we are to play at forfeits," she smilingly proposed, "we'd better invite Sister Yuan Yang to come and join us." The whole company was perfectly aware that if Dowager Lady Chia had to give out the rule of forfeits, Yuan Yang would necessarily have to suggest it. So the moment they heard the proposal, they, with common consent, approved it as excellent. Lady Feng therefore there and then dragged Yuan Yang over. "As you are to take a part in the game of forfeits," Madame Wang smilingly observed, "there's no reason why you should stand up." And turning her head round, "Bring over," she bade a young waiting maid, "a chair and place it at your mistress Secunda's table." Yuan Yang, half refusing and half assenting, expressed her thanks, and took the seat. After partaking also a cup of wine, drinking rules, she smiled, resemble very much martial law. So, irrespective of high or low, I alone will preside. Anyone, therefore, who disobeys my words will have to suffer a penalty. Of course, it should be so. Madame Wang and the others laughed. So, be quick and give out the rule. But before Yuan Yang had as yet opened her lips to speak, Oguji Liu left the table and waving her hand. "Don't," she said, "make fun of people in this way, for I will go home." "This will never do," one and all smilingly protested. Yuan Yang shouted to the young waiting maids to drag her back to her table, and the maids, while also indulging in laughter, actually pulled her and compelled her to rejoin the banquet. "Spare me," Oguji Liu kept on crying, "spare me." "Anyone who says one word more," Yuan Yang exclaimed, "will be fined a whole decanter full." Oguji Liu then at length observed silence. "I'll now give out a set of dominoes," Yuan Yang proceeded. "I'll begin from our venerable mistress and follow down in proper order until I come to Oguji Liu, when I shall stop. So as to illustrate what I meant just now by giving out a set, I'll take these 3 dominoes and place them apart. You have to begin by saying something on the first, next to allude to the second, and after finishing with all 3, to take the name of the whole set and match it with a line. No matter whether it be from some stanza or roundelay, song or idiom, set phrases or proverbs, but they must rhyme, and anyone making a mistake will be mulcted in 1 cup." "This rule is splendid. Begin at once," they all exclaimed. "I've got a set," Yuan Yang pursued. "On the left is the piece Heaven, that is 12 dots. Above head stretches the blue heaven," Dowager Lady Chia said. "Good," shouted everyone. "In the center is a 5 and 6, Yuan Yang resumed. "The fragrance of the plum blossom pierces the bones on the bridge. 6, Old Lady Chia added. There now remains, Yuan Yuan explained, 1 piece, the 6 and 1. From among the fleecy clouds issues the wheel-like roseate sun. Old Lady Chia continued. The whole combined, Yuan Yuan observed, forms the devil with disheveled hair. This devil clasps the leg of the Zhonghui devil, Old Lady Chia observed. At the conclusion of her recitation, they all burst out laughing. Capital, they shouted. Old Lady Chia drained a cup. Yuan Yuan then went on to remark, I've got another set. The one on the left is a double 5. Bud after bud of the plum bloom dances in the wind. Mrs. Hsüeh replied. The one on the right is a 10 spot, Yuan Yuan pursued. In the 10th moon, the plum bloom on the hills emits its fragrant smell. Mrs. Hsüeh added. The middle piece is the 2 and 5, making the unliked 7, Yuan Yuan observed. The spinning damsel star meets the cowherd on the eve of the 7th day of the 7th moon, Mrs. Hsüeh said. Together they form heir throws on the 5 mounts, Yuan Yuan continued. Mortals cannot be as happy as immortals, Mrs. Hsüeh rejoined. Her answers over, the whole company extolled them and had a drink. I've got another set, Yuan Yuan once more exclaimed. On the left are distinctly the distant dots of the double A's. Both sun and moon are so suspended as to shine on heaven and earth, Xiang Yun ventured. On the right are a couple of spots, far apart, which clearly form 1 and 1, Yuan Yuan pursued. What time a lonesome flower falls to the ground, no sound is audible, Xiang Yun rejoined. In the middle there is the 1 and 4, Yuan Yuan added. The red apricot tree is planted by the sun and leans against the clouds, Xiang Yun answered. Together they form the cherry fruit ripens for the 9th time, Yuan Yuan said. In the imperial garden it is pecked by birds, Xiang Yun replied. When she had done with her part, she drank a cup of wine. I've got another set, Yuan Yuan began. The one on the left is a double 3. The swallows, pair by pair, chatter on the beams, Pao-ch'ai remarked. The right piece is a 6, Yuan Yuan added. The marsh flower is stretched by the breeze even to the length of a green sash, Pao-ch'ai returned. The centerpiece is a 3 and 6, making a 9 spot, Yuan Yuan pursued. The 3 hills tower half beyond the azure skies, Pao-ch'ai rejoined. Lumped together they form a chain-bound solitary boat, Yuan Yuan resumed. Where there are wind and waves, there I feel sad, Pao-ch'ai answered. When she had finished her turn and drained her cup, Yuan Yuan went on again. On the left, she said, there is a heaven, a morning fine and beauteous scenery. But alas, what a day for me, Tai-yü replied. When this line fell on Pao-ch'ai's ear, she turned her head round and cast a glance at her. But Tai-yü was so nervous lest she should have to pay a forfeit that she did not so much as notice her. In the middle, there is the color of the embroidered screen, that is, 10 spots, 4 and 6. It's beautiful, Yuan Yuan proceeded. Not even Hong Niang to the gauze window comes, any message to bring, Tai-yü responded. There now remains a 2 and 6, 8 in all, Yuan Yuan resumed. Thrice see the jade throne when let in to perform the court ritual, Tai-yü replied. Together they form a basket suitable for putting plucked flowers in, Yuan Yuan continued. The fairy wang smells nice, as on it hangs a peony, Tai-yü retorted. At the close of her replies, she took a sip of wine. Yuan Yuan then resumed. On the left, she said, there's a 4 and 5, making a different combined 9. The peach blossoms bear heavy drops of rain, Ying Chun remarked. The company laughed. She must be fined, they exclaimed. She has made a mistake in the rhyme. Besides, it isn't right. Ying Chun smiled and drank a sip. The fact is that both Lady Feng and Yuan Yang were so eager to hear the funny things that would be uttered by old goody Liu that they with one voice purposely ruled that everyone answered wrong and fined them. When it came to Madame Wang's turn, Yuan Yang recited something for her. Next followed old goody Liu. When we country people have got nothing to do, old goody Liu said, a few of us too often come together and play this sort of game. But the answers we give are not so high-flown, yet as I can't get out of it, I'll likewise make a try. It's easy enough to say what there is, one and all laughed. So just you go on and don't mind. On the left, Yuan Yang smiled. There's a double 4, that is, man. Goody Liu listened intently. After considerable reflection, it's a peasant, she cried. One and all in the room blurted out laughing. Well said, Dao Lady Zhao observed with a laugh. That's the way. All we country people know, Goody Liu proceeded, also laughing, is just what comes within our own rough and ready wits. So, young ladies and ladies, pray don't poke fun at me. In the center, there's the 3 and 4, green matched with red, Yuan Yang pursued. The large fire burns the hairy caterpillar, Goody Liu ventured. This will do very well, the party laughed. Go on with what is in your line. On the right, Yuan Yuan smilingly continued. There's 1 and 4, and it's really pretty. A turnip and a head of garlic, Goody Liu answered. This reply evoked further laughter from the whole company. Altogether is a twig of flowers, Yuan Yuan added laughing. The flower dropped, and a huge melon formed, Goody Liu observed, while gesticulating with both her hands by way of illustration. The party once more exploded in loud merriment. But reader, if you entertain any curiosity to hear what else was said during the banquet, listen to the explanation given in the next chapter. End of section 31.
Section 32 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Xueqin in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 41, Part 1. Chia Pao-yü tastes tea in the Longcui Monastery. Old goody Liu gets drunk and falls asleep in the Yihong court. Old goody Liu, so the story goes, exclaimed, while making signs with both hands. The flower dropped and a huge melon formed, to the intense amusement of all the inmates, who burst into a boisterous fit of laughter. In due course, however, she drank the closing cup. Then she made another effort to evoke merriment. To speak the truth today, she smilingly observed, my hands, my feet are so rough, and I've had so much wine that I must be careful, or else I might, by a slip of the hand, break the porcelain cups. If you have got any wooden cups, you'd better produce them. It wouldn't matter then if even they were to slip out of my hands and drop on the ground. This joke excited some more mirth, but Lady Feng, upon hearing this, speedily put on a smile. Well, she said, if you really want a wooden one, I'll fetch you one at once. But there's just one word I'd like to tell you beforehand. Wooden cups are not like porcelain ones. They go in sets, so you'll have to do the right thing and drink from every cup of the set. I just now simply spoke in jest about those cups in order to induce them to laugh. Old goody Liu at these words mused within herself. But who would have thought that she actually had some of the kind? I've often been to the large households of village gentry on a visit, and even been to banquets there and seen both gold cups and silver cups, but never have I beheld any wooden ones about. Ah, of course, they must, I expect, be the wooden bowls used by the young children. Their object must be to inveigle me to have a couple of bowlfuls more than is good for me, but I don't mind it. The wine is, verily, like honey, so if I drink a little more, it won't do me any harm. Bringing this train of thought to a close, "Fetch them," she said aloud. "We'll talk about them by and by." Lady Feng then directed Feng Er to go and bring the set of 10 cups made of bamboo roots from the bookcase in the front inner room. Upon hearing her orders, Feng Er was about to go and execute them when Yuan Yang smilingly interposed. "I know those 10 cups of yours," she remarked. "They are small. What's more, a while back you mentioned wooden ones, and if you have bamboo ones brought now, it won't look well. So we'd better get from our place that set of 10 large cups, scooped out of whole blocks of aspen roots, and pour the contents of all 10 of them down her throat." "Yes, that would be much better," Lady Feng smiled. The cups were then actually brought by a servant at the direction of Yuan Yang. At the sight of them, old goody Liu was filled with surprise as well as with admiration. Surprise, as the 10 formed one set going in gradation from large to small, the largest being amply of the size of a small basin, the smallest even measuring 2 of those she held in her hand. Admiration, as they were all alike, engraved in perfect style, with scenery, trees, and human beings, and bore inscriptions in the grass character, as well as the seal of the writer. "It will be enough," she consequently shouted with alacrity, "if you give me that small one." "There's no one," Lady Feng laughingly insinuated, "with the capacity to tackle these. Hence it is that not a soul can pluck up courage enough to use them. But as you, old dame, asked for them, and they were fished out, after ever so much trouble, you're bound to do the proper thing and drink out of each, one after the other." Old goody Liu was quite taken aback. "I daren't," she promptly demurred. "My dear lady, do let me off." Dowager Lady Jia, Mrs. Hsüeh, and Madame Wang were quite alive to the fact that a person advanced in years as she was could not be gifted with such powers of endurance, and they hastened to smilingly expostulate. "To speak is to speak, and a joke is a joke, but she mayn't take too much," they said. "Let her just empty this first cup and have done." "Ah, mi tuo," ejaculated old goody Liu. "I'll only have a small cupful, and put this huge fellow away, and take it home and drink at my leisure." At this remark, the whole company once more gave way to laughter. Yuan Yang had no alternative but to give in, and she had to bid a servant fill a large cup full of wine. Old goody Liu laid hold of it with both hands and raised it to her mouth. "Gently a bit," old Lady Jia and Mrs. Hsüeh shouted. "Mind you don't choke." Mrs. Hsüeh then told Lady Feng to put some viands before her. "Goody Liu," smiled Lady Feng, "tell me the name of anything you fancy, and I'll bring it and feed you." "What names can I know?" old goody Liu rejoined. "Everything is good." "Bring some eggplant and salt fish for her," Dowager Lady Jia suggested with a smile. Lady Feng, upon hearing this suggestion, complied with it by catching some eggplant and salt fish with 2 chopsticks and putting them into old goody Liu's mouth. "You people," she smiled, "daily feed on eggplants, so taste these of ours and see whether they've been nicely prepared or not." "Don't be making a fool of me," old goody Liu answered smilingly. "If eggplants can have such flavour, we ourselves needn't sow any cereals, but confine ourselves to growing nothing but eggplants." "They are really eggplants," one and all protested. "She's not pulling your leg." Old goody Liu was amazed. "If these be actually eggplants," she said, "I've uselessly eaten them so long. But, my lady, do you give me a few more? I'd like to taste the next mouthful carefully." Lady Feng brought her, in every deed, another lot, and put it in her mouth. Old goody Liu munched for long with particular care. "There is, it's true, something about them of the flavour of eggplant," she laughingly remarked. "Yet they don't quite taste like eggplants. But tell me how they are cooked, so that I may prepare them in the same way for myself." "There's nothing hard about it," Lady Feng answered, smiling. You take the newly cut eggplants and pare the skin off. All you want then is some fresh meat. You hash it into fine mince and fry it in chicken fat. Then you take some dried chicken meat and mix it with mushrooms, new bamboo shoots, sweet mushrooms, dried beancurd paste, flavored with 5 spices, and every kind of dry fruits, and you chop the whole lot into fine pieces. You then bake all these things in chicken broth until it's absorbed, when you fry them to finish in sweet oil, and adding some oil made of the grains of wine, you place them in a porcelain jar and close it hermetically. At any time that you want any to eat, all you have to do is to take out some and mix it with some roasted chicken, and there it is all ready. Old Goody Liu shook her head and put out her tongue. My Buddha's ancestor, she shouted. One wants about 10 chickens to prepare this dish. It isn't strange, then, that it has this flavour. Saying this, she quietly finished her wine. But still she kept on minutely scrutinizing the cup. Haven't you yet had enough to satisfy you? Lady Feng smiled. If you haven't, well, then drink another cup. Dreadful! Eagerly exclaimed old Goody Liu. I shall be soon getting so drunk that it will be the very death of me. I was only looking at it as I admire pretty things like this. But what a trouble it must have cost to turn out. Have you done with your wine? Yuan Yang laughingly inquired. But, after all, what kind of wood is this cup made of? It isn't to be wondered at, old Goody Liu smiled, that you can't make it out, miss. However could you people who live inside golden doors and embroidered apartments know anything of wood? We have the whole day long the trees in the woods as our neighbours. When weary, we use them as our pillows and go to sleep on them. When exhausted, we sit with our backs leaning against them. When, in years of dearth, we feel the pangs of hunger, we also feed on them. Day after day, we see them with our eyes. Day after day, we listen to them with our ears. Day after day, we talk of them with our mouths. I am therefore well able to tell whether any wood be good or bad, genuine or false. Do let me then see what it is. As she spoke, she intently scanned the cup for a considerable length of time. Such a family as yours, she then said, could on no account own mean things. Any wood that is easily procured wouldn't even find a place in here. This feels so heavy as I weigh it in my hands that if it isn't aspen, it must, for certainty, be yellow cedar. Her rejoinder amused everyone in the room, but then they perceived an old matron come up. After asking permission of Dowager Lady Jia to speak, the young ladies, she said, have got the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion, and they request your commands as to whether they should start with the rehearsal at once or tarry a while. I forgot all about them, old Lady Jia promptly cried with a smile. Tell them to begin rehearsing at once. The matron expressed her obedience and walked away. Presently became audible the notes of the panpipe and double flute, now soft, now loud, and the blended accents of the pipe and life. So balmy did the breeze happen to be, and the weather so fine, that the strains of music came wafted across the arbours and over the stream, and, needless to say, conduced to exhilarate their spirits and to cheer their hearts. Unable to resist the temptation, Pao-yü was the first to snatch a decanter and to fill a cup for himself. He quaffed it with one breath. Then, pouring another cup, he was about to drain it, when he noticed that Madame Wang too was anxious for a drink, and that she bade a servant to bring a warm supply of wine. With alacrity, Pao-yü crossed over to her, and, presenting his own cup, he applied it to Madame Wang's lips. His mother drank 2 sips, while he held it in his hands, but on the arrival of the warm wine, Pao-yü resumed his seat. Madame Wang laid hold of the warm decanter and left the table, while the whole party quitted their places at the banquet, and Mrs. Hsüeh too rose to her feet. Take over that decanter from her, Dowager Lady Jia promptly shouted to Li Wan and Lady Feng, and press her aunt into a seat. We shall all then feel at ease. Hearing this, Madame Wang surrendered the decanter to Lady Feng and returned to her seat. Let's all have a couple of cups of wine, old Lady Jia laughingly cried. It's capital fun today. With this proposal, she laid hold of a cup and offered it to Mrs. Hsüeh. Turning also towards Xiangyun and Pao-ch'ai, You two cousins, she added, must also have a cup. Your cousin Lin can't take much wine, but even she mustn't be let off. While pressing them, she drained her cup. Xiangyun, Pao-ch'ai, and Tai-yü then had their drink. But about this time old goody Liu caught the strains of music, and, being already under the influence of liquor, her spirits became more and more exuberant, and she began to gesticulate and skip about. Her pranks amused Pao-yü to such a degree that, leaving the table, he crossed over to where Tai-yü was seated, and observed laughingly, "Just you look at the way old goody Liu is going on." In days of yore, Tai-yü smiled, every species of animal commenced to dance the moment the sounds of music broke forth. She is like a buffalo now. This simile made her cousins laugh. But shortly the music ceased. We've all had our wine, Mrs. Hsüeh smilingly proposed, so let's go and stroll about for a time. We can after that sit down again. Dowager Lady Chia herself was at the moment feeling a strong inclination to have a ramble. In due course, therefore, they all left the banquet and went with their old senior for a walk. Dowager Lady Chia, however, longed to take goody Liu along with her to help her dispel her ennui, so promptly seizing the old dame's hand in hers, they threaded their way as far as the trees, which stood facing the hill. After lolling about with her for a few minutes, "What kind of tree is this?" she went on to inquire of her. "What kind of stone is this? What species of flower is that?" Old goody Liu gave suitable reply to each of her questions. "Who would ever have imagined it?" she proceeded to tell Dowager Lady Chia. "Not only are all the human beings in the city grand, but even the birds are grand. Why, the moment these birds fly into your mansion, they also become beautiful things and acquire the gift of speech as well." The company could not make out the drift of her observations. What birds get transformed into beautiful things and become able to speak? They felt impelled to ask. "Those perched on those gold stands under the veranda, with green plumage and red beaks, are parrots. I know them well enough," goody Liu replied. "But those old black crows in the cages there have crests like phoenixes. They can talk too." One and all laughed, but not long elapsed before they caught sight of several waiting maids who came to invite them to a collation. "After the number of cups of wine I've had," old Lady Chia said, "I don't feel hungry. But never mind, bring the things here. We can nibble something at our leisure." The maids speedily went off and fetched 2 teapoys, but they also brought a couple of small boxes with partitions. When they came to be opened and to be examined, the contents of each were found to consist of 2 kinds of viands. In the one were 2 sorts of steamed eatables. One of these was a sweet cake, made of lotus powder, scented with sunflower, the other being rolls with goose fat and fir cone seeds. The second box contained 2 kinds of fried eatables, one of which were small dumplings, about an inch in size. "What stuffing have they put in them?" Dowager Lady Chia asked. "They're with crabs inside," hastily rejoined the matrons. The road mistress, at this reply, knitted her eyebrows. "These fat, greasy viands for such a time," she observed. "Who'll ever eat these things?" But finding, when she came to inspect the other kind, that it consisted of small fruits of flour, fashioned in every shape, and fried in butter, she did not fancy these either. She then, however, pressed Mrs. Hsüeh to have something to eat, but Mrs. Hsüeh merely took a piece of cake, while Dowager Lady Chia helped herself to a roll. But after tasting a bit, she gave the remaining half to a servant girl. Goody Liu saw how beautifully worked these small flower fruits were, made as they were in various colours and designs, and she took, after picking and choosing, one which looked like a peony. "The most ingenious girls in our village could not, even with a pair of scissors, cut out anything like this in paper," she exclaimed. "I would like to eat it, but I can't make up my mind to. I had better pack up a few and take them home and give them to them as specimens." Her remarks amused everyone. "When you start for home," Dowager Lady Chia said, "I'll give you a whole porcelain jar full of them, so you may as well eat these first, while they are hot." The rest of the inmates selected such of the fruits as took their fancy, but after they had helped themselves to 1 or 2, they felt satisfied. Goody Liu, however, had never before touched such delicacies. These were, in addition, made small, dainty, and without the least semblance of clumsiness, so when she and Pan had served themselves to a few of each sort, half the contents of the dish vanished. But what remained of them were then, at the instance of Lady Feng, put into 2 plates and sent, together with a petition box, to Wenkuang and the other singing girls as their share. At an unexpected moment, they perceived the nurse come in with Dajier in her arms, and they all induced her to have a romp with them for a time. But while Dajier was holding a large pomelo and amusing herself with it, she casually caught sight of Pan with a Buddha hand. Dajier would have it. A servant girl endeavoured to coax Pan to surrender it to her, but Dajier, unable to curb her impatience, burst out crying. It was only after the pomelo had been given to Pan and that the Buddha's hand had, by dint of much humouring, been got from Pan and given to her, that she stopped crying. Pan had played quite long enough with the Buddha's hand, and had, at the moment, his 2 hands laden with fruits, which he was in the course of eating. When he suddenly besides saw how scented and round the pomelo was, the idea dawned on him that it was more handy for play, and, using it as a ball, he kicked it along and went off to have some fun, relinquishing at once every thought of the Buddha's hand. By this time Dowager Lady Jia and the other members had had tea, so leading off again Goody Liu, they threaded their way to the Longcui Monastery. Miao Yu hastened to usher them in. On their arrival in the interior of the court, they saw the flowers and trees in luxuriant blossom. Really, smiled old Lady Jia, it's those people who devote themselves to an ascetic life and have nothing to do, who manage, by constant repairs, to make their places much nicer than those of others. As she spoke, she wended her steps towards the eastern hall. Miao Yu, with her face beaming with smiles, made way for her to walk in. We've just been filling ourselves with wines and meats, Dowager Lady Jia observed, and with the josses you've got in here, we shall be guilty of profanity. We'd better therefore sit here, but give us some of that good tea of yours, and we'll get off so soon as we have had a cup of it. Pao-yü watched Miao Yu's movements intently, when he noticed her laid hold of a small tea tray, fashioned in the shape of a peony, made of red carved lacquer, and inlaid with designs in gold representing a dragon ensconced in the clouds with the character longevity eclipsed in its jaws. A tray, which contained a small multicolored cup with cover, fabricated at the Cheng kiln and presented to his grandmother. I don't care for Liu An tea, old Lady Jia exclaimed. I know it, but this is old Junmei, Miao Yu answered with a smile. Dowager Lady Jia received the cup. What water is this? She went on to inquire. It's rain water, collected last year, Miao Yu added by way of reply. Old Lady Jia readily drank half a cup of the tea, and smiling, she proffered it to Goody Liu. Just you taste this tea, she said. Goody Liu drained the remainder with one draught. It's good, of course, she remarked laughingly, but it's rather weak. It would be far better were it brewed a little stronger. Dowager Lady Jia and all the inmates laughed, but subsequently each of them was handed a thin, pure white-covered cup, all of the same make, originating from the Quan kiln. Miao Yu, however, soon gave a tug at Pao-ch'ai's and Tai-yü's lapels, and both quitted the apartment along with her. But Pao-yü too quietly followed at their heels. Spying Miao Yu show his 2 cousins into a side room, Pao-ch'ai take a seat in the court, Tai-yü seat herself on Miao Yu's rush mat, and Miao Yu herself approached a stove, fanned the fire, and boiled some water, with which she brewed another pot of tea. Pao-yü walked in. Are you bent upon drinking your own private tea? He smiled. Here you rush again to steal our tea. The 2 girls laughed with one accord. There's none for you. But just as Miao Yu was going to fetch a cup, she perceived an old Taoist matron bring away the tea things, which had been used in the upper rooms. Don't put that Cheng kiln teacup by, Miao Yu hastily shouted. Go and put it outside. Pao-yü understood that it must be because old Goody Liu had drunk out of it that she considered it too dirty to keep. He then saw Miao Yu produce 2 other cups. The one had an ear on the side. On the bowl itself were engraved in 3 characters, "Calabash cup," in the plain square writing. After these followed a row of small characters in the true style, to the effect that the cup had been an article much treasured by Wang Kai. Next came a second roll of small characters stating that in the course of the 4th moon of the 5th year of Yuanfeng of the Song dynasty, Su Shi of Meishan had seen it in the secret palace. This cup Miao Yu filled and handed to Pao-ch'ai. End of section 32. Recording by Cao Yuqing in Singapore. Section 33 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 41, Part 2. The other cup was, in appearance, as clumsy as it was small, yet on it figured an engraved inscription, consisting of spotted rhinoceros cup, in 3 seal characters, which bore the semblance of pendant pearls. Miao Yu replenished this cup and gave it to Tai-yü, and taking the green jade cup, which she had, on previous occasions, often used for her own tea, she filled it and presented it to Pao-yü. The rules observed in the world, the adage says, must be impartial. Pao-yü smiled. But while my 2 cousins are handling those antique and rare gems, here am I with this coarse object. Is this a coarse thing? Miao Yu exclaimed. Why, I'm making no outrageous statement when I say that I'm inclined to think that it is by no means certain that you could lay your hand upon any such coarse thing as this in your home. Do in the country as country people do, the proverb says, Pao-yü laughingly rejoined. So when one gets in a place like this of yours, one must naturally look down upon everything in the way of gold, pearls, jade, and precious stones as coarse rubbish. This statement highly delighted Miao Yu, so much so that producing another capacious cup carved out of a whole bamboo root, which, with its 9 curves and 10 rings, with 20 knots in each ring, resembled a coiled dragon. Here, she said with her face beaming with smiles, there only remains this one. Can you manage this large cup? I can, Pao-yü vehemently replied, with high glee. Albeit you have the stomach to tackle all it holds, Miao Yu laughed. I haven't got so much tea for you to waste. Have you not heard how that the first cup is the taste cup, the second the stupid thing for quenching one's thirst, and the third the drink mule cup? But were you now to go in for this huge cup, why what more wouldn't that be? At these words, Pao-ch'ai, Tai-yü, and Pao-yü simultaneously indulged in laughter. But Miao Yu seized the teapot and poured well nigh a whole cupful of tea into the big cup. Pao-yü tasted some carefully, and found it, in real truth, so exceptionally soft and pure that he extolled it with incessant praise. If you've had any tea this time, Miao Yu pursued with a serious expression about her face, it's thanks to these 2 young ladies, for had you come alone, I wouldn't have given you any. I'm well aware of this, Pao-yü laughingly rejoined, so I too will receive no favour from your hands, but simply express my thanks to these 2 cousins of mine, and have done. What you say makes your meaning clear enough, Miao Yu said, when she heard his reply. Is this rainwater from last year? Tai-yü then inquired. How is it, smiled Pao-yü sardonically, that a person like you can be such a bore as not to be able to discriminate water when you taste it? This is snow collected from the plum blossom 5 years back when I was in the Panxiang temple at Xuanmu. All I got was that flower jar, green as the devil's face, full, and as I couldn't make up my mind to part with it and drink it, I interred it in the ground, and only opened it this summer. I've had some of it once before, and this is the second time. But how is it you didn't detect it when you put it to your lips? Has rain water, obtained a year back, ever got such a soft and pure flavour? And how possibly could it be drunk at all? Tai-yü knew perfectly what a curious disposition she naturally had, and she did not think it advisable to start any lengthy discussion with her. Nor did she feel justified to protract her stay, so after sipping her tea, she intimated to Pao-ch'ai her intention to go, and they quitted the apartment. Pao-yü gave a forced smile to Miao-yü. "That cup," he said, "is of course dirty, but is it not a pity to put it away for no valid reason? To my idea, it would be preferable, wouldn't it, to give it to that poor old woman, for were she to sell it, she could have the means of subsistence. What do you say? Will it do?" Miao-yü listened to his suggestion, and then nodded her head, after some reflection. "Yes, that will be all right," she answered. "Lucky for her, I've never drunk a drop out of that cup. For had I would rather have smashed it to atoms than have let her have it. If you want to give it to her, I don't mind a bit about it, but you yourself must hand it to her. Now, be quick and clear it away at once." "Of course, quite so," Pao-yü continued. "How could you ever go and speak to her? Things would then come to a worse pass. You too would be contaminated. If you give it to me, it will be all right." Miao-yü there and then directed some one to fetch it and to give it to Pao-yü. When it was brought, Pao-yü took charge of it. "Wait until we've gone out," he proceeded, "and I'll call a few servant boys and bid them carry several buckets of water from the stream and wash the floors. Shall I?" "Yes, that would be better," Miao-yü smiled. "The only thing is that you must tell them to bring the water, and place it outside the entrance door by the foot of the wall, for they mustn't come in." "This goes without saying," Pao-yü said, and while replying, he produced the cup from the inside his sleeve and handed it to a young waiting maid from Dowager Lady Jia's apartment to hold. "Tomorrow," he told her, "give this to goody Liu to take with her when she starts on her way homewards." By this time he made the girl understand the charge he entrusted her with. His old grandmother issued out and was anxious to return home. Miao-yü did not exert herself very much to induce her to prolong her visit, but seeing her as far as the main gate, she turned round and bolted the doors. But without devoting any further attention to her, we will now allude to Dowager Lady Jia. She felt thoroughly tired and exhausted, to such a degree that she desired Madame Wang, Ying Chun, and her sisters to see that Mrs. Hsüeh had some wine, while she herself retired to the Xiaoxiang village to rest. Lady Feng immediately bade some servants to fetch a bamboo chair. On its arrival, Dowager Lady Jia seated herself in it, and two matrons carried her off hemmed in by Lady Feng, Li Wan, and a bevy of servant girls and matrons. But let us now leave her to herself, without any additional explanations. During this while, Mrs. Hsüeh too said good-bye and departed. Madame Wang then dismissed Wen Kuan and the other girls, and, distributing the eatables that had been collected in the partition boxes to the servant maids to go and feast on, she availed herself of the leisure moments to lie off. So, reclining as she was on the couch, which had been occupied by her old relative a few minutes back, she bade a young maid lower the portiere, after which she asked her to massage her legs. "Should our old lady yonder send any message, mind you call me at once," she proceeded to impress on her mind, and, laying herself down, she went to sleep. Pao-yü, Xiangyun, and the rest watched the servant girls take the partition boxes and place them among the rocks, and seat themselves some on boulders, others on the turf-covered ground. Some lean against the trees, others squat down beside the pool, and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. But in a little time, they also perceived Yuan Yang arrive. Her object in coming was to carry off goody Liu for a stroll, so in a body they followed in their track, with a view of deriving some fun. Shortly, they got under the honorary gateway put up in the additional grounds, reserved for the imperial consort's visits to her parents, and old goody Liu shouted aloud, "Aiyo, what? Is there another big temple here?" While speaking, she prostrated herself and nodded her head, to the intense amusement of the company, who were quite doubled up with laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Goody Liu inquired. "I can decipher the characters on this honorary gateway. Over at our place, temples of this kind are exceedingly plentiful, and they've all got archways like this. These characters give the name of the temple." "Can you make out from those characters what the temple this is?" they laughingly asked. Goody Liu quickly raised her head, and, pointing at the inscription, "Aren't these," she said, "the 4 characters Pearly Emperor's Precious Hall?" Everybody laughed. They clapped their hands and applauded. But when about to chaff her again, Goody Liu experienced a rumbling noise in her stomach, and vehemently pulling a young servant girl and asking her for a couple of sheets of paper, she began immediately to loosen her garments. "It won't do in here!" one and all laughingly shouted out to her, and quickly they directed the matron to lead her away. When they got at the northeast corner, the matron pointed the proper place out to her, and in high spirits she walked off and went to have some rest. Goody Liu had taken plenty of wine. She could not, too, touch yellow wine. She had, what is more, drunk and eaten so many fat things that in the thirst which supervened, she had emptied several cups of tea. The result was that she unavoidably got looseness of the bowels. She therefore squatted for ever so long before she felt any relief. But on her exit from the private chamber, the wind blew the wine to her head. Besides, being a woman well up in years, she felt, upon suddenly rising from a long squatting position, her eyes grow so dim and her head so giddy that she could not make out the way. She gazed on all 4 quarters, but the whole place being covered with trees, rockeries, towers, terraces, and houses, she was quite at a loss how to determine her whereabouts, and where each road led to. She had no alternative but to follow a stone road and to toddle on her way with leisurely step. But when she drew near a building, she could not make out where the door could be. After searching and searching, she accidentally caught sight of a bamboo fence. "Here's another trellis with flat bean plants creeping on it," Goody Liu communed within herself. While giving way to reflection, she skirted the flower-laden hedge, and discovering a moon-like, cave-like entrance, she stepped in. Here she discerned, stretching before her eyes, a sheet of water, forming a pond, which measured no more than 7 or 8 feet in breadth. Its banks were paved with slabs of stone. Its jade-like waves flowed in a limpid stream towards the opposite direction. At the upper end figured a slab of white marble, laid horizontally over the surface. Goody Liu wandered her steps over the slab and followed the raised stone road. Then, turning 2 bends in the lake, an entrance into a house struck her gaze. Forthwith, she crossed the doorway, but her eyes were soon attracted by a young girl, who advanced to greet her with a smile playing upon her lips. "The young ladies," Goody Liu speedily remarked, laughing, "have cast me adrift. They made me knock about until I find my way in here." But seeing, after addressing her, that the girl said nothing by way of reply, Goody Liu approached her and seized her by the hand, when, with a crash, she fell against the wooden partition wall and bumped her head so that it felt quite sore. Upon close examination, she discovered that it was a picture. "Do your picture really so bulge out?" Goody Liu mused within herself, and, as she exercised her mind with these cogitations, she scanned it and rubbed her hand over it. It was perfectly even all over. She nodded her head and heaved a couple of sighs. But the moment she turned around, she espied a small door over which hung a soft portière of leek-green colour, bestrewn with embroidered flowers. Goody Liu lifted the portière and walked in. Upon raising her head and casting a glance round, she saw the walls artistically carved in fretwork. Of all 4 sizes, loose, double-edged swords, vases and censers were stuck everywhere over the walls, and embroidered covers and gaze nets glistened as brightly as gold, and shed a lustre vying with that of pearls. Even the bricks on the ground on which she trod were jade-like green, inlaid with designs, so that her eyes got more and more dazzled. She tried to discover an exit, but where could she find a doorway? On the left was a bookcase, on the right a screen. As soon as she repaired behind the screen, she faced a door, but she then caught sight of another old dame stepping in from outside and advancing towards her. Goody Liu was wonder-struck. Her mind was full of uncertainty as to whether it might not be her son-in-law's mother. "I expect," she felt prompted to ask with vehemence, "you went to the trouble of coming to hunt for me, as you didn't see me turn up at home for several days, eh? But what young lady introduced you in here?" Then, noticing that her whole head was bedecked with flowers, old Goody Liu laughed. "How ignorant of the ways of the world you are," she said. "Seeing the nice flowers in this garden, you at once set to work, forgetful of all consequences, and loaded your pate with them." However, while she derided her, the other old dame simply laughed without making any rejoinder. Recollection suddenly flashed to her memory. She had often heard of some kind of cheval glasses found in wealthy and well-to-do families, and may it not be, she wondered, my own self reflected in this glass? After concluding this train of thoughts, she put out her hand and feeling it, and then minutely scrutinizing it, she realized that the 4 wooden partition walls were made of carved blackwood, into which mirrors had been inserted. "These have so far impeded my progress," she consequently exclaimed, "and how am I to manage to get out?" As she soliloquized, she kept on rubbing the mirror. This mirror was, in fact, provided with some Western mechanism which enabled it to open and shut, so while Goody Liu inadvertently passed her hands quite at random over its surface, the pressure happily fell on the right spot, and, opening the contrivance, the mirror flung round, exposing a door to view. Old Goody Liu was full of amazement as well as of admiration. With hasty step she egressed. Her eyes unexpectedly fell on a most handsome set of bed curtains, but being at the time still 7 or 8 tenths in the wind, and quite tired out from her tramp, she with one jump squatted down on the bed, saying to herself, "I'll just have a little rest." So little, however, did she, contrary to her expectations, have any control over herself, that as she reeled backwards and forwards, her eyes got quite drowsy, and then the moment she threw herself in a recumbent position, she dropped into a sound sleep. But let us now see what the others were up to. They waited for her and waited, but they saw nothing of her. Pan got, in the absence of his grandmother, so distressed that he melted into tears. "May she not have fallen into the place?" one and all laughingly observed. "Be quick and tell someone to go and have a look." 2 matrons were directed to go in search for her, but they returned and reported that she was not to be found. The whole party instituted a search in every nook and corner, but nothing could be seen of her. "She was so drunk," Siren suggested, "that she's sure to have lost her way, and following this road, got into our back rooms. Should she have crossed to the inside of the hedge, she must have come to the door of the black house and got in. Nevertheless, the young maids she must have come across must know something about her. If she did not get inside the hedge, but continued in the south-westerly direction, she's all right. If she made a detour and walked out. But if she hasn't done so, why, she'll have enough of roaming for a good long while. I had better therefore go and see what she's up to." With these words still on her lips, she retraced her footsteps and repaired into Yihong Court. She called out to the servants, but, who would have thought it, the whole bevy of young maids attached to those rooms had seized the opportunity to go and have a romp, so Siren straightway entered the door of the house. As soon as she turned the multicolored embroidered screen, the sound of snoring as loud as peals of thunder fell on her ear. Hastily she betook herself inside, but her nostrils were overpowered by the foul air of wine and wind, which infected the apartment. At a glance she discovered old Goody Liu lying on the bed, face downwards, with hands sprawled out and feet knocking about all over the place. Xi Ren sustained no small shock. With precipitate hurry, she rushed up to her, and, laying hold of her, lying as she was more dead than alive, she pushed her about until she succeeded in rousing her to her senses. Old Goody Liu was startled out of her sleep. She opened wide her eyes, and, realizing that Xi Ren stood before her, she speedily crawled up. "Miss," she pleaded, "I do deserve death. I have done what I shouldn't, but I haven't in any way soiled the bed." So saying, she swept her hands over it, but Xi Ren was in fear and trembling lest the suspicions of any inmate should be aroused, and lest Pao-yü should come to know of it, so all she did was to wave her hand towards her, bidding her not to utter a word. Then, with alacrity, grasping 3 or 4 handfuls of baihe incense, she heaped it on a large tripod which stood in the center of the room, and put the lid back again, delighted at the idea that she had not been so upset as to be sick. "It doesn't matter," she quickly rejoined in a low tone of voice with a smile. "I'm here to answer for this. Come along with me." While old Goody Liu expressed her readiness to comply with her wishes, she followed Xi Ren out into the quarters occupied by the young maids. Here Xi Ren desired her to take a seat. "Mind you say," she enjoined her, "that you were so drunk that you stretched on the boulder and had a snooze." "All right, I will," old Goody Liu promised. Xi Ren afterwards helped her to 2 cups of tea, when she, at length, got over the effects of the wine. "What young lady's room is this, that it is so beautiful?" she then inquired. "It seems to me just as if I had gone to the very heavenly palace." Xi Ren gave a faint smile. "This one?" she asked. "Why, it's our master Secundus, Mr. Bao's bedroom." Old Goody Liu was quite taken aback, and could not even presume to utter a sound. But Xi Ren led her out across the front compound, and, when they met the inmates of the family, she simply explained to them that she had found her fast asleep on the grass and brought her along. No one paid any heed to the excuse she gave, and the subject was dropped. Presently, Dowager Lady Jia awoke, and the evening meal was at once served in the Daoxiangcun. Dowager Lady Jia was, however, quite listless, and felt so little inclined to eat anything that she forthwith got into a small open chair with bamboo seat, and returned to her suite of rooms to rest. But she insisted that Lady Feng and her companions should go and have their repast, so the young ladies eventually adjourned once more into the garden. But, reader, you do not know the sequel, so peruse the circumstances given in detail in the next chapter. End of section 33. Recording by Cao Yuqing in Singapore.
Section 34 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 42, Part 1. The Princess of Hangwu dispels with sweet words some insane suspicions. The inmate of Shaoshan puts, with excellent repartee, the final touch to the jokes made about Goody Liu. We will now resume our story by adding that, on the return of the young ladies into the garden, they had their meal. This over, they parted company, and nothing more need be said about them. We will notice, however, that old Goody Liu took Peng Er along with her, and came first and pay a visit to Lady Feng. "We must certainly start for home tomorrow as soon as it is daylight," she said. "I've stayed here, it's true, only 2 or 3 days, but in these few days I have reaped experience in everything that I had not seen from old till now. It would be difficult to find anyone as compassionate of the poor and considerate to the old as your venerable dame, your Madam Wang, your young ladies, and the girls too attached to the various rooms have all shown themselves in their treatment of me. When I get home now, I shall have no other means of showing how grateful I am to you than by purchasing a lot of huge joss sticks and saying daily prayers to Buddha on your behalf. And if he spares you all to enjoy a long life of 100 years, my wishes will be accomplished. Don't be so exultant, Lady Feng smilingly replied. It's all on account of you that our old ancestor has fallen ill by exposing herself to draughts, and that she suffers from disturbed sleep. Also that our Dazhi has caught a chill and is laid up at home with fever. Good Liu, at these words, speedily heaved a sigh. Her venerable ladyship, she said, is a person advanced in years and not accustomed to any intense fatigue. She has never before been in such high spirits as yesterday, Lady Feng observed. As you were here, so anxious was she to let you see everything that she trudged over the greater part of the garden. And Dazhi was given a piece of cake by Madame Wang when I came to hunt you up, and she ate it, who knows in what windy place, and began at once to get feverish. Dazhi, Good Liu remarked, hasn't, I fancy, often put her foot into the garden, and young people like her mustn't really go into strange places, for she's not like our children, who are able to use their legs. In what graveyards don't they ramble about? A puff of wind may, on the one hand, have struck her. It's not at all unlikely. Or being, on the other, so chaste in body, and her eyes also so pure, she may, it is to be feared, have come across some spirit or other. I can't help thinking, therefore, that you should consult some book of exorcisms on her behalf. For, mind, she may have run up against some evil influence. This remark suggested the idea to Lady Feng. There and then she called Ping Er to fetch the jade box record. When brought, she desired Cai Ming to look over it for her. Cai Ming turned over the pages for a time and then read. Those who fall ill on the 25th day of the 8th moon have come across, in a due westerly quarter, of some flower spirit. They feel heavy, with no inclination for drink or food. Take 7 sheets of white paper money, and advancing 40 steps due west, burn them and exorcise the spirit. Recovery will follow at once. There's really no mistake about that, Lady Feng smiled. Are there not flower spirits in the garden? But what I dread is that our old lady mayn't have come across one too. Saying this, she bade a servant purchase 2 lots of paper money. On their arrival, she sent for 2 proper persons, the one to exorcise the spirits for Dowager Lady Jia, and the other to expel them from Dazhi. And these observances over, Dazhi did, in fact, drop quietly to sleep. It is verily people advanced in years like you, Lady Feng smilingly exclaimed, who've gone through many experiences. This Dazhi of mine has often been inclined to ill, and it has quite puzzled me to make out how and why it was. This isn't anything out of the way, Good Liu said. Affluent and honorable people bring up their offspring to be delicate, so naturally they are not able to endure the least hardship. Moreover, that young child of yours is so excessively cuddled that she can't stand it. Were you, therefore, my lady, to pamper her less from henceforth, she'll steadily improve. There's plenty of reason in that too, Lady Feng observed. But it strikes me that she hasn't as yet got a name. So do give her one in order that she may borrow your long life. In the next place, you are country people, and are, after all, I don't expect you get angry when I mentioned it, somewhat in poor circumstances. Were a person then as poor as you are to suggest a name for her, you may, I trust, have the effect of counteracting this influence for her. When old Good Liu heard this proposal, she immediately gave herself up to reflection. I have no idea of the date of her birth. She smiled after a time. She really was born on no propitious date, Lady Feng replied. By a remarkable coincidence, she came into the world on the 7th day of the 7th moon. This is certainly splendid. Old Liu laughed with alacrity. You had better name her at once Zhaozhe, that is, 7th moon and ingenuity. This is what's generally called combating poison by poison and attacking fire by fire. If therefore your ladyship fixes upon this name of mine, she will, for a surety, attain a long life of 100 years. And when she by and by grows up to be a big girl, every one of you will be able to have a home and get a patrimony. Or, if at any time there occur anything inauspicious and she has to face adversity, why, it will inevitably change into prosperity. And if she comes across any evil fortune, it will turn into good fortune. And this will all arise from this one word, Zhao, that is ingenuity. Lady Feng was, needless to say, delighted by what she heard, and she lost no time in expressing her gratitude. If she be preserved, she exclaimed, to accomplish your good wishes, it will be such a good thing. Saying this, she called Ping Er. As you and I are bound to be busy tomorrow, she said, and won't, I fear, be able to spare any leisure moments, you'd better, if you have nothing to do now, get ready the presents for old goody Liu, so as to enable her to conveniently start at early dawn tomorrow. How could I presume to be the cause of such reckless waste? Goody Liu interposed. I've already disturbed your peace and quiet for several days, and were I to also take your things away, I'd feel still less at ease in my heart. There's nothing much, Lady Feng protested. They consist simply of a few ordinary things. But whether good or bad, to take them along, so that the people in the same street as yourselves and your next-door neighbors may have some little excitement, and that it may look as if you had been on a visit to the city. But while she endeavored to induce the old dame to accept the presents, she noticed Ping Er approach. Goody Liu, she remarked, come over here and see. Goody Liu precipitately followed Ping Er into the room on the off side. Here she saw the stove coach half full with piles of things. Ping Er took these up one by one and let her have a look at them. This, she explained, is a roll of that green gauze you asked for yesterday. Besides this, our Lady Feng gives you a piece of thick bluish-white gauze to use as lining. These are 2 pieces of pongee, which will do for weather coats and juppers as well. In this bundle are 2 pieces of silk for you to make clothes with by the end of the year. This is a box containing various homemade cakes. Among them are some you've already tasted and some you haven't. So take them along and put them in plates and invite your friends. They will be ever so much better than any that you could buy. These 2 bags are those in which the melons and fruit were packed up yesterday. This one has been filled with 2 bushels of fine rice grown in the imperial fields, the like of which for congee it would not be easy to get. This one contains fruits from our garden and all kinds of dry fruits. In this packet, you will find 8 taels of silver. These various things are presents for you from our mistress Secunda. Each of these packets contains 50 taels, so that there are in all 100 taels. They are the gifts of Madame Wang. She bids you accept them so as to either carry on any trade for which no big capital is required, or to purchase several acres of land in order that you mayn't henceforward have any more to beg favors of relatives or to depend upon friends. Continuing, she added smilingly in a low tone of voice, these 2 jackets, 2 juppers, 4 headbands, and a bundle of velvet and thread are what I give you, worthy dame, as my share. These clothes are, it is true, the worse for use, yet I haven't worn them very much. But if you disdain them, I won't be so presuming as to say anything." After mention of each article by Ping Er, Good Liu muttered the name of Buddha. So already she had repeated Buddha's name several thousands of times. But when she saw the heap of presents which Ping Er too bestowed on her, and the little ostentation with which she did it, she promptly smiled. "Miss," she said, "what are you saying? Could I ever disdain such nice gifts as these? Had I even the money, I couldn't buy them anywhere. The only thing is that I feel overpowered with shame. If I keep them, it won't be nice, and if I don't accept them, I shall be showing myself ungrateful for your kind attention." "Don't utter all this irrelevant talk," Ping Er laughed. "You and I are friends, so compose your mind and take the things I gave you just now. Besides, I have, on my part, something to ask of you. When the close of the year comes, select a few of your cabbages, dipped in lime and dried in the sun, as well as some lentils, flat beans, tomatoes, and pumpkin strips, and various sorts of dry vegetables, and bring them over. We are all, both high or low, fond of such things. This will be quite enough. We don't want anything else, so don't go to any useless trouble." Good Liu gave utterance to profuse expressions of gratitude, and signified her readiness to comply with her wishes. "Just you go to sleep," Ping Er urged, "and I'll get the things ready for you and put them in here. As soon as the day breaks tomorrow, I'll send the servant lads to hire a cart and pack them in. Don't you therefore worry yourself in the least on that score." Good Liu felt more and more ineffably grateful. So crossing over, she again said, with warm protestations of thankfulness, goodbye to Lady Feng. After which she repaired to Dowager Lady Jia's quarters on this side, where she slept, with one sleep, during the whole night. Early the next day, as soon as she had combed her hair and performed her ablutions, she asked to go and pay her adieus to Lady Jia. But as old Lady Jia was unwell, the various members of the family came to see how she was getting on. On their reappearance outside, they transmitted orders that the doctor should be sent for. In a little time, a matron reported that the doctor had arrived, and an old nurse invited Dowager Lady Jia to ensconce herself under the curtain. "I'm an old woman," Lady Jia remonstrated. "Am I not aged enough to be a mother to that fellow? Am I, pray, to still stand on any ceremonies with him? There's no need to drop the curtain. I'll see him as I am, and have done." Hearing her objections, the matrons fetched a small table, and laying a small pillow on it, they directed a servant to ask the doctor in. Presently, they perceived the trio Jia Zhen, Jia Lian, and Jia Rong bringing Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang did not presume to use the raised road, but confining himself to the side steps, he kept pace with Jia Zhen until they reached the platform. Two matrons who had been standing, one on either side from an early hour, raised the portiere. A couple of old women servants then took the lead and showed the way in. But Pao-yü too appeared on the scene to meet them. They found old Lady Jia seated bolt upright on the coach, dressed in a blue crepe jacket lined with sheepskin, every curl of which resembled a pearl. On the right and left stood four young maids, whose hair had not as yet been allowed to grow, with fly brushes, finger bowls, and other such articles in their hands. 5 or 6 old nurses were also drawn up on both sides like wings. At the back of the jade green gauze mosquito house were faintly visible several persons in red and green habiliments, with gems on their hats and gold trinkets in their coiffures. Dr. Wang could not muster the courage to raise his head. With speedy step, he advanced and paid his obeisance. Dowager Lady Jia noticed that he wore the official dress of the 6th grade, and she accordingly concluded that he must be an imperial physician. "How are you, noble doctor?" she inquired, forcing a smile. "What is the worthy surname of this noble doctor?" she then asked Jia Zhen. Jia Zhen and his companions made prompt reply. "His surname is Wang," they said. There was once a certain Wang Jinxiao who filled the chair of president of the College of Imperial Physicians. Dowager Lady smilingly proceeded. "He excelled in feeling the pulse." Dr. Wang bent his body, and with alacrity he lowered his head and returned her smile. "That was," he explained, "my grand-uncle." "Is it really so?" lively pursued Dowager Lady Jia upon catching this reply. "We can then call ourselves old friends." So speaking, she quietly put out her hand and rested it on the small pillow. A nurse laid hold of a small stool and placed it before the small table. Slightly to the side of it, Dr. Wang bent one knee and took a seat on the stool. Drooping his head, he felt the pulse of the one hand for a long while. Next, he examined that of the other, after which, hastily making a curtsy, he bent his head and started on his way out of the apartment. "Excuse me for the trouble I've put you to," Dowager Lady Jia smiled. "Jane, escort him outside, and do see that he has a cup of tea." Jia Zhen, Jia Lin, and the rest of their companions immediately acquiesced by uttering several yeses, and once more they led Dr. Wang into the outer study. "Your worthy senior," Dr. Wang explained, "has nothing else the matter with her than a slight chill, which she must have inadvertently contracted. She needn't, after all, take any medicines. All she need do is to diet herself and keep warm a little, and she'll get all right. But I will now write a prescription in here. Should her venerable ladyship care to take any of the medicine, then prepare a dose according to the prescription and let her have it. But should she be loath to have any, well, never mind, it won't be of any consequence." Saying this, he wrote the prescription as he sipped his tea, but when about to take his leave, he saw a nurse bring Dajier into the room. "Mr. Wang," she said, "do also have a look at our Jier." Upon hearing her appeal, Dr. Wang immediately rose to his feet. While she was clasped in her nurse's arms, he rested Dajier's hand on his left hand and felt her pulse with his right, and rubbing her forehead, he asked her to put out her tongue and let him see it. "Were I to express my views about Jier, you would again abuse me. If she's, however, kept quiet and allowed to go hungry for a couple of meals, she'll get over this. There's no necessity for her to take any decocted medicines. I'll just send her some pills, which you'll have to dissolve in a preparation of ginger, and give them to her before she goes to sleep. When she has had these, there will be nothing more the matter with her." At the conclusion of these recommendations, he bade them goodbye and took his departure. Jia Zhen and his companions then took the prescription and came and explained to old Lady Jia the nature of her indisposition, and depositing on the table the paper given to them by the doctor, they quitted her presence, but nothing more need be said about them. Madame Wang and Li Wen, Lady Feng, Pao-ch'ai, and the other young ladies noticed, meanwhile, that the doctor had gone, and they eventually egressed from the back of the mosquito house. After a short stay, Madame Wang returned to her quarters. Goody Liu repaired, when she perceived everything quiet again, into the upper rooms and made her adieus to Dowager Lady Jia. "When you've got any leisure, do pay us another visit," old Lady Jia urged, and bidding Yuan Yang come to her. "Do be careful," she added, "and see Dame Liu safely on her way out. For not being well, I can't escort you myself." Goody Liu expressed her thanks, and saying goodbye a second time, she betook herself, along with Yuan Yang, into the servants' quarters. Here, Yuan pointed at a bundle on the stove couch. These are, she said, several articles of clothing belonging to our old mistress. They were presented to her in years gone by members of our family on her birthdays and various festivals. Her ladyship never wears anything made by people outside, yet to hoard these would be a downright pity. Indeed, she hasn't worn them even once. It was yesterday that she told me to get out 2 costumes and hand them to you to take along with you, either to give as presents or to be worn by someone in your home. But don't make fun of us. In the box, you will find the flower fruits, for which you asked. This bundle contains the medicines to which you alluded the other day. There are plum blossom spotted tongue pills and purple gold ingot pills, also vivifying blood vessels pills, as well as driving offspring and preserving life pills, each kind being rolled up in a sheet bearing the prescription, and the whole lot of them are packed up in here. While these 2 are purses for you to wear in the way of ornaments. So saying, she forthwith loosened the cord, and producing 2 ingots representing pencils, and with Ru-yi on them, implying, your wishes will surely be fulfilled. She drew near and showed them to her. Take the purses, she pursued, smiling, but you leave these behind and give them to me. Goody Liu was so overjoyed that she had, from an early period, come out afresh with several thousands of invocations of Buddha's names. When she therefore heard Yuan's suggestion, Miss, she quickly rejoined, you are at perfect liberty to keep them. Yuan perceived that the words were believed by her. So smiling, she once more dropped the ingots into the purse. I was only joking with you for fun, she observed. I've got a good many like these. Keep them therefore and give them, at the close of the year, to your young children. Speaking the while, she espied a young maid walk in with a cup from the Cheng Kiong and hand it to old Goody Liu. This, she said, our master Secundus, Mr. Bao, gives you. Whence could I begin enumerating the things I got? Goody Liu exclaimed. In what previous existence did I accomplish anything so meritorious as to bring today this heap of blessings upon me? With these words, she eagerly took possession of the cup. The clothes I gave you the other day when I asked you to have a bath were my own, Yuan resumed. And if you don't think them too mean, I've got a few more which I would also like to let you have. Goody Liu thanked her with vehemence. So Yuan, in point of fact, produced several more articles of clothing, and these she packed up for her. Goody Liu thereupon expressed a desire to also go into the garden and take leave of Pao-yü and the young ladies, Madame Wang and the other inmates, and to thank them for all they did for her. But Yuan raised objections. You can dispense with going, she remarked. They don't see anyone just now, but I'll deliver the message for you by and by. When you've got any leisure, do come again. Go to the second gate, she went on to direct an old matron, and call 2 servant-lads to come here and have this old dame to take her things away. After the matron had signified her obedience, Yuan returned with Goody Liu to Lady Feng's quarters, on the off part of the mansion, and taking the presents as far as the side gates, she bade the servant-lads carry them out. She herself then saw Goody Liu into her curricle and start on her journey homewards. But without commenting further on this topic, let us revert to Pao-ch'ai and the other girls. After breakfast, they recrossed into their grandmother's rooms and made inquiries about her health. On their way back to the garden, they reached a point where they had to take different roads. Pao-ch'ai then called out to Tai-yü. Ping-er, she observed, come with me. I've got a question to ask you. Tai-yü went at her steps, therefore with Pao-ch'ai into the Hangwu court. As soon as they entered the house, Pao-ch'ai threw herself into a seat. Kneel down, she smiled. I want to examine you about something. Tai-yü could not fathom her object and consequently laughed. Look here, she cried. This chit Bao has gone clean off her senses. What do you want to examine me about? Pao-ch'ai gave a sardonic smile. My dear, precious girl, my dear maiden, she exclaimed, what utter trash fills your mouth? Just speak the honest and candid truth, and finish. Tai-yü could so little guess her meaning that her sole resource was to smile. Inwardly, however, she could not help beginning to experience certain misgivings. What did I say? She remarked. You're bent upon picking out my faults? Speak out and let me hear what's all about. Do you still pretend to be a fool? Pao-ch'ai laughed. When we played yesterday that game of wine forfeits, what did you say? I really couldn't make out any head or tail. Tai-yü, after a moment's reflection, remembered eventually that she had the previous day been guilty of a slip of the tongue and come out with a couple of passages from the Peony Pavilion and the record of the West Side House, and of a sudden her face got scarlet with blushes. Drawing near Pao-ch'ai, she threw her arms around her. My dear cousin, she smiled, I really wasn't conscious of what I was saying. It just blurted out of my mouth. But now that you've called me to task, I won't say such things again. I've no idea of what you were driving at, Pao-ch'ai laughingly rejoined. What I heard you recite sounds so thoroughly unfamiliar to me that I beg you to enlighten me. Dear cousin, pleaded Tai-yü, don't tell anyone else. I won't, in the future, breathe such things again. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly, Chapter 42, Part 2. Pao-ch'ai noticed how from shame the blood rushed to her face, and how vehement she was in her entreaties, and she felt both to press her with questions. So putting her into a seat to make her have a cup of tea, she said to her in a gentle tone, Whom do you take me for? I too am wayward. From my youth up? Yeah, ever since I was 7 or 8. I've been enough trouble to people. Our family was also what one would term literary. My grandfather's extreme delight was to be ever with a book in his hand. At one time, we numbered many members, and sisters and brothers all lived together. But we had a distaste for wholesome books. Among my brothers, some were partial to verses. Others had a weakness for blank poetical compositions. And our collection of books even included the Western Side House and the guitar, even up to the 101 books of the Yuan authors. These books they stealthily read behind our backs, and we, on our part, devoured them on the sly, without their knowing it. Subsequently, our father came to get wind of it, and some of us he beat, while others he scolded, burning some of the books and throwing away others. It is therefore as well that we girls shouldn't know anything of letters. Men who study books but don't understand the right principle can't, moreover, reach the standard of those who don't go in for books. So how much more such as ourselves? Even versifying, writing, and the like pursuits aren't in the line of such as you and me. Indeed, neither are they within the portion of a man. Men who go in for study and fathom the right principles should cooperate in the government of the empire, and should rule the nation. This would be a nobler purpose, but one doesn't nowadays hear of the very existence of such persons. Hence, the study of books makes them worse than they ever were before. But it isn't the books that ruin them. The misfortune is that they make improper use of books. That is why study doesn't come up to plowing and sowing and trading, as these pursuits exercise no serious pernicious influences. As far, however, as Sue and I go, we should devote our minds simply to matters connected with needlework and spinning, for we will then be fulfilling our legitimate duties. Yet it so happens that we too know a few characters. But as we can read, it behoves us to choose no other than wholesome works, for these will do us no harm. What are most to be shirked are those low books, as when once they pervert the disposition, there remains no remedy whatever. While she indulged in this long rigmarole, Tai-yü lowered her head and sipped her tea, and though she secretly shared the same views on the subject, all the answers she gave her in assent was limited to one single word, yes. But at an unexpected moment, Xueqin appeared in the room. Our Lady Lin, she said, requests the presence of both of you, young ladies, to consult with you in an important matter. Miss Secunda, Miss Tertia, Miss Quarter, Miss Xi, and Mr. Bao, our master Secundus, are there waiting for you. What's up again? Pao-ch'ai inquired. You and I will know what it is when we get there, Tai-yü explained. So saying, she came with Pao-ch'ai into the Daoshan village. Here they, in fact, discovered everyone assembled. As soon as Li Wen caught sight of the two cousins, she smiled. The society has barely been started, she observed, and here's one who wants to give us the slip. That girl Quarter wishes to apply for a whole year's leave. It's that single remark of our worthy seniors yesterday that is at the bottom of it. Tai-yü laughed, for by bidding her execute some painting or other of the garden, she has put her in such high feather that she applies for leave. Don't be so hard upon our dear ancestor, Pao-ch'ai rejoined, a smile playing on her lips. It's entirely due to that allusion of Grandmother Liu's. Tai-yü speedily took up the thread of the conversation. Quite so, she smiled. It's all through that remark of hers, but of what branch of the family is she a grandmother? We should merely address her as the female locust. That's all. As she spoke, one and all were highly amused. When any mortal language finds its way into that girl Feng's mouth, Pao-ch'ai laughed, she knows how to turn it to the best account. What a fortunate thing it is that vixen Feng has no idea of letters and can't boast of much culture. Her forte is simply such vulgar things as suffice to raise a laugh. Worse than her is that Ping-er with that coarse tongue. She has recourse to the devices of the Chun-chiu by selecting from the vulgar expressions used in low slang. The most noteworthy points she eliminates what's commonplace and makes, with the addition of a little elegance and finish, a style so much like that of the text that each sentence has a peculiar character of its own. The three words representing female locust bring out clearly the various circumstances connected with yesterday. The wonder is that she has been so quick in devising them. After lending an ear to her arguments, they all laughed. Those explanations of yours, they cried, show well enough that you are not below those two. Pray, let's consult as to how many days' leave to grant her, Li Wen proposed. I gave her a month, but she thinks it's too little. What do you say about it? Properly speaking, Tai-yü put in, 1 year isn't much. The laying out of this garden occupied a whole year, and to paint a picture of it now will certainly need 2 years' time. She'll have to rub the ink, to moisten the pencils, to stretch the paper, to mix the pigments, and to... When she had reached this point, even Tai-yü could not restrain herself from laughing. "If she goes on so leisurely to work," she exclaimed, "won't she require 2 years' time?" Those who caught this insinuation clapped their hands and indulged in incessant merriment. "Her innuendos are full of zest," Pao-ch'ai ventured laughingly. "But what takes the cake is that last remark about leisurely going to work. For if she weren't to paint at all, how could she ever finish her task?" Hence those jokes cracked yesterday were sufficient, of course, to evoke laughter, but on second thought, they are devoid of any fun. Just you carefully ponder over Ping Er's words. I'll bet they don't amount to much. You'll nevertheless find, when you come to reflect on them, that there's plenty of gusto about them. I've really had such a laugh over them that I can scarcely move. It's the way that cousin Pao-ch'ai puffs her up, Sichuan observed, that makes her so much the more arrogant that she turns me also into a laughing stock now. Tai-yü hastily smiled and pulled her towards her. "Let me ask you," she said, "are you only going to paint the garden, or will you insert us in it as well?" "My original idea was to have simply painted the garden," Sichuan explained, "but our worthy senior told me again yesterday that a mere picture of the grounds would resemble the plan of a house, and recommended that I should introduce some inmates too, so as to make it look like what a painting should. I've neither the knack for the fine work necessary for towers and terraces, nor have I the skill to draw representations of human beings. But as I couldn't very well raise any objections, I find myself at present on the horns of a dilemma about it." "Human beings are an easy matter," Tai-yü said. "What beats you are insects." "Here you are again with your trash," Li Wen exclaimed. "Will there be any need to also introduce insects in it? As far, however, as birds go, it may probably be advisable to introduce 1 or 2 kinds." "If any other insects are not put in the picture," Tai-yü smiled, "it won't matter. But without yesterday's female locust in it, it will fall short of the original." This retort evoked further general amusement. While Tai-yü laughed, she beat her chest with both hands. "Begin painting at once," she cried. "I've even got the title all ready. The name I've chosen is Picture of a Locust Brought In to Have a Good Feed." At these words, they laughed so much the more heartily that at a time they bent forward, and at another they leaned back. But a sound of kutung then fell on their ears, and unable to make out what could have dropped, they anxiously and precipitately looked about. It was, they found, Xu Xiangyun, who had been reclining on the back of the chair. The chair had, from the very outset, not been put in a sure place, and while indulging in hearty merriment, she threw her whole weight on the back. She did not, besides, notice that the dovetails on each side had come out, so, with a tilt towards the east, she as well as the chair toppled over in a heap. Luckily, the wooden partition wall was close enough to arrest her fall, and she did not sprawl on the ground. The sight of her created more amusement than ever among all her relatives, so much so that they could scarcely regain their equilibrium. It was only after Pao-yü had rushed up to her and given her a hand and raised her to her feet again that they at last managed to gradually stop laughing. Pao-yü then winked at Tai-yü. Tai-yü grasped its meaning and forthwith withdrawing into the inner room. She lifted the cover of the mirror and looked at her face. She found the hair about her temples slightly disheveled, so promptly opening Li Wen's toilet case and extracting a narrow brush, she stood in front of the mirror and smoothed it down with a few touches. Afterwards, laying the brush in its place, she stepped into the outer suite. "Is this," she said, pointing at Li Wen, doing what you're told and showing us how to do needlework and teaching us manners? Why, instead of that, you press us to come here and have a good romp and a hearty laugh. Just you listen to her perverse talk. Li Wen laughed. She takes the lead and kicks up a rumpus and incites people to laugh. And then she throws the blame upon me. In real truth, she's a despicable thing. What I wish is that you should soon get some dreadful mother-in-law and several crotchety and abominable older and younger sisters-in-law, and we'll see then whether you'll still be as perverse or not. Tai-yü at once became quite scarlet in the face, and pulling Pao-ch'ai. Let us, she added, give her a whole year's leave. I've got an impartial remark to make. Listen to me, all of you, Pao-ch'ai chimed in. I'll bet the girl O may have some idea about painting. All she can manage are just a few outline sketches, so that unless, now that she has to accomplish the picture of this garden, she can lay a claim to some ingenuity, will she ever be able to succeed in effecting a painting? This garden resembles a regular picture. The rockeries and trees, towers and pavilions, halls and houses are, as far as distances and density go, neither too numerous nor too few. Such as it is fitly laid out. But were you to put it on paper in strict compliance with the original, why, it will surely not elicit admiration. In a thing like this, it is necessary to pay due care to the various positions and distances on paper, whether they should be large or whether small, and to discriminate between main and secondary, adding what is needful to add, concealing and reducing what should be concealed and reduced, and exposing to view what should remain visible. As soon as a rough copy is executed, it should again be considered in all its details, for then alone will it assume the semblance of a picture. In the second place, all these towers, terraces, and structures must be distinctly delineated, for with just a trifle of inattention, the railings will slant, the pillars will be topsy-turvy, doors and windows will recline in a horizontal position, steps will separate, leaving clefts between them, and even tables will be crowded into the walls, and flower pots piled on portieres, and won't it, instead of turning out into a picture, be a mere caricature? Thirdly, proper care must also be devoted in the insertion of human beings, to density and height, to the creases of clothing, to upas and sashes, to fingers, hands, and feet, as these are most important details. For if even one stroke be not thoroughly executed, then if the hands be not swollen, the feet will be made to look as if they were lame. The coloring of faces and the drawing of the hair are minor points, but in my own estimation, they really involve intense difficulty. Now a year's leave is, on one hand, too excessive, and a month is, on the other, too little. So just gave her half a year's leave, deputed besides Cousin Pao-yü to lend her a hand in her task. Not that Cousin Pao knows how to give any hints about painting, that in itself would be more of a drawback, but in order that, in the event of there being anything that she doesn't comprehend, or of anything perplexing her as to how best to insert it, Cousin Pao may take the picture outside and make the necessary inquiries of those gentlemen who excel in painting. Matters will thus be facilitated for her. At this suggestion, Pao-yü was the first to feel quite enchanted. This proposal is first-rate, he exclaimed. The towers and terraces, minutely executed by Jiang Ziliang, are so perfect, and the beauties painted by Cheng Ruxing so extremely fine that I will go at once and ask them of them. I've always said that you fuss for nothing, Pao-ch'ai interposed. I merely passed a cursory remark. and there you want to go immediately and ask for things. To wait until we arrive at some decision in our deliberations, and then you can go. But let's consider now what would be best to use to paint the picture on. I've got in my quarters, Pao-yü answered, some snow-white wavy paper, which is both large in size and proof against ink as well. Pao-ch'ai gave a sarcastic smile. I do maintain, she cried, that you are a perfectly useless creature. That snow-white wavy paper is good for pictures consisting of characters and for outline drawings. Or else those who have the knack of making landscapes use it for depicting scenery of the Southern Song era, as it resists ink and is strong enough to bear coarse painting. But were you to employ this sort of paper to make a picture of this garden on, it will neither stand the colors nor will it be easy to dry the painting by the fire. So not only won't it be suitable, but it will be a pity to waste the paper. I'll tell you a way how to get out of this. When this garden was first laid out, some detailed plan was used, which, although executed by a mere house decorator, was perfect with regard to sites and bearings. You would better, therefore, ask for it of your worthy mother, and apply as well to Lady Feng for a piece of thick glazed lustring of the size of that paper, and hand them to the gentlemen outside, and request them to prepare a rough copy for you, with any alterations or additions as might be necessary to make, so as to accord with the style of these grounds. All that will remain to be done will be to introduce a few human beings, no more. Then, when you have to match the azure and green pigments as well as the ground gold and the ground silver, you can get those people again to do so for you. But you'll also have to bring an extra portable stove, so as to have it handy for melting the glue and for washing your pencils after you have taken the glue off. You further require a large table, painted white and covered with a cloth. That lot of small dishes you have aren't sufficient. Your pencils too are not enough. It will be well, consequently, for you to purchase a new set of each. Do I own such a lot of painting materials? Xueqin exclaimed. Why, I simply use any pencil that first comes under my hand to paint with, that's all. And as for pigments, I've only got 4 kinds. Ochre stone, guang flower paint, rattan yellow, and rouge. Besides these, all I have amounts to a couple of pencils for applying colors, no more. Why didn't you say so earlier? Pao-ch'ai remarked. I've still got some of these things remaining, but you don't need them, so were I to give you any, they'd lie uselessly about. I'll put them away for you now for a time, and when you want them, I'll let you have some. You should, however, keep them for the exclusive purpose of painting fans. For were you to paint such big things with them, it would be a pity. I'll draw out a list for you today to enable you to go and apply to our worthy senior for the items, as it isn't likely that you people can possibly know all that's required. I'll dictate them, and Cousin Bao can write them down. Pao-yü had already got a pencil and inkslab ready, for fearing lest he might not remember clearly the various necessaries. He had made up his mind to write a memorandum of them, so the moment he heard Pao-ch'ai's suggestion, he cheerfully took up his pencil and listened quietly. 4 pencils of the largest size, Pao-ch'ai commenced. 4 of the third size, 4 of the second size, 4 pencils for applying colors on big ground, 4 on medium ground, 4 for small ground, 10 claws of large southern crabs, 10 claws of small crabs, 10 pencils for painting side hair and eyebrows, 20 for laying heavy colors, 20 for light colors, 10 for painting faces, 20 willow twigs, 4 ounces of arrowhead pearls, 4 ounces of southern ochre, 4 ounces of stone yellow, 4 ounces of dark green, 4 ounces of malachite, 4 ounces of tube yellow, 8 ounces of guang flour, 4 boxes of lead powder, 10 sheets of rouge, 200 sheets of thin red gold leaves, 200 sheets of lead, 4 ounces of smooth glue, from a tube guang, and 4 ounces of pure alum. The glue and alum for sizing the lustring are not included, so don't bother yourselves about them. But just take the lustring and give it to them outside to size it with alum for you. You and I can scour and clarify all these pigments and thus amuse ourselves and prepare them for use as well. I feel sure you will have an ample supply to last you a whole lifetime, but you must also get ready 4 sieves of fine lustring, a pair of coarse ones, 4 brush pencils, 4 bowls, some large, some small, 20 large coarse saucers, 10 5-inch plates, 20 3-inch coarse white plates, 2 stoves, 4 large and small earthenware pans, 2 new porcelain jars, 4 new water buckets, 4 1-foot-long bags made of white cloth, 2 caddies of light charcoal, 1 or 2 caddies of willow wood charcoal, a wooden box with 3 drawers, a yard of thick gauze, 2 ounces of fresh ginger, half a caddy of soil, an iron kettle and an iron shovel, hastily chimed in Tai-yü with a smile full of irony. To do what with them? Pao-ch'ai inquired. You asked for fresh ginger, soil, and all these condiments, so I intend for an iron kettle for you to cook the pains and eat them. Tai-yü answered, to the intense merriment of one and all, who gave way to laughter. What do you, Ping-er, know about these things? Pao-ch'ai laughed. I'm not certain in my mind that you won't put those coarse-colored plates straightway on the fire, but unless you take the precaution beforehand of rubbing the bottom with ginger juice mixed with soil and of warming them dry, they were bound to crack the moment they experience the least heat. Is really so? They exclaimed with one voice after this explanation. Tai-yü perused the list for a while. She then smiled and gave Tan Chen a tug. Just see, she whispered. We want to paint a picture, and she goes on indenting for a number of water jars and boxes. But I presume she's got so muddled that she inserts a list of articles needed for her trousseau. Tan Chen, at her remark, laughed with such heartiness that it was all she could do to check herself. Cousin Bao, she observed, don't you wring her mouth? Just ask her what disparaging things she said about you. Why need I ask? Pao-ch'ai smiled. Is it likely, pray, that you can get ivory out of a girl's mouth? Speaking the while, she drew near and, seizing Tai-yü, she pressed her down on the stove coach with the intention of pinching her face. Tai-yü smilingly hastened to implore for grace. My dear cousin, she cried, spare me. Ping-er is young in years. All she knows is to talk at random. She has no idea of what's proper and what's improper. But you are my elder cousin, so teach me how to behave. If you, cousin, don't let me off, to whom can I go and address my entreaties? Little did, however, all who heard her apprehend that there lurked some hidden purpose in her insinuations. She's right there, they consequently pleaded smilingly. So much is she to be pitied that even we have been mollified. To spare her and finish. Pao-ch'ai had at first meant to play with her, but when she unawares heard her drag in again the advice she had tendered her the other day with regard to the reckless perusal of unwholesome books, she at once felt as if she could not have any farther fuss with her, and she let her rise to her feet. It's you, after all, elder cousin, Tai-yü laughed. Had it been I wouldn't have let anyone off. Pao-ch'ai smiled and pointed at her. It is no wonder, she said, that our dear ancestor dotes on you, and that everyone loves you. Even I have today felt my heart warm towards you. But come here and let me put your hair up for you. Tai-yü then, in very deed, swung herself round and crossed over to her. Pao-ch'ai arranged her coiffure with her hands. Pao-yü, who stood by and looked on, thought the style in which her hair was being made up better than it was before. But of a sudden, he felt sorry at what had happened, as he fancied that she should not have let her brush her side hair, but left it alone for the time being and asked him to do it for her. While, however, he gave way to these erratic thoughts, he heard Pao-ch'ai speak. "We have done with what there was to write," she said. "So you'd better tomorrow go and tell grandmother about the things. If there be any at home, well and good, but if not, get some money to buy them with. I will then help you both in your preparations." Pao-yü vehemently pushed the list away, after which they all joined in a further chat on irrelevant matters, and the evening meal over, they once more repaired into old Lady Jia's apartments to wish her good night. Their grandmother had, indeed, had nothing serious the matter with her. Her ailment had amounted mainly to fatigue, to which a slight chill had been superadded, so that having kept in the warm room for the day and taking a dose or two of medicine, she entirely got over the effects and felt in the evening quite like her own self again. But reader, the occurrences of the next day are yet a mystery to you, but the next chapter will divulge them. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly, Chapter 43, Part 1. Having time to amuse themselves, the Jia inmates raise, when least expected, funds to celebrate Lady Feng's birthday. In his ceaseless affection for Jinzhuan, Pao-yü uses, for the occasion, a pinch of earth as incense and burns it. When Madame Wang saw, for we will now proceed with our narrative, that the extent of Dowager Lady Jia's indisposition, contracted on the day she had been into the garden of Broad Vista, amounted to a simple chill, that no serious ailment had supervened, and that her health had improved soon after the doctor had been sent for and she had taken a couple of doses of medicine. She called Lady Feng to her and asked her to get ready a present of some kind for her to take to her husband, Jia Zhen. But while they were engaged in deliberation, they perceived a waiting maid arrive. She came from their old senior's part to invite them to go to her. So with speedy step, Madame Wang led the way for Lady Feng, and they came over into her quarters. "Pray, may I ask," Madame Wang then inquired, "whether you are feeling nearly well again now?" "I'm quite all right today," old Lady Jia replied. "I've tasted the young pheasant soup you sent me a little time back, and find it full of relish. I've also had 2 pieces of meat, so I feel quite comfortable within me. These dainties were presented to you, the ancestor, by that girl Feng." Madame Wang smiled. It only shows how sincere her filial piety is. She does not render futile the love which you, venerable senior, ever lavish on her. Dowager Lady Jia nodded her head assentingly. "She is too kind to think of me," she answered, smiling. "But should there be any more uncooked, let them fry a couple of pieces, and if these be thoroughly immersed in wine, the congee will taste well with them. The soup is true, good, but it shouldn't, properly speaking, be prepared with fine rice." After listening to her wishes, Lady Feng expressed with alacrity her readiness to see them executed, and directed a servant to go and deliver the message in the cook-house. "I sent the servant for you," Dowager Lady Jia meanwhile said, to Madame Wang with a smile, not for anything else, but for the birthday of that girl Feng, which falls on the 2nd. I had made up my mind 2 years ago to celebrate her birthday in proper style. But when the time came, there happened to be, again, something important to attend to, and it went by without anything being done. But this year, the inmates are, on one hand, all here, and there won't, I fancy, be on the other anything to prevent us, so we should all do our best to enjoy ourselves thoroughly for a day. I was thinking the same thing, Madame Wang rejoined laughingly, and since it's your good pleasure, venerable senior, why shouldn't we deliberate at once and decide upon something? To the best of my recollection, Dowager Lady Chia resumed, smiling, whenever in past years I've had any birthday celebrations for any one of us, no matter who it was, we have ever individually sent our respective presents. But this method is common and is also apt, I think, to look very much as if there were some disunion. But I will now devise a new way, a way which won't have the effect of creating any discord, and will be productive of good cheer. Let whatever way you may think best, dear ancestor, be adopted, Madame Wang eagerly rejoined. My idea is, Lady Chia laughingly continued, that we too should follow the example of those poor families and raise a subscription among ourselves, and devote the whole of whatever we may collect to meet the outlay for the necessary preparations. What do you say, will this do or not? This is a splendid idea, Madame Wang acquiesced. But what will, I wonder, be the way adopted for raising contributions? Lady Chia was the more inspirited by her reply. There and then she dispatched servants to go and invite Mrs. Hsüeh, Madame Xing, and the rest of the ladies, and bade others summon the young ladies and Pao-yü. But from the other mansion, Jia Zhen's spouse, Lai Da's wife, even up to the wives of such stewards as enjoined a certain amount of respectability, were likewise to be asked to come round. The sight of their old mistress' delight filled the waiting maids and married women with high glee as well, and each hurried with vehemence to execute her respective errand. Those that were to be invited were invited, and those that had to be sent for were sent for, and before the lapse of such time as could suffice to have a meal in, the old as well as young, the high as well as low, crammed in a black mass every bit of the available space in the rooms. Only Mrs. Hsüeh and Dowager Lady Chia sat opposite to each other. Madame Xing and Wang simply seated themselves on 2 chairs, which faced the door of the apartment. Pao-ch'ai and her 5 or 6 cousins occupied the stove coach. Pao-yü sat on his grandmother's lap. Below, the whole extent of the floor was crowded with inmates on their feet. But old Lady Chia forthwith desired that a few small stools should be fetched. When brought, these were proffered to Lai Da's mother and some other nurses who were advanced in years and held in respect. For it was the custom in the Chia mansion that the family servants who had waited upon any of the fathers or mothers should enjoy a higher status than even young masters and mistresses. Hence it was that while Mrs. Yu, Lady Feng, and other ladies remained standing below, Lai Da's mother and 3 or 4 other old nurses had, after excusing themselves for their rudeness, seated themselves on small stools. Dowager Lady Chia recounted, with a face beaming with smiles, the suggestions she had shortly made for the benefit of the various inmates present, and one and all, of course, were only too ready to contribute for the entertainment. More, some of them were on friendly terms with Lady Feng, so they, of their own free will, adopted the proposal. Others lived in fear and trembling of Lady Feng, and these were only too anxious to make up to her. Everyone, besides, could well afford the means, so that As soon as they heard of the proposed subscriptions, they, with one consent, signified their acquiescence. "I'll give 20 taels," old lady Chia was the first to say with a smile playing round her lips. "I'll follow your lead, dear senior," Mrs. Hsüeh smiled, and also subscribed 20 taels. "We don't presume to place ourselves on an equal footing with your ladyship," Madame Xing and Wang pleaded. "We, of course, come 1 degree lower. Each of us, therefore, will contribute 16 taels. We too naturally rank 1 step lower." Mrs. Yu and Li Wen also smiled. "So we'll each give 12 taels." "You are a widow," Dowager Lady Chia eagerly demurred, addressing herself to Li Wen, "and have lost all your estate. So how could we drag you into all this outlay? I'll contribute for you." "Don't be in such high feather, dear senior," Lady Feng hastily observed, laughing. "But just look to your accounts before you saddle yourself with this burden. You have already taken upon yourself 2 portions. And do you now also volunteer 16 taels on behalf of my elder sister-in-law? You may willingly do so while you speak in the abundance of your spirits, but when you by and by come to ponder over what you have done, you'll feel sore at heart again. It's all that girl Feng that's driven me to spend the money," you'll say in a little time, "and you'll devise some ingenious way to inveigle me to fork out 3 or 4 times as much as your share and thus make up your deficit in an underhand way, while I will still be as much in the clouds as if I were in a dream." These words made everyone laugh. "According to you, what should be done?" Dowager Lady Chia laughingly inquired. "My birthday hasn't yet come," Lady Feng smiled, "and already now I've been the recipient of so much more than I deserve that I'm quite unhappy. But if I don't contribute a single cash, I shall feel really ill at ease for the trouble I shall be giving such a lot of people. It would be as well, therefore, that I should bear this share of my senior sister-in-law, and when the day comes, I can eat a few more things, and thus be able to enjoy some happiness." "Quite right," cried Madame Xing and the others at this suggestion. So, old lady Chia then signified her approval. "There's something more I'd like to add," Lady Feng pursued, smiling. "I think that it's fair enough that you, worthy ancestor, should, besides your own 20 taels, have to stand 2 shares as well. The one for cousin Lin, the other for cousin Pao-yü, and that Mrs. Hsüeh should, beyond her own 20 taels, likewise bear cousin Pao-ch'ai's portion. But it's somewhat unfair that the 2 ladies, Madame Xing and Wang, should each only give 16 taels, when their share is small, and when they don't subscribe anything for anyone else. It's you, venerable senior, who will be the sufferer by this arrangement." Dowager Lady Chia at these words burst out into a boisterous fit of laughter. "It's this hussy Feng," she observed, "who after all takes my side. What you say is quite right. Hadn't it been for you, I would again have been duped by them." "Dear senior," Lady Feng smiled, "just hand over our 2 cousins to those 2 ladies and let each take 1 under her charge and finish. If you make each contribute 1 share, it will be square enough." "This is perfectly fair," eagerly rejoined old lady Chia. "Let this suggestion be carried out." La Da's mother hastily stood up. "This is such a subversion of rights," she smiled, "that I'll put my back up on account of the 2 ladies. She's a son's wife on the other side, and in here only a wife's brother's child. And yet she doesn't incline towards her mother-in-law and her aunt, but takes other people's part. This son's wife has therefore become a perfect stranger, and a close niece has, in fact, become a distant niece." As she said this, Dowager Lady Chia and everyone present began to laugh. "If the junior ladies subscribe 12 taels each," La Da's mother went on to ask, "we must, as a matter of course, also come 1 degree lower, huh?" Upon hearing this, old Lady Chia remonstrated. This won't do, she observed. You naturally should rank 1 degree lower, but you are all, I'm well aware, wealthy people. And in spite of your status being somewhat lower, your funds are more flourishing than theirs. It's only just, then, that you should be placed on the same standing as those people. The posse of nurses expressed with promptness the acceptance of the proposal the old mistress made. The young ladies, Dowager Lady Chia resumed, should merely give something for the sake of appearances. If each one contributes a sum proportionate to her monthly allowance, it will be ample. Turning her head, Yuan Yang, she cried, a few of you should assemble in like manner and consult as to what share you should take in the matter. So bring them along. Yuan Yang assured her that her desires would be duly attended to and walked away. But she had not been absent for any length of time when she appeared on the scene along with Ping Er, Zhe Ren, Chai Sha, and other girls, and a number of waiting maids as well. Of these, some subscribed 2 taels, others contributed 1 tael. Can it be, Dowager Lady Chia then said to Ping Er, that you don't want any birthday celebrated for your mistress, that you don't range yourself also among them? The other money I gave, Ping Er smiled, I gave privately and is extra. This is what I am publicly bound to contribute along with the lot. That's a good child, Lady Chia laughingly rejoined. Those above as well as those below have all alike given their share, Lady Feng went on to observe with a smile. But there are still those 2 secondary wives. Are they to give anything or not? Do go and ask them. It's but right that we should go to the extreme length and include them. Otherwise, they will imagine that we have looked down upon them. Just so, eagerly answered Lady Chia at these words. How is it that we forgot all about them? The only thing is, I fear, they have got no time to spare. Yet, tell a servant girl to go and ask them what they will do. While she spoke, a servant girl went off. After a long absence, she returned. Each of them, she reported, will likewise contribute 2 taels. Dowager Lady Chia was delighted with the result. Fetch a pen and inkslab, she cried, and let's calculate how much they amount to altogether. Mrs. Yu abused Lady Feng in a low tone of voice. I'll take you, you mean covetous creature, and all these mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law have come forward and raised money to celebrate your birthday. And are you yet not satisfied that you must also drag in those 2 miserable beings? But what do you do it for? Try and talk less trash. Lady Feng smiled, also in an undertone. You'll be leaving this place in a little time, and then I'll square up accounts with you. But why ever are those 2 miserable? When they have money, they uselessly give it to other people. And isn't it better that we should get hold of it and enjoy ourselves with it? While she uttered these taunts, they computed that the collections would reach a sum over and above 150 taels. We couldn't possibly run through all this for a day's theatricals and banquet, old Lady Chia exclaimed. As no outside guests are to be invited, Mrs. Yu interposed, and the number of tables won't also be many. There will be enough to cover 2 or 3 days' outlay. First of all, there won't be anything to spend for theatricals, so we'll effect a saving on that item. Just call whatever troupe that girl Feng may say she likes best, Dowager Lady Chia suggested. We've heard quite enough of the performances of that company of ours, Lady Feng said. Let's therefore spend a little money and send for another, and see what they can do. I leave that to you, Brother John's wife, old Lady Chia pursued. In order that our girl Feng should have occasion to trouble her mind with as little as possible, and be able to enjoy a day's peace and quiet, it's only right that she should. Mrs. Yu replied that she would be only too glad to do what she could. They then prolonged their chat for a little longer until one and all realized that their old senior must be quite fagged out, and they gradually dispersed. After seeing Madame Xing and Wang off, Mrs. Yu and the other ladies adjourned into Lady Feng's room to consult with her about the birthday festivities. "Don't ask me," Lady Feng urged. "Do whatever will please our worthy ancestor. What a fine thing you are to come across such a mighty piece of luck." Mrs. Yu smiled. "I was wondering what had happened that she summoned us all. Why, was it simply on this account? Not to breathe a word about the money that I'll have to contribute? Must I have trouble and annoyance to bear as well? How will you show me any thanks?" "Don't bring shame upon yourself," Lady Feng laughed. "I didn't send for you, so why should I be thankful to you? If you funk the exertion, go at once and let our venerable senior know, and she'll depute someone else and have done. You go on like this as you see her in such excellent spirits, that's why," Mrs. Yu smilingly answered. "It would be well, I advise you, to pull in a bit, for if you be too full of yourself, you'll get your due reward." After some further colloquy, these two ladies eventually parted company. On the next day, the money was sent over to the Lin Guo mansion at the very moment that Mrs. Yu had got up and was performing her toilette and ablutions. "Who brought it?" she asked. "Nurse Lin," the servant girl said by way of response. "Call her in," Mrs. Yu said. The servant girls walked as far as the lower rooms and called Lin Jishao's wife to come in. Mrs. Yu bade her seat herself on the footstool while she hurriedly combed her hair and washed her face and hands. She wanted to know how much the bundle contained in all. "This is what's subscribed by us servants," Lin Jishao's wife replied, "and so I collected it and brought it over first. As for the contributions of our venerable mistress and those of the ladies, they aren't ready yet." But simultaneously with this reply, the waiting maids announced, "Our lady of the other mansion and Mrs. Hsüeh have sent over someone with their portions." "You mean wenches," Mrs. Yu cried, scolding them with a smile. "All the gumption you've got is to simply bear in mind this sort of nonsense. In a fit of good cheer, your old mistress yesterday purposely expressed a wish to imitate those poor people and raise a subscription. But you at once treasured it up in your memory, and when the thing came to be canvassed by you, you treated it in real earnest. Don't you yet quick bundle yourselves out and bring the money in? Be careful and give them some tea before you see them off." The waiting maids smilingly hastened to go and take delivery of the money and bring it in. It consisted in all of 2 bundles and contained Pao-ch'ai's and Tai-yü's shares as well. "Whose shares are wanting?" Mrs. Yu asked. "Those of our old lady, of Madame Wang, the young ladies, and of our girls below are still missing," Lin Jishao's wife explained. "There's also that of your senior lady," Mrs. Yu proceeded. "You'd better hurry over, my lady," Lin Jishao's wife said, "for as this money will be issued through our mistress Secunda, she'll nabble the whole of it." While conversing, Mrs. Yu finished arranging her coiffure and performing her ablutions, and giving orders to see that the carriage was got ready. She shortly arrived at the Rong mansion. First and foremost, she called on Lady Feng. Lady Feng, she discovered, had already put the money into a packet and was on the point of sending it over. "Is it all there?" Mrs. Yu asked. "Yes, it is," Lady Feng smiled. "So you might as well take it away at once, for if it gets mislaid, I've nothing to do with it." "I'm somewhat distrustful," Mrs. Yu laughed, "so I'd like to check it in your presence." These words over, she wearily checked sum after sum. She found Li Wen's share alone wanting. I said that you were up to tricks, laughingly observed Mrs. Yu. How is it that your elder sister-in-law isn't here? There's all that money, and isn't it yet enough? Lady Feng smiled. If there's merely a portion short, it shouldn't matter. Should the money prove insufficient, I can then look you up and give it to you. When the others were present yesterday, Mrs. Yu pursued, you were ready enough to act as any human being would, but here you are again today prevaricating with me. I won't, by any manner of means, agree to this proposal of yours. I'll simply go and ask for the money of our venerable senior. I see how dreadful you are, Lady Feng laughed. But when something turns up by and by, I will also be very punctilious. So don't you then bear me a grudge. Well, never mind if you don't give your quota, Mrs. Yu smilingly rejoined. Were it not that I consider the dutiful attentions you have all along shown me, would I ever be ready to humor you? So rejoining, she produced Ping Er's share. Ping Er, come here, she cried. Take this share of yours and put it away. Should the money collected turn out to be below what's absolutely required, I'll make up the sum for you. Ping Er apprehended her meaning. My lady, she answered, with a cheerful countenance, it would come to the same thing if you were to first spend what you want and to give me afterwards any balance that may remain of it. Is your mistress alone to be allowed to do dishonest acts? Mrs. Yu laughed. And am I not to be free to bestow a favor? Ping Er had no option but to retain her portion. I want to see, Mrs. Yu added, where your mistress, who is so extremely careful, will run through all the money we have raised. If she can't spend it, why? She'll take it along with her in her coffin and make use of it there. While still speaking, she started on her way to Dowager Lady Jia's suite of rooms. After first paying her respects to her, she made a few general remarks, and then betook herself into Yuan Yang's quarters, where she held a consultation with Yuan Yang, lending a patient ear to all that Yuan Yang had to recommend in the way of a program, and as to how best to give pleasure to old Lady Jia, she deliberated with her until they arrived at a satisfactory decision. When the time came for Mrs. Yu to go, she took the 2 taels contributed by Yuan Yang and gave them back to her. There's no use for these, she said, and with these words still on her lips, she straightway quitted her presence and went in search of Madame Wang. After a short chat, Madame Wang stepped into the family shrine reserved for the worship of Buddha, so she likewise restored Cai Yun's share to her, and availing herself of Lady Feng's absence, she presently reimbursed to Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Zhao the amount of their respective contributions. These 2 dames would not, however, presume to take their money back. Your lot, ladies, is a pitiful one, Mrs. Yu then expostulated. How can you afford all this spare money? That hussy Feng is well aware of the fact. I'm here to answer for you. At these assurances, both put the money away with profuse expressions of gratitude. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly, Chapter 43, Part 2. In a twinkle, the 2nd day of the 9th moon arrived. The inmates of the garden came to find out that Mrs. Yu was making preparations on an extremely grand scale. For not only was there to be a theatrical performance, but jugglers and women storytellers as well, and they combined in getting everything ready that could conduce to afford amusement and enjoyment. This is, Li Wen went on to say to the young ladies, the proper day for our literary gathering. So, don't forget it. If Pao-yü hasn't appeared, it must, I presume, be that his mind is so preoccupied with the fuss that's going on that he has lost sight of all pure and refined things. Speaking, go and see what he is up to. She enjoined a waiting maid, and be quick and tell him to come. The waiting maid returned after a long absence. Sister Hua says she reported that he went out of doors soon after daylight this morning. The result of the inquiries filled everyone with surprise. He can't have gone out, they said. This girl is stupid and doesn't know how to speak. They consequently also directed Cui Mo to go and ascertain the truth. In a little time, Cui Mo returned. It's really true, she explained, that he has gone out of doors. He gave out that a friend of his was dead, and that he was going to pay a visit of condolence. There's certainly nothing of the kind, Tan Chun interposed. But whatever there might have been to call him away, it wasn't right of him to go out on an occasion like the present one. Just call Zheren here, and let me ask her. But just as she was issuing these directions, she perceived Zheren appear on the scene. No matter what he may have had to attend to today, Li Wen and the rest remarked, he shouldn't have gone out. In the first place, it's your mistress Secunda's birthday, and our dowager lady is in such buoyant spirits that the various inmates, whether high or low, are coming from either mansion to join in the fun. And lo, he goes off. Secondly, this is the proper day as well for holding our first literary gathering, and he doesn't so as apply for leave, but stealthily sneaks away. Zheren heaved a sigh. He said last night, she explained, that he had something very important to do this morning, that he was going as far as Prince Beijing's mansion, but that he would hurry back. I advised him not to go, but of course he wouldn't listen to me. When he got out of bed at daybreak this morning, he asked for his plain clothes and put them on. So I suppose some lady of note belonging to the household of Prince Beijing must have departed this life. But who can tell? If such be truly the case, Li Wen and her companions exclaimed, it's quite right that he should have gone over for a while, but he should have taken care to be back in time. This remark over, they resumed their deliberations. Let's write our verses, they said, and we can find him on his return. As these words were being spoken, they espied a messenger dispatched by dowager lady Jia to ask them over. So they at once adjourned to the front part of the compound. Zheren then reported to his grandmother what Pao-yü had done. Old lady Jia was upset by the news, so much so that she issued immediate orders to a few servants to go and fetch him. Pao-yü had, in fact, been brooding over some affair of the heart. A day in advance, he therefore gave proper injunctions to Bei Ming. As I shall be going out of doors tomorrow at daybreak, he said, you'd better get ready 2 horses and wait at the back door. No one else need follow as an escort. Tell Li Gui that I've gone to the Bei mansion. In the event of anyone wishing to start in search of me, bid him place every obstacle in the way, as all inquiries can well be dispensed with. Let him simply explain that I've been detained in the Bei mansion, but that I shall surely be back shortly. Bei Ming could not make out head or tail of what he was driving at, but he had no alternative than to deliver his message word for word. At the first blush of morning of the day appointed, he actually got ready 2 horses and remained in waiting at the back gate. When daylight set in, he perceived Pao-yü make his appearance from the side door, got up from head to foot in a plain suit of clothes. Without uttering a word, he mounted his steed, and stooping his body forward, he proceeded at a quick step on his way down the road. Beiming had no help but to follow suit, and springing on his horse, he smacked it with his whip and overtook his master. "Where are we off to?" he eagerly inquired from behind. "Where does this road lead to?" Pao-yü asked. "This is the main road leading out of the northern gate," Beiming replied. "Once out of it, everything is so dull and dreary that there is nothing worth seeing." Pao-yü caught this answer and nodded his head. "I was just thinking that a dull and dreary place would be just the thing," he observed. While speaking, he administered his stick 2 more whacks. The horse quickly turned a couple of corners and trotted out of the city gate. Beiming was more and more at a loss what to think of the whole affair. Yet his only course was to keep pace closely in his master's track. With one gallop, they covered a distance of over 7 or 8 leagues. But it was only when human habitations became gradually few and far between that Pao-yü ultimately drew up his horse. Turning his head round, "Is there any place here," he asked, "where incense is sold?" "Incense?" Beiming shouted. "Yes, there is, but what kind of incense it is I don't know." "All other incense is worth nothing," Pao-yü resumed after a moment's reflection. "You should get sandalwood, conifer, and cedar. These three sorts are very difficult to get." Beiming smiled. Pao-yü was driven to his wits' ends. But Beiming, noticing his dilemma, "What do you want incense for?" he felt impelled to ask. "Master Secundus, I've often seen you wear a small purse about your person full of tiny pieces of incense, and why don't you see whether you've got it with you?" This allusion was sufficient to suggest the idea to Pao-yü's mind. Forthwith, he drew back his hand and felt the purse suspended on the lapel of his coat. It really contained 2 bits of chen shu. At this discovery, his heart expanded with delight. The only thing that damped his spirits was the notion that there was a certain want of reverence in his proceedings. But on second consideration, he concluded that what he had about him was, after all, considerably superior to any he could purchase. And with alacrity he went on to inquire about a censer and charcoal. "Don't think of such things," Beiming urged. "Where could they be procured in a deserted and lonely place like this? If you needed them, why didn't you speak somewhat sooner, and we could have brought them along with us? Would not this have been more convenient?" "You stupid thing!" exclaimed Pao-yü. "Had we been able to bring them along, we wouldn't have had to run in this way as if for life." Beiming indulged in a protracted reverie, after which he gave a smile. "I've thought of something," he cried, "but I wonder what you think about it, Master Secundus. You don't, I expect, only require these things. You'll need others too, I presume, but this isn't the place for them. So let's move on at once another couple of leagues, when we'll get to the Water Spirit Monastery." "Is the Water Spirit Monastery in this neighborhood?" Pao-yü eagerly inquired upon hearing his proposal. "Yes, that would be better. Let's press forward." With this reply, he touched his horse with his whip. While advancing on their way, he turned round. "The nun in this Water Spirit Monastery," he shouted to Beiming, "frequently comes on a visit to our house, so that when we now get there and ask her for the loan of a censer, she's certain to let us have it. Not to mention that that's a place where our family burns incense." Beiming answered. She could not dare to raise any objections to any appeal from us for a loan, were she even in a temple quite unknown to us. "There's only one thing. I've often been struck with the strong dislike you have for this Water Spirit Monastery, Master, and how is that you are now so delighted with the idea of going to it? I've all along had the keenest contempt for those low-bred persons, Pao-yü rejoined, who, without knowing why or wherefore, foolishly offer sacrifices to the spirits, and needlessly have temples erected. The reason of it all is that those rich old gentlemen and unsophisticated wealthy women who lived in past days were only too ready, the moment they heard of the presence of a spirit anywhere, to take in hand the erection of temples to offer their sacrifices in, without even having the faintest notion whose spirits they were. This was because they readily credited as gospel truth such rustic stories and idle tales as chanced to reach their ears. Take this place as an example. Offerings are presented in this water spirit nunnery to the spirit of the Le stream. Hence the name of water spirit monastery has been given to it. But people really don't know that in past days there was no such thing as a Le spirit. These are indeed no better than legendary yarns invented by Chao Jijian, and who would have thought it? This sort of stupid people have put up images of it to which they offer oblations. It serves, however, my purpose today, so I will borrow of her whatever I need to use. While engaged in talking, they reached the entrance. The old nun saw Pao-yü arrive and was thoroughly taken aback. So far was this visit beyond her expectations that well did it seem to her as if a live dragon had dropped from the heavens. With alacrity, she rushed up to him and making inquiries after his health. She gave orders to an old Taoist to come and take his horse. Pao-yü stepped into the temple, but without paying the least homage to the image of the Le spirit, he simply kept his eyes fixed intently on it. For a bed made of clay, it actually seemed, nevertheless, to flutter as does a terror-stricken swan, and to wriggle as a dragon in motion. It looked like a lotus peeping its head out of the green stream, or like the sun pouring its rays upon the roseate clouds in the early morn. Pao-yü's tears unwittingly trickled down his cheeks. The old nun presented tea. Pao-yü then asked her for the loan of a censer to burn incense in. After a protracted absence, the old nun returned with some incense, as well as several paper horses, which she had got ready for him to offer. But Pao-yü would not use any of the things she brought. "Take the censer," he said to Bei-ming, "and go out into the back garden and find a clean spot." But having been unable to discover one, "What about the platform round that well?" Bei-ming inquired. Pao-yü nodded his head assentingly. Then along with him, he repaired to the platform of the well. He deposited the censer on the ground, while Bei-ming stood on one side. Pao-yü produced the incense and threw it on the fire. With suppressed tears, he performed half of the ceremony, and turning himself round, he bade Bei-ming clear the things away. Bei-ming acquiesced, but instead of removing the things, he speedily fell on his face and made several prostrations as his lips uttered this prayer: "I, Bei-ming, have been in the service of Master Secundus for several years. Of the secrets of Mr. Secundus' heart, there are none which I have not known, save that with regard to this sacrifice today, the object of which he has neither told me, nor have I had the presumption to ask. But thou, O Spirit, who art the recipient of these sacrificial offerings, must, I expect, unknown though thy surname and name be to me, be a most intelligent and supremely beautiful elder or younger sister, unique among mankind, without a peer even in heaven. As my master Secundus cannot give vent to the sentiments which fill his heart, Allow me to pray on his behalf. Should thou possess spirituality, and holiness be thy share, do thou often come and look up our Mr. Secundus, for persistently do his thoughts dwell with thee, and there is no reason why thou shouldst not come. But shouldst thou be in the abode of the dead, grant that our Mr. Secundus too may, in his coming existence, be transformed into a girl, so that he may be able to amuse himself with you all, and will not this prove a source of pleasure to both sides? At the close of his invocation, he again knocked his head several times on the ground, and eventually rose to his feet. Pao-yü lent an ear to his utterances, but before they had been brought to an end, he felt it difficult to repress himself from laughing. Giving him a kick. "Don't talk such stuff and nonsense," he shouted. "Were any looker-on to overhear what you say, he'd jeer at you." Bei-ming got up and pushed the censor away, while he walked along with Pao-yü. "I've already," he said, "told the nun that you hadn't as yet had anything to eat, Master Secundus, and I bade her get a few things ready for you. So you must force yourself to take something. I know very well that a grand banquet will be spread in our mansion today, that exceptional bustle will prevail, and that you have, on account of this, sir, come here to get out of the way. But as you are, after all, going to spend a whole day in peace and quiet in here, you should try and divert yourself as best you can. It won't, therefore, by any manner of means, do for you to have nothing to eat." "I won't be at the theatrical performance to have any wine," Pao-yü remarked. "So what harm will there be in my having a drink here, as the fancy takes me?" "Quite so," rejoined Bei-ming. "But there's another consideration. You and I have run over here, but there must be some whose minds are ill at ease. Were there no one uneasy about us, well, what would it matter if we got back into town as late as we possibly could? But if there be any solicitude on your account, it's but right, Master Secundus, that you should enter the city and return home. In the first place, our worthy old mistress and Madam Wang will thus compose their minds, and secondly, you'll observe the proper formalities, if you succeed in doing nothing else. But even supposing that, when once you get home, you feel no inclination to look at the place and have anything to drink, you can merely wait upon your father and mother, and acquit yourself of your filial piety. Well, if it's only a matter of fulfilling this obligation, and you don't care whether our old mistress and our lady, your mother, experience concern or not, why, the spirit itself, which has just been the recipient of your oblations, won't feel in a happy frame of mind. You better, therefore, master, ponder and see what you think of my words." "I see what you are driving at," Pao-yü smiled. "You keep before your mind the thought that you are the only servant who has followed me as an attendant out of town, and you give way to fear that you will, on your return, have to bear the consequences. You hence have recourse to these grandiloquent arguments to shove words of counsel down my throat. I've come here now with the sole object of satisfying certain rights, and then going to partake of the banquet and be a spectator of the place. And I never mentioned one single word about any intention on my part not to go back to town for a whole day. I've, however, already accomplished the wish I fostered in my heart. So, if we hurry back to town, so as to enable everyone to set their solicitude at rest, won't the right principle be carried out to the full in one respect as well as another?" "Yes, that would be better," exclaimed Bei-ming. Conversing the while, they wended their way into the Buddhistic hall. Here the nun had, in point of fact, got ready a table with lantern viands. Pao-yü hurriedly swallowed some refreshment, and so did Bei-ming, after which they mounted their steeds and retraced their steps homewards by the road they had come. Beiming followed behind. "Master Secundus," he kept on shouting, "be careful how you ride. That horse hasn't been ridden very much, so hold him in tight a bit." As he urged him to be careful, they reached the interior of the city walls, and making their entrance once more into the mansion by the back gate, they betook themselves with all possible dispatch into the Yihong court. Zheren and the other maids were not at home. Only a few old women were there to look after the rooms. As soon as they saw him arrive, they were so filled with gratification that their eyebrows dilated and their eyes smiled. "Amitofo," they said laughingly, "you've come. You've all but driven Miss Hua mad from despair. In the upper quarters, they are just seated at the feast. So be quick, Mr. Secundus, and go and join them." At these words, Pao-yü speedily divested himself of his plain clothes and put on a colored costume reserved for festive occasions, which he hunted up with his own hands. This done, "Where are they holding the banquet?" he inquired. "They are in the newly erected large reception pavilion," the old women responded. Upon catching the reply, Pao-yü straightway started for the reception pavilion. From an early moment, the strains of flageolets and pipes, of song and of wind instruments faintly fell on his ear. The moment he reached the passage on the opposite side, he discerned Yu Quan'er seated all alone under the eaves of the veranda, giving way to tears. As soon as she became conscious of Pao-yü's arrival, she drew a long, long breath. Smacking her lips, "Ai," she cried, "the phoenix has alighted. Go in at once. Hadn't you come for another minute, everyone would have been quite upset." Pao-yü forced a smile. "Just try and guess where I've been," he observed. Yu Quan'er twisted herself round, and paying no notice to him, she continued drying her tears. Pao-yü had, therefore, no option but to enter with hasty step. On his arrival in the reception hall, he paid his greetings to his grandmother Jia, to Madame Wang, and the other inmates, and one and all felt, in fact, as happy to see him back as if they had come into the possession of a phoenix. "Where have you been?" Dowager Lady Jia was the first to ask. "That you come back at this hour. Don't you yet go and pay your congratulations to your cousin?" And smiling, she proceeded, addressing herself to Lady Feng. "Your cousin has no idea of what's right and what's wrong. Even though he may have had something pressing to do, why didn't he utter just one word, but stealthily bolted away on his own hook? Will this sort of thing ever do? But should you behave again in this fashion by and by, I shall, when your father comes home, feel compelled to tell him to chastise you." Lady Feng smiled. "Congratulations are a small matter," she observed, "but, Cousin Bao, you must, on no account, sneak away any more without breathing a word to anyone, and not sending for some people to escort you, for carriages and horses throng the streets. First and foremost, you are the means of making people uneasy at heart, and what's more, that isn't the way in which members of a family such as ours should go out of doors." Dowager Lady Jia meanwhile went on reprimanding the servants who waited on him. "Why," she said, "do you all listen to him and readily go wherever he pleases without even reporting a single word? But where did you really go?" Continuing, she asked, "Did you have anything to eat? Or did you get any sort of fright? Huh?" "A beloved wife of the Duke of Beijing departed this life," Pao-yü merely returned for answer, "and I went today to express my condolences to him. I found him in such bitter anguish that I couldn't very well leave him and come back immediately. That's the reason why I tarried with him a little longer. If hereafter you do again go out of doors slyly and on your own hook," Dowager Lady Jia impressed on his mind, Without first telling me, I shall certainly bid your father give you a caning." Pao-yü signified his obedience with all promptitude. His grandmother Jia was then bent upon having the servants who were on attendance on him beaten, but the various inmates did their best to dissuade her. "Venerable senior," they said, "you can well dispense with flying into a rage. He has already promised that he won't venture to go out again. Besides, he has come back without any misadventure, so we should all compose our minds and enjoy ourselves a bit." Old Lady Jia had, at first, been full of solicitude. She had, as a matter of course, been in a state of despair and displeasure. But seeing Pao-yü return in safety, she felt immoderately delighted, to such a degree that she could not reconcile herself to visit her resentment upon him. She therefore dropped all mention of his escapade at once, and as she entertained fears lest he may have been unhappy or have had, when he was away, nothing to eat, or got a start on the road, she did not punish him, but had, contrariwise, recourse to every sort of inducement to cause him to feel at ease. But Xueyin soon came over and attended to his wants, so the company once more turned their attention to the theatricals. The play acted on that occasion was The Record of the Boxwood Hairpin. Dowager Lady Jia, Mrs. Hsüeh, and the others were deeply impressed by what they saw and gave way to tears. Some, however, of the inmates were amused. Others were provoked to anger. Others gave vent to abuse. But reader, do you wish to know the sequel? If so, the next chapter will explain it. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly, Chapter 44, Part 1. By some inscrutable turn of affairs, Lady Feng begins to feel the pangs of jealousy. Pao-yü experiences joy beyond all his expectations when Ping-er receives a slap from Lady Feng and has to adjust her hair. But to resume our narrative, at the performance of the Record of the Boxwood Hairpin, at which all the inmates of the household were present, Pao-yü and his female cousins sat together. When Lin Tai-yü noticed that the act called "The Man Offers a Sacrifice" had been reached, "This Wang Xipeng," she said to Pao-ch'ai, "is very stupid. It would be quite immaterial where he offered his sacrifices. And why must he repair to the riverside? At the sight of an object, the proverb has it, one thinks of a person. All waters under the heavens revert but to one source. So, had he bailed a bowlful from any stream, and given way to his lamentations while gazing on it, he could very well have satisfied his feelings." Pao-ch'ai, however, made no reply. Pao-yü then turned his head round and asked for some warm wine to drink to Lady Feng's health. The fact is that Dowager Lady Jia had enjoined on them that this occasion was unlike others, and that it was absolutely necessary for them to do the best to induce Lady Feng to heartily enjoy herself for the day. She herself, nevertheless, felt too listless to join the banquet, so simply reclining on a sofa of the inner room, she looked at the place in company with Mrs. Hsüeh, and choosing several kinds of such eatables as were to her taste. She placed them on a small teapot, and now helped herself to some, and now talked, as the fancy took her. Then allotting what viands were served on the 2 tables assigned to her, to the elder and younger waiting maids, for whom no covers were laid, and to those female servants and other domestics who were on duty and had to answer calls, she urged them not to mind, but to seat themselves outside the windows, under the eaves of the verandas, and to eat and drink at their pleasure, without any regard to conventionalities. Madame Wang and Madame Xing occupied places at the high table below, while round several tables outside sat the posse of young ladies. "Do let that girl Feng have the seat of honor," old Lady Jia shortly told Mrs. Yu and her contemporaries. "And mind, be careful in doing the honors for me, for she is subjected to endless trouble from one year's end to another." "Very well," said Mrs. Yu. "I fancy," she went on to smile, "that little used as she is to filling the place of honor, she's bound, if she takes the high seat, to be so much at a loss how to behave, as to be loath even to have any wine." Dowager Lady Jia was much amused by her reply. "Well, if you can't succeed," she said, "wait and I'll come and offer it to her." Lady Feng with hasty step walked into the inner room. "Venerable ancestor," she smiled, "don't believe all they tell you. I've already had several cups." "Quick, pull her out," old Lady Jia laughingly cried to Mrs. Yu, "and shove her into a chair, and let all of you drink by turns to her health. If she then doesn't drink, I'll come myself in real earnest and make her have some." At these words, Mrs. Yu speedily dragged her out, laughing the while, and forced her into a seat, and directing a servant to fetch a cup, she filled it with wine. "You've got from one year's end to another," she smiled, "the trouble and annoyance of conferring dutiful attentions upon our venerable senior, upon Madame Wang, and upon myself, so as I have nothing today with which to prove my affection for you. Have a sip from my hand, my own dear, of this cup of wine I poured for you myself." "If you deliberately wish to present me a glass," Lady Feng laughed, "fall on your knees, and I will drink at once." "What's this you say?" Mrs. Yu replied with a laugh. "And who are you, I wonder? But let me tell you this once for all and finish, that though we've succeeded, after ever so many difficulties, in getting up this entertainment today, there is no saying whether we shall in the future be able to have anything more the like of this or not. Let's avail ourselves, then, of the present to put our capacity to the strain and drink a couple of cups." Lady Feng saw very well that she could not advance any excuses, and necessity obliged her to swallow the contents of 2 cups. In quick succession, however, the various young ladies also drew near her, and Lady Feng was constrained again to take a sip from the cup each held. But Nurse La Da too felt compelled, at the sight of Dowager Lady Jia still in buoyant spirits, to come forward and join in the merriment. So putting herself at the head of a number of nurses, she approached and proffered wine to Lady Feng, who found it once more so difficult to refuse that she had to swallow a few mouthfuls. But Yuan Yang and her companions next appeared, likewise on the scene to hand her their share of wine. But Lady Feng felt, in fact, so little able to comply with their wishes that she promptly appealed to them entreatingly. "Dear sisters," she pleaded, "do spare me. I'll drink some more tomorrow." "Quite so. We are a mean lot." Yuan Yang laughed. "But now that we stand in the presence of your ladyship, do condescend to look upon us favorably. We have always enjoyed some little consideration, and do you put on the airs of a mistress on an occasion like the present, when there's such a crowd of people standing by? Really, I shouldn't have come. But as you won't touch our wine, we might as well be quick and retire." While she spoke, she was actually walking away, when Lady Feng hastened to lay hold of her and to detain her. "Dear sister," she cried, "I'll drink some and have done." So saying, she took the wine and filled a cup to the very brim and drained it. Yuan Yang then at length gave her a smile, and she and the friends dispersed. Subsequently, the company resumed their places at the banquet. But Lady Feng was conscious that the wine she had primed herself with was mounting to her head. So abruptly staggering to the upper end, she managed to betake herself home to lie down when seeing the jugglers arrive. "Get the tips ready," she shouted to Mrs. Yu. "I'm off to wash my face a bit." Mrs. Yu nodded her head assentingly, and Lady Feng, noticing that the inmates were off their guard, left the banquet, and wended her steps beneath the eaves towards the back entrance of the house. Ping Er had, however, been keeping her eye on her, so hastily she followed in her footsteps. Lady Feng at once propped herself on her arm, but no sooner had they reached the covered passage than she discerned a young maid, attached to her quarters, standing under it. The girl, the moment she perceived them, twisted herself round and beat a retreat. Lady Feng forthwith began to give way to suspicion, and she immediately shouted out to her to halt. The maid pretended at first not to hear, but as while following her they called out to her time after time, she found herself compelled to turn round. Lady Feng was seized with greater doubts than ever. Quickly, therefore, entering the covered passage with Ping Er, she bade the maid go along with them. Then, opening a folding screen, Lady Feng started herself on the steps leading to the small courtyard, and made the girl fall on her knees. "Call 2 boy servants from among those on duty at the second gate," she cried out to Ping Er, "to bring a whip of twisted cords, and to take this young wench, who has no regard for her mistress, and beat her to shreds." The servant maid fell into a state of consternation and was scared out of her very wits. Sobbing the while, she kept on bumping her head on the ground and soliciting for grace. "I'm really no ghost, so you must have seen me. Don't you know what good manners mean? And stand still?" Lady Feng asked. "Why did you instead persist in running on?" I truly did not see your ladyship coming," the maid replied with tears in her eyes. "I was, besides, much concerned as there was no one in the rooms. That's why I was running on." "If there's no one in the rooms, who told you to come out again?" Lady Feng inquired. "And didn't you see me, together with Ping Er, at your heels, stretching out our necks and calling out to you about 10 times? But the more we shouted, the faster you ran. You weren't far off from us either, so is it likely that you got deaf? And are you still bent upon bandying words with me?" So speaking, she raised her hand and administered her a slap on the face. But while the girl staggered from the blow, she gave her a second slap on the other side of the face. So both cheeks of the maid quickly began to get purple and to swell. Ping Er hastened to reason with her mistress. "My lady," she said, "be careful, you'll be hurting your hand." "Go on, pummel her," urged Lady Feng, "and ask her what made her run. And if she doesn't tell you, just you take her mouth and tear it to pieces for her." At the outset, the girl obstinately prevaricated, but when she eventually heard that Lady Feng intended to take a red-hot branding iron and burn her mouth with, she at last sobbingly spoke out. "Our master Secundus, Mr. Lin, is at home," she remarked, "and he sent me here to watch your movements, my lady, bidding me go ahead when I saw you leave the banquet and convey the message to him. But contrary to his hopes, your ladyship came back just now." Lady Feng saw very well that there lurked something behind all she said. "What did he ask you to watch me for?" she therefore eagerly asked. "Can it be, pray, that he dreaded to see me return home? There must be some other reason. So be quick, and tell it to me, and I shall henceforward treat you with regard. If you don't minutely confess all to me, I shall this very moment take a knife and pare off your flesh." Threatening her the while, she turned her head round, and extracting a hairpin from her coiffure, she struck it promiscuously about the maid's mouth. This so frightened the girl that, as she made every effort to get out of her way, she burst out into tears and entreaties. "I'll tell your ladyship everything," she cried, but you mustn't say that it was I who told you." Ping Er, who stood by, exhorted her to obey, but she at the same time impressed on her mind to speak out without delay. "Mr. Secundus himself arrived only a few minutes back," the maid began. The moment, however, he came, he opened a box, and taking 2 pieces of silver, 2 hairpins, and a couple of rolls of silk, he bade me stealthily take them to Pao-er's wife, and tell her to come in. As soon as she put the things away, she hurried to our house, and Master Secundus ordered me to keep an eye on your ladyship. But of what happened after that, I've no idea whatever." When these disclosures fell on Lady Feng's ears, she flew into such a rage that her whole person felt quite weak, and rising immediately, she straightway repaired home. The instant she reached the gate of the courtyard, she espied a waiting maid peep out of the entrance. Seeing Lady Feng, she too drew in her head, and tried at once to effect her escape. But Lady Feng called her by name and made her stand still. This girl had ever been very sharp, so when she realized that she could not manage to beat a retreat, she went so far as to run out to her. "I was just going to tell your ladyship," she smiled, "and here you come. What a strange coincidence!" "Tell me what?" Lady Feng exclaimed. "That Mr. Secundus is at home," the girl replied, "and has done so and so." She then recounted to her all the incidents recorded a few minutes back. "Chui," ejaculated Lady Feng, "what were you up to before? Now that I've seen you, you come and try to clear yourself?" As she spoke, she raised her arm and administered the maid a slap, which upset her equilibrium. So, with hurried step, she betook herself away. Lady Feng then drew near the window, lending an ear to what was going on inside. She heard someone in the room laughingly observe, "When that queen of hell sort of wife of yours dies, it will be a good riddance." "When she's gone," Lin rejoined, "and I marry another, the like of her, what will I again do?" "When she's dead and gone," the woman resumed, "just raise Ping Er to the rank of primary wife. I think she'll turn out considerably better than she has." "At present," Lin put in, "she won't even let me enjoy Ping Er's society. Ping Er herself is full of displeasure, yet she dares not speak. How is it that it has been my fate to bring upon myself the influence of this evil star?" Lady Feng overheard these criticisms and flew into a fit of anger, which made her tremble violently. When she, however, also caused the praise heaped by both of them upon Ping Er, she harbored the suspicion that Ping Er, too, must, as a matter of course, have all along employed the sly resentful language against her. And, as the wine bubbled up more and more into her head, she did not so much as give the matter a second thought, but, twisting round, she first and foremost gave Ping Er a couple of whacks, and with one kick she banged the door open and walked in. Then, without allowing her any time to give any explanation in her own defense, she clutched Pao-er's wife and, tearing her about, she belabored her with blows. But a dread lest Lin should slip out of the room induced her to post herself in such a way as to obstruct the doorway. "What a fine wench!" she shouted out abusingly. "You make a paramour of your mistress' husband, and then you wish to compass your master's wife's death, for Ping Er to transfer her quarters in here. You base hirelings, you are all of the same stamp, thoroughly jealous of me. You try to cajole me by your outward display." While abusing them, she once more laid hold of Ping Er and beat her several times. Ping Er was pummeled away till her heart thrilled with a sense of injury, but she had nowhere to go and breathed her woes. Such resentment overpowered her feelings that she sobbed without a sign of a tear. "You people," she railingly shouted, "go and do a lot of shameful things, and then you also deliberately involve me. But why?" So shouting, she too clutched Bao Er's wife and began to assail her. Jia Lin had freely primed himself with wine, so on his return home he was in such exuberance of spirits that he observed no secrecy in his doings. The moment, however, he perceived Lady Feng appear on the scene, he got to his wits' end. Yet when he saw Ping Er also start a rumpus, the liquor he had aroused his ire. The sight of the assault committed by Lady Feng on Bao Er's wife had already incensed him and put him to shame. But he had not been able with any consistency to interfere. But the instant he espied Ping Er herself lay hands on her, he vehemently jumped forward and gave her a kick. "What a vixen!" he cried. "Are you likewise going to start knocking people about?" Ping Er was of a timid disposition. At once, therefore, she withheld her hands and melted into tears. "Why do you implicate me," she said, "in things you say behind my back?" When Lady Feng described in what fear and dread Ping Er was of Jia Lin, she lost more than ever control over her temper, and starting again in pursuit of her, she struck Ping Er while urging her to go for Bao Er's wife. Ping Er was driven to exasperation, and forthwith rushing out of the apartment, she went in search of a knife to commit suicide with. But the company of old matrons who stood outside hastened to place impediments in her way and to argue with her. Lady Feng meanwhile realized that Ping Er had gone to take her life, and rolling head foremost into Jia Lin's embrace. "You put your heads together to do me harm," she said, "and when I overhear your designs, you people conspire to frighten me. But strangle me, and have done." Jia Lin was driven to despair to such a degree that, unsheathing a sword suspended on the wall, "There's no need for any one of you to commit suicide," he screamed. "I too am thoroughly exasperated, so I'll kill the whole lot of you and pay the penalty with my own life. We'll all then be free from further trouble." The bustle had just reached a climax beyond the chance of a settlement when they perceived Mrs. Yu and a crowd of inmates make their appearance in the room. "What's the matter?" they asked. "There was nothing up just now, so why is all this row for?" At the sight of the new arrivals, Jia Lin more than ever made the 3 parts of intoxication under which he labored an excuse to assume an air calculated to intimidate them, and to pretend, in order to further his own ends, that he was bent upon dispatching Lady Feng. But Lady Feng, upon seeing her relatives appear, got in a mood less perverse than the one she had been in previous to their arrival, and leaving the whole company of them, she scampered all in tears over to the offside into Dowager Lady Jia's quarters. By this time, the play was over. Lady Feng rushed consequently into the old lady's presence and fell into her lap. "Venerable ancestor, help me!" she exclaimed. "Mr. Jia Lin wishes to kill me." "What's up?" precipitately inquired Dowager Lady Jia, Madame Xing and Wang and the rest. "I was just going to my rooms to change my dress," Lady Feng wept, "when I unexpectedly found Mr. Jia Lin at home, talking with someone. Fancying that visitors had come, I was quite taken aback, and not presuming to enter, I remained outside the window and listened. It turned out, in fact, to be Bao Er's wife, holding counsel with him. She said that I was dreadful, and that she meant to poison me so as to get me out of the way and enable Ping Er to be promoted to be first wife. At this, I lost my temper, but not venturing, nonetheless, to have a row with him, I simply gave Ping Er 2 slaps, and then I asked him why he wished to do me harm. But so stricken did he get with shame that he tried there and then to dispatch me. Dowager Lady Chia treated every word that fell on her ear as truth. Dreadful, she ejaculated. Bring here at once that low-bred offspring. Barely was, however, this exclamation out of her lips than they perceived Jia Lin, a sword in hand, entered in pursuit of his wife, followed closely by a bevy of inmates. Jia Lin evidently placed such thorough reliance upon the love which old Lady Chia had all along lavished upon them, that he entertained little regard even for his mother or his aunt. So he came with perfect effrontery to stir up a disturbance in their presence. When Madame Xing and Wang saw him, they got into a passion, and with all dispatch they endeavored to deter him from his purpose. You mean thing, they shouted, abusing him. Your crime is more heinous, for our venerable senior is in here. It's all because our worthy ancestor spoils her, cried Jia Lin, with eyes array, that she behaved as she did and took upon herself to rate even me. Madame Xing was full of resentment. Snatching the sword from his grasp, she kept on telling him to quit the room at once. But Jia Lin continued to prattle foolish nonsense in a driveling and maudlin way. His manner exasperated Dowager Lady Chia. I'm well aware, she observed, that you haven't the least consideration for any one of us. Tell someone to go and call his father here, and we'll see whether he doesn't clear out. When Jia Lin caught these words, he eventually tottered out of the apartment. But in such a state of frenzy was he that he did not return to his quarters, but betook himself into the outer study. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly, Chapter 44, Part 2. During this while, Madame Xing and Wang also called Lady Feng to task. Why? What serious matter could it ever have been? Old Lady Chia remarked. But children of tender years are like gritty kittens, and how can one say for certain that they won't do such things? Human beings have, from their very infancy, to go through experiences of this kind. It's all my fault, however, for pressing you to have a little more wine than was good for you. But you have also gone and drunk the vinegar of jealousy. This insinuation made everyone laugh. Compose your mind, proceeded Dowager Lady Chia. Tomorrow I will send for him to apologize to you. But you better today not go over, as you might put him to shame. Continuing, she also went on to abuse Ping Er. I've always thought highly of that wench, she said. And how is it that she's turned out to be secretly so bad? Ping Er isn't to blame, Mrs. Yu and the others smiled. It's Lady Feng who makes people her tools to give vent to her spite. Husband and wife could not very well come to blows face to face, so they combined in using Ping Er as their scapegoat. What injuries haven't fallen to Ping Er's lot? And do you, venerable senior, still go on blowing her up? Is it really so? Exclaimed old Lady Chia. I always said that that girl wasn't anything like that artful strill. Well, in that case she is to be pitied, for she has had to bear the brunt of her anger, and all through no fault of hers. Calling Wu Po to her. Go, she added, and tell Ping Er all I enjoin you, that I know that she has been insulted and that tomorrow I'll send for her mistress to make amends, but that being her mistress' birthday today, I won't have her give rise to any reckless fuss. Ping Er had, we may explain, from an early hour been dragged by Li Wen into the garden of Broad Vista. Here Ping Er gave way to bitter tears, so much so that her throat choked with sobs, and could not give utterance to speech. "You are an intelligent person," exhorted her Pao-ch'ai, "and how considerately has your lady treated you all along?" "It was simply because she has had a little too much wine that she behaved as she did today. But had she not made you the means of giving vent to her spite? Is it likely that she could very well have aired her grievances upon anyone else? Besides, anyone else would have laughed at her for acting in a sham way." While she reasoned with her, she saw Wu Po approach and deliver dowager Lady Jia's message. Ping Er then felt in herself that she had come out of the whole affair with some credit, and she, little by little, resumed her equilibrium. She did not nevertheless put her foot anywhere near the front part of the compound. After a little rest, Pao-ch'ai and her companions came and paid a visit to old Lady Jia and Lady Feng, while Pao-yü pressed Ping Er to come to the Yihong court. Zhe received her with alacrity. "I meant," she said, "to be the first to ask you, but as our senior lady, Jia Zhu, and the young ladies invited you, I couldn't very well do so myself." Ping Er returned her smile. "Many thanks," she rejoined. "How words ever commenced between us," she then went on, "when there was no provocation, I can't tell. But without rhyme or reason, I came in for a spell of resentment." "Our Lady Secunda has always been very good to you," laughingly remarked Zhe, "so she must have done this in a sudden fit of exasperation." "Our Lady Secunda did not, after all, say anything to me," Ping Er explained. "It was that wench that blew me up, and she deliberately made a laughing-stock of me. But that fool also of a master of ours struck me." While recounting her experiences, she felt a keener sense of injustice than before, and she found it hard to restrain her tears from trickling down her cheeks. "My dear sister," Pao-yü hastily advised her, "don't wound your heart. I'm quite ready to express my apologies on behalf of that pair." "What business is that of yours?" Ping Er smiled. "We cousins, whether male or female, are all alike," Pao-yü smilingly argued. "So when they hurt anyone's feelings, I apologize for them. It's only right that I should do so. What a pity," he continued. "These new clothes, too, have been stained. But you will find your sister Hua's costumes in here. And why don't you put one on, and take some hot wine and spurt it over yours, and iron them out? You might also remake your coiffure." Speaking, he directed the young maids to draw some water for washing the face, and to heat an iron and bring it in. Ping Er had ever heard people maintain that all that Pao-yü excelled in was in knitting friendships with girls. But Pao-yü had so far been loath, seeing that Ping Er was Jia Lin's beloved secondary wife and Lady Feng's confidant, to indulge in any familiarities with her, and being precluded from accomplishing the desire upon which his heart was set, he time and again gave way to vexation. When Ping Er, however, remarked his conduct towards her on this occasion, she secretly resolved within herself that what was said of him was indeed no idle rumor. But as he had anticipated every one of her wants, and she saw moreover that Zhe had, for her special benefit, opened a box and produced 2 articles of clothing, not much worn by her, she speedily drew near and washed her face. Pao-yü stood by her side. "You must, dear girl, also apply a little cosmetic and powder," he smiled. "Otherwise you look as if you were angry with Lady Feng. It's her birthday, besides, and our old ancestor has sent someone again to come and cheer you up." Hearing how reasonable his suggestions were, Ping Er readily went in search of powder, but she failed to notice any about, so Pao-yü hurriedly drew up to the toilet table and, removing the lid of a porcelain box made at the Xueqin Cao, which contained a set of 10 small ladles, tuberose-like in shape, for helping one's self to powder with. He drew out one of them and handed it to Ping-er. "This isn't lead powder," he smiled. "This is made of the seeds of red jasmine, well triturated and compounded with suitable first-class ingredients." Ping-er emptied some on the palm of her hand. On examination, she really found that it was light, clear, red, and scented, perfect in all 4 properties, that it was easy to apply evenly to the face, that it kept moist, and that it differed from other kinds of powder, ordinarily so rough. She subsequently noticed that the cosmetic too was not spread on a sheet, but that it was contained in a tiny box of white jade, the contents of which bore the semblance of a rose paste. "The cosmetic one buys in the market isn't clean," Pao-yü remarked smilingly. "Its color is faint as well. But this is cosmetic of superior quality. The juice was squeezed out, strained clear, mixed with perfume of flowers and decocted. All you need do is to take some with that hairpin and rub it on your lips. That will be enough. And if you dissolve some in a little water and rub it on the palm of your hand, it will be ample for you to cover your whole face with." Ping-er followed his directions and performed her toilette. She looked exceptionally fresh and beautiful. A sweet fragrance pervaded her cheeks. Pao-yü then cut with a pair of bamboo scissors a stalk with 2 autumn orchids which had blossomed in a flower pot, and he pinned it in her side hair. But a maid was unexpectedly seen to enter the room, sent by Li Wen to come and call her, so she quitted his quarters with all possible dispatch. Pao-yü had not so far been able to have his wishes to revel in Ping-er's society gratified. Ping-er was furthermore a girl of a high grade, most intelligent, most winsome, and unlike that sort of vulgar and doubt-minded beings, so that he cherished intense disgust against his fate. The present occasion had been the anniversary of Jin Chun-er's birth, and he had remained, in consequence, plunged in a disconsolate frame of mind throughout the whole day. But contrary to his expectations, the incident eventually occurred, which afforded him, after all, an opportunity to dangle in Ping-er's society, and to gratify to some small degree a particle of his wish. This had been a piece of good fortune he so little expected would fall to his share during the course of his present existence, that as he reclined on his bed, his heart swelled with happiness and contentment. Suddenly he reflected that Jia Lin's sole thought was to make licentious pleasures the means of gratifying his passions, and that he had no idea how to show the least regard to the fair sex. And he mused that Ping-er was without father or mother, brothers or sisters, a solitary being destined to dance attendance upon a couple such as Jia Lin and his wife, that Jia Lin was vulgar and Lady Feng haughty, but that she was gifted, nevertheless, with the knack of splendidly managing things, and that Ping-er had again today come across bitter sorrow, and that her destiny was extremely unfortunate. At this stage of his reverie, he began to feel wounded and distressed. When he rose once more to his feet, he noticed that the wine, which she had spurted on the clothes she had a few minutes back divested herself of, had already half dried, and taking up the iron, he smoothed them and folded them nicely for her. He then discovered that she had left her handkerchief behind, and that it still bore traces of tears. So, throwing it into the basin, he rinsed it and hung it up to dry, with feelings bordering on joy as well as sadness. But after a short time spent in the brown study, He too betook himself to the Daoshan village for a chat, and it was only when the lamps had been lit that he got up to take his leave. Ping Er put up in Li Wen's quarters for the night. Lady Feng slept with dowager Lady Jia. While Jia Lin returned at a late hour to his home, he found it, however, very lonely. Yet unable to go and call his wife over, he had no alternative but to sleep as best he could for that night. On the morrow he remembered, as soon as he opened his eyes, the occurrence of the previous day, and he fell a prey to such extreme unhappiness that he could not be conscience-stricken enough. Madame Xing pondered with solicitude on Jia Lin's drunken fit the day before. The moment, therefore, it was light, she hastily crossed over and sent for Jia Lin to repair to Dowager Lady Jia's apartments. Jia Lin was thus compelled to suppress all timidity and to repair to the front part of the mansion and fall on his knees at the feet of his old senior. "What was the matter?" inquired old Lady Jia. "I really had too much wine yesterday," Jia Lin promptly answered with a forced smile. "I must have given you a fright with the ancestor, so I come today to receive condign punishment." "You mean fellow," shouted Dowager Lady Jia, spitting at him disdainfully. "You go and glut yourself with spirits, and not to speak of your not going to stretch yourself like a corpse and sleep it off, you contrariwise start beating your wife. But that vixen Feng brags away the whole day long, as if she were a human being as valiant as any tyrant. And yet yesterday she got into such a funk that she presented a woeful sight. Had it not been for me, you would have done her bodily harm. And what would you feel like now?" Jia Lin was at heart full of a sense of injury, but he could not muster sufficient courage to say anything in his own defense. The only course open to him was therefore to make a confession of fault. "Don't Lady Feng and Ping Er possess the charms of handsome women?" Dowager Lady Jia resumed. "And aren't you yet satisfied with them that you must, of a day, go slyly prowling and gallivanting about, dragging indiscriminately into your rooms frowsy and filthy people? Is it for the sake of this sort of wenches that you beat your wife and belabor the inmates of your quarters? You've nevertheless had the good fortune of starting in life as the scion of a great family. And do you, with eyes wide open, bring disgrace upon your own head? If you have any regard for me, well, then get up and I'll spare you. And if you make your apologies in a proper manner to your wife and take her home, I'll be satisfied. But if you don't, just you clear out of this, for I won't even presume to have any of your genuflections." Jia Lin took to heart the injunctions that fell on his ear, espying besides Lady Feng standing opposite to him in undress, her eyes swollen from crying and her face quite sallow, without cosmetic or powder. He thought her more lovable and charming than ever. "Wouldn't it be well," he therefore mused, "that I should make amends so that she and I may be on friendly terms again, and that I should win the good pleasure of my old ancestor?" At the conclusion of his reflections, he forthwith put on a smile. "After your advice, venerable senior," he said, "I couldn't be so bold as not to accede to your wishes, but this is showing her more indulgence than ever." "What nonsense!" exclaimed Dowager Lady Jia laughingly. "I'm well aware that, with her extreme decorum, she couldn't hurt anyone's susceptibilities. But should she, in the future, wrong you in any way, I shall, of course, take the law into my own hands and bid you make her submit to your authority and finish." Jia Lin, at this assurance, crawled up and made a bow to Lady Feng. "It was really my fault, so don't be angry, Lady Secunda," he said. Everyone in the room laughed. "Now, my girl Feng," Lady Jia laughingly observed, "you are not to lose your temper, for if you do, I'll lose mine too." Continuing, she directed a servant to go and call Ping Er, and on her arrival, she advised Lady Feng and Jia Lin to do all they could to reconcile her. At the sight of Ping Er, Jia Lin showed less regard than ever for the saying that a primary wife differs from a secondary wife, and the instant he heard old Lady Jia's exaltation, he drew near her. "The injuries," he remarked, "to which you were subjected yesterday, miss, were entirely due to my shortcoming. If your lady hurt your feelings, it was likewise all through me that the thing began. So I express my regret, but besides this, I tender my apologies as well on behalf of your mistress." Saying this, he made another bow. This evoked a smile from Dowager Lady Jia. Lady Feng, however, also laughed. Their old ancestor then desired Lady Feng to come and console Ping Er. But Ping Er hastily advanced and knocked her head before Lady Feng. "I do deserve death," she urged, "for provoking your ladyship to wrath on the day of your birthday." Lady Feng was at the moment pricked by shame and remorse for having so freely indulged in wine the previous day as to completely have lost sight of long-standing friendships, and for allowing her temper to so thoroughly flare up as to lend a patient ear to the gossip of outsiders, and unjustly put Ping Er out of countenance. So when she contrariwise now saw her make advances, she felt both abashed and grieved, and promptly extending her arms, she dragged her up and gave way to tears. "I've waited upon your ladyship for all these years," Ping Er pleaded, "and you have never so much as given me a single fillip, and yet you beat me yesterday. But I don't bear you any grudge, my lady, for it was that wench who was at the bottom of it all. Nor do I wonder that your ladyship lost control over your temper." As she spoke, tears trickled down her cheeks too. "Escort those three home," Dowager Lady Jia shouted to the servants. "If any one of them makes the least allusion to the subjects, come at once and tell me of it. For without any regard as to who it may be, I shall take my staff and give him or her a sound flogging." The trio then prostrated themselves before Dowager Lady Jia and the two ladies, Madame Xing and Wang, and assenting to her old mistress' injunctions, an old nurse accompanied the three inmates to their quarters. When they got home, Lady Feng assured herself that there was no one about. "How is it," she next asked, "that I'm like a queen of hell, or like a Ye-cha demon? That courtesan swore at me and wished me dead. And did you two help her to curse me? If I'm not nice 1,000 days, why, I must be nice on some one day. But if, poor me, I'm so bad as not even to compare with a disorderly woman, how can I have the face to come and spend my life with you here?" So speaking, she melted into tears. "Aren't you yet gratified?" cried Jia Lin. "Just reflect carefully who was most to blame yesterday. And yet, in the presence of so many people, it was I who, after all, fell today on my knees and made apologies as well. You came in for plenty of credit, and do you now go on jabber? Can it be that you'd like to make me kneel at your feet before you let matters rest? If you try and play the bully beyond bounds, it won't be a good thing for you." To these arguments, Lady Feng could find no suitable response. Ping Er then blurted out laughing. "She's all right again?" Jia Lin smiled. "But I'm really quite at a loss what to do with this one." These words were still on his lips when they saw a married woman walked in. "Baoyu's wife has committed suicide by hanging herself," she said. This announcement plunged both Jia Lin and Lady Feng into great consternation. Lady Feng, however, lost no time in putting away every sign of excitement. "Dead? What a riddance!" she shouted instead. "What's the use of making such a fuss about a mere trifle?" But not long elapsed before she perceived Lin Jishao's wife make her appearance in the room. "Pao-yu's wife has hung herself," she whispered to Lady Feng in a low tone of voice. "And her mother's relatives want to take legal proceedings." Lady Feng gave a sardonic smile. "That's all right," she observed. "I myself was just thinking about lodging a complaint." I and the others tried to dissuade them, Lin Jishao's wife continued, and by having recourse to intimidation as well as to promises of money, they at last agreed to our terms. "I haven't got a cash," Lady Feng replied. "Had I even any money, I wouldn't let them have it. So just let them go and lodge any charge they fancy. You needn't either dissuade them or intimidate them. Let them go and complain as much as they like. But if they fail to establish a case against me, they'll after all be punished for trying to make the corpse the means of extorting money out of me." Lin Jishao's wife was in a dilemma when she espied Jia Lin wink at her. Comprehending his purpose, she readily quitted the apartment and waited for him outside. "I'll go out and see what they're up to," Jia Lin remarked. "Mind, I won't have you give them any money," shouted Lady Feng. Jia Lin straightway made his exit. He came and held consultation with Lin Jishao, and then directed the servants to go and use some fair means, others harsh. The matter was, however, not brought to any satisfactory arrangement until he engaged to pay 200 taels for burial expenses. But so apprehensive was Jia Lin, lest something might occur to make the relatives change their ideas, that he also dispatched a messenger to lay the affair before the Fang Guan, that is, some local officials, who bade a few constables, coroners, and other official servants come and help him to effect the necessary preparations for the funeral. The parties concerned did not venture, when they saw the precautions he had adopted, to raise any objections, disposed though they may have been to try and bring forward other arguments. Their sole alternative, therefore, was to suppress their resentment, to refrain from further importunities, and let the matter drop into oblivion. Jia Lin then impressed upon Lin Jishao to insert the 200 taels in the accounts for the current year, by making such additions to various items here and there as would suffice to clear them off, and presented Pao-yü with money out of his own pocket as a crumb of comfort, adding, "By and by I'll choose a nice wife for you." When Pao-yü, therefore, came in for a share of credit as well as of hard cash, he could not possibly do otherwise than practice contentment, and forthwith, needless to dilate on this topic, he began to pay court to Jia Lin as much as ever. In the inner rooms, Lady Feng was, it is true, much cut up at heart, but she strained every nerve to preserve an exterior of total indifference. Noticing that there was no one present in the apartment, she drew Ping Er to her. "I drank yesterday," she smiled, "a little more wine than was good for me. So don't bear me a grudge. Where did I strike you? Let me see." "You didn't really strike me hard," Ping Er said by way of reply. But at this stage, they heard someone remark that the ladies and young ladies had come in. If you desire, reader, to know any of the subsequent circumstances, peruse the account given in the following chapter. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly, Chapter 45, Part 1. Friends interchange words of friendship. Tai-yü feels dull on a windy and rainy evening, and indites verses on wind and rain. Lady Feng will now go on to explain, was engaged in comforting Ping Er, when upon unawares, perceiving the young ladies enter the room, she hastened to make them sit down, while Ping Er poured the tea. "So many of you come today," Lady Feng smiled, "that it looks as if you have been asked to come by invitation." Tan Chen was the first to speak. "We have," she smilingly rejoined, "two objects in view. The one concerns me, the other Cousin Quarter. But among these are, besides, certain things said by our venerable senior." "What's up?" inquired Lady Feng with a laugh. "Is it so urgent?" "Some time ago," Tan Chen proceeded laughingly, "we started a rhyming club. But the first meeting was not quite a success. Every one of us proved so soft-hearted. The rules, therefore, were set at naught. So I can't help thinking that we must enlist your services as president of the society and superintendent. For what is needed to make the thing turn out well is firmness and no favor. The next matter is," Cousin Quarter explained to our worthy ancestor, "that the requisites for painting the picture of the garden were short of one thing and another. And she said that there must still be, she fancied, in the lower story of the back lofts, some articles remaining over from previous years, and that we should go and look for them, that if there be any, they should be taken out, but that in the event of there being none, someone should be commissioned to go and purchase a supply of them. I'm not up to doing anything wet or dry," that is, play on word she verses. Lady Feng laughed. "And would you have me, pray, come and gorge?" "You may, it's possible, not be up to any of these things," Tan Chen replied, "but we don't expect you to do anything. All we want you for is to see whether there be among us any remiss or lazy, and to decide how they should be punished. That's all." "You shouldn't try and play your tricks upon me," Lady Feng smiled. "I can see through your little game. Is it that you wish me to act as president and superintendent? No, it's as clear as day that your object is that I should play the part of that copper merchant who put in contributions in hard cash. You have, at every meeting you hold, to each take turn and pay the piper. But as your funds are not sufficient, you have invented this plan to come and inveigle me into your club, in order to wheedle money out of me. This must be your little conspiracy." These words evoked general laughter. "You've guessed right," they exclaimed. "In very truth," Liu En smiled, "you are a creature with an intellect as transparent as crystal and with wits as clear as glass." "You've got the good fortune of being the elder sister-in-law," Lady Feng smilingly remarked. "So the young ladies asked you to take them in hand and teach them how to read and make them learn good manners and needlework. And it's for you to guide and direct them in everything. But here they start a rhyming society, for which not much can be needed, and don't you concern yourself about them? We'll leave our worthy ancestor and our Madam Wang aside. They are old people. But you receive each moon an allowance of 10 taels, which is thrice as much as what any one of us gets. More, our worthy ancestor and Madam Wang maintain that, being a widow and having lost your home, you haven't, poor thing, enough to live upon, and that you have a young child as well to bring up. So they added, with extreme liberality, another 10 taels to your original share. Your allowance, therefore, is on a par with that of our dear senior. But they likewise gave you a piece of land in the garden, and you also come in for the lion's share of rents collected from various quarters, and of the annual allowances apportioned at the close of each year. Yet you and your son don't muster, master and servants, 10 persons in all. What you eat and what you wear comes, just as ever, out of the general public fund, so that, computing everything together, you get as much as 400 to 500 taels. Were you then to contribute each year 100 or 200 taels to help them to have some fun? How many years could this outlay continue? They will very soon be getting married, and are they likely, then, to still expect you to make any contributions? So loath are you, however, at present, to fork out any cash that you've egged them on to come and worry me. I'm quite prepared to spend away until we've drained our chest dry. Don't I know that the money isn't mine? Just you listen to her. Li Wen laughed. I simply made one single remark, and out she came with 2 cartloads of nonsensical trash. You're as rough a diamond as a leg made of clay. All you are good for is to work the small abacus, to divide a catty and to fraction an ounce. So finicky are you. A nice thing you are, and yet you've been lucky enough to come to life as the child of a family of learned and high officials. You've also made such a splendid match, and do you still behave in the way you do? Had you been a son or daughter born in some poverty-stricken, humble and low household, there's no saying what a mean thing you wouldn't have been. Everyone in this world has been gulled by you, and yesterday you went so far as to strike Ping Er. But it wasn't the proper thing for you to stretch out your hand on her. Was all that liquor, forsooth, poured down a girl's stomach? My monkey was up, and I meant to have taken upon myself to avenge Ping Er's grievance. But after mature consideration, I thought to myself, a birthday is as slow to come round as a dog's tail grows to a point. I also feared lest our venerable senior might be made to feel unhappy. So I did not come forward. Anyhow, my resentment isn't yet spent. And do you come today to try and irritate me? You aren't fit to even pick up shoes for Ping Er. You two should therefore change your respective places. These taunts created merriment among the whole party. Oh, hastily exclaimed Lady Feng laughingly. I know everything. You don't at all come to look me up on account of verses or paintings, but simply to take revenge on Ping Er's behalf. I never had any idea that Ping Er had such a backer as yourself to bolster her up. Had I known it, I wouldn't have ventured to strike her, even though a spirit had been tugging my arm. Miss Ping, come over and let me tender my apologies to you in the presence of your senior lady and the young ladies. Do bear with me for having proved so utterly wanting in virtue after I had had a few drinks. Everyone felt amused by her insinuations. What do you say? Li Wen asked Ping Er, smiling. As for me, I think it my bounden duty to vindicate your wrongs before we let the matter drop. Your remarks, ladies, may be spoken in jest. Ping Er smiled. But I'm not worthy of such a fuss. What about worthy and unworthy? Li Wen observed. I'm here for you. Quick, get the key, and let your mistress go and open the doors and hunt up the things. Dear sister-in-law, Lady Feng said with a smile, you'd better go along with them into the garden. I'm about to take the rice accounts in hand and square them up with them. Our senior lady, Madame Xing, has also sent someone to call me. What she wants to tell me again, I can't make out, but I must need go over for a turn. There are, besides, all those extra clothes for you people to wear at the end of the year, and I must get them ready and give them to be made. These matters are none of my business, Li Wen laughingly answered. First settle my concerns so as to enable me to retire to rest and escape the bother of having all these girls at me. Dear sister-in-law, vehemently smiled Lady Feng, be good enough to give me a little time. You've ever been the one to love me best. And how is it that you have, on Ping Er's account, ceased to care for me? Time and again have you impressed on my mind that I should, despite my manifold duties, take good care of my health and manage things in such a way as to find a little leisure for rest? And do you now, contrariwise, come to press the very life out of me? There's another thing besides. Should such clothes as will be required at the end of the year by any other persons be delayed, it won't matter. But should those of the young ladies be behind time, let the responsibility rest upon your shoulders. And won't our old lady bear you a grudge, if you don't mind these small things? But as for me, I won't utter a single word against you, for as I had rather bear the blame myself, I won't venture to involve you. Listen to her, Li Wen smiled. Hasn't she got the gift of the gab? But let me ask you, will you, after all, assume the control of this rhyming society or not? What's this nonsense you are talking? Lady Feng laughed. Were I not to enter the society and spend a little money, won't I be treated as a rebel in this garden of broad vista? And will I then still think of tarrying here to eat my head off? So soon as the day dawns tomorrow, I'll arrive at my post, dismount from a horse, and after kneeling before the seals, my first act will be to give 50 taels for you to quietly cover the expenses of your meetings. Yet after a few days, I shall neither indite any verses nor write any compositions, as I am simply a rustic boor, nothing more. But it will be just the same whether I assume the direction or not. For after you pocket my money, there's no fear of your not driving me out of the place. As these words dropped from her lips, one and all laughed again. I'll now open the loft, proceeded Lady Feng. Should there be any of the articles you want, you can tell the servants to bring them out for you to look at them. If any will serve your purpose, keep them and use them. If any be short, I'll bid a servant go and purchase them according to your list. I'll go at once and cut the satin for the painting. As for the plan, it isn't with Madame Wang. It's still over there at Mr. Jia Jian's. I tell you all this so that you should avoid going over to Madame Wang's and getting into trouble. But I'll go and depute someone to fetch it. I'll direct also a servant to take the satin and give it to the gentleman to size with alum. Will this be all right? Li Wen nodded her head by way of assent and smiled. This will be putting you to much trouble and inconvenience, she said, but we must really act as you suggest. Well, in that case, go home all of you, and if after a time she doesn't send the thing round, you can come again and bully her. So saying, she there and then led off the young ladies, and was making her way out, when Lady Feng exclaimed, It's Pao-yü and he alone who has given rise to all this fuss. Li Wen overheard her remark, and hastily turned herself round. You did, in fact, come over, she smiled, on account of Pao-yü. And we forgot, instead all about him. The first meeting was deferred through him, but we are too soft-hearted, so tell us what penalty to inflict on him. Lady Feng gave herself to reflection. There's only one thing to do, she then remarked. Just punish him by making him sweep the floor of each of your rooms. This will do. Your verdict is faultless, they laughed with one accord. While they conversed, they were on the point of starting on their way back, when they caught sight of a young maid walk in, supporting Nurse Lai. Lady Feng and her companions immediately rose to their feet, their faces beaming with smiles. Venerable mother, they said, do take a seat. They then in a body presented their congratulations to her. Nurse Lai seated herself on the edge of the stove coach and returned their smiles. I am to be congratulated, she rejoined, but you, mistresses, are to be congratulated as well. For had not been for the bountiful grace displayed by you, mistresses, whence would this joy of mine have come? Your ladyships sent Tai-yü again yesterday to bring me presents, but my grandson cowed out at the door, with his face turned towards the upper quarters. When is he going to his post? Li Wen inquired, with a smile. Nurse Lai heaved a sigh. How can I interfere with them? She answered. Why? I let them have their own way and start when they like. The other day they were at my house, and they prostrated themselves before me, but I could find no complimentary remark to make to him. So, sir, I said, putting aside that you are an official, you have lived in a reckless and desolate way for now 30 years. You should, it's true, have been people's bond servant, but from the moment you came out of your mother's womb, your masters graciously accorded you your liberty. Thanks above to the boundless blessings showered upon you by your Lord, and below to the favor of your father and mother. You're like a noble scion and a gentleman, able to read and to write, and you have been carried about by maids, old matrons, and nurses, just as if you had been a very phoenix. But now that you have grown up and reached this age, do you have the faintest notion of what the two words bond servant imply? All you think of is to enjoy your benefits. But what hardships your grandfather and father had to bear in slaving away for 2 or 3 generations before they succeeded, after ever so many ups and downs, in raising up a thing like you. You don't at all know. From the very infancy, you ever ailed from this, or sickened for that, so that the money that was expended on your behalf would suffice to fuse into a lifelike silver image of you. At the age of 20, you again received the bounty of your master in the shape of a promise to purchase official status for you. But just mark how many inmates of the principal branch and main offspring have to endure privation and suffer the pangs of hunger. So beware, you who are the offshoot of a bond servant, lest you snap your happiness. After enjoying so many good things for a decade, by the help of what spirits and the agency of what devils have you, I wonder, managed to so successfully entreat your master as to induce him to bring you to the fore again and select you for office? Magistrates may be minor officials, but their functions are nonetheless onerous. In whatever district they obtain a post, they become the father and mother of that particular locality. If you, therefore, don't mind your business and look after your duties in such a way as to acquit yourself of your loyal obligations, to prove your gratitude to the state, and to show obedience and reverence to your Lord, heaven, I fear, will not even bear with you. Li Wen and Lady Feng laughed. You are too full of misgivings, they observed. From what we can see of him, he's all right. Some years back, he paid us a visit or two, but it's many years now that he hasn't put his foot here. At the close of each year, and on birthdays, we've simply seen his name brought in, that's all. The other day, that he came to knock his head before our venerable senior and Madame Wang, we caught sight of him in her courtyard yonder, and got up in the uniform of his new office, he looked so dignified and stouter too than before. Now that he has got this post, you should be quite happy. Instead of that, you worry and fret about this and that. If he does get bad, why, he had his father and mother yet to take care of him. So all you need do is to be cheerful and content. When you've got time to spare, do get into a chair and come in and have a game of cards and a chat with our worthy senior. And whoever will have the face to hurt your feelings. Why, when you go to your home, you'd also have these houses and halls, and who is there who would not hold you in high respect? You're certainly what one would call a venerable old dame. Ping Er poured a cup of tea and brought it to her. Nurse Lai speedily stood up. You could have asked any girl to do this for me. It wouldn't have mattered. But here I'm troubling you again. Apologizing, she resumed, sipping her tea the while. My lady, you are not aware that young girls of this age must be in everything kept strictly in hand. In the event of any license, they're sure to find time to kick up trouble and annoy their elders. Those who know how well they are supervised who then say that children are always up to mischief. But those who don't will maintain that they take advantage of their wealthy position to despise people, to the detriment as well of their mistress's reputation. How I regret that there's nothing that I can do with him. Time after time have I had to send for his father, and he has been the better after a scolding from him. Pointing at Pao-yü. I don't mind whether you feel angry with me for what I'm going to say, she proceeded, but if your father were to attempt now to exercise ever so little control over you, your venerable grandmother is sure to try and screen you. Yet, when in days gone by your worthy father was young, he used to be beaten by your grandfather, who hasn't seen him do it. But did your father, in his youth, resemble you, who have neither fear for God or man? There was also our senior master on the other side, Mr. Jia She. He was, I admit, wild, but never such a cross-grained fellow as yourself. And yet he too had his daily dose of the whip. There was besides the father of your elder cousin, Zhen, of the Eastern Mansion. He had a disposition that flared up like a fire over which oil is poured. If anything was said and he flew into a rage, why, talk about a son, it was really as if he tortured a robber. From all I can now see and hear, Mr. Zhen keeps his son in check just as much as was the custom in old days among his ancestors. The only thing is that he abides by it in some respects, but not in others. Besides, he doesn't exercise the least restraint over his own self. So is it to be wondered at if all his cousins and nieces don't respect him? If you've got any sense about you, you'll only be too glad that I speak to you in this wise. But if you haven't, you mayn't be very well able to say anything openly to me, but you inwardly abuse me, who knows to what extent. As she reproved him, they saw La Da's wife arrive. In close succession came Zhou Rui's wife, along with Jiang Chai's wife, to report various matters. A wife, laughed Lady Feng, has come to fetch her mother-in-law. I haven't come to fetch our old dame, La Da's wife smilingly rejoined, but to inquire whether you, my lady, and the young ladies will confer upon us the honor of your company. When Nurse Lai caught this remark, she smiled. I've really grown quite idiotic. What, she exclaimed, was right and proper for me to say, I didn't say. But I went on talking instead a lot of rot and rubbish. As our relatives and friends are presenting their congratulations to our grandson for having been selected to fill up that office of his, we find ourselves under the necessity of giving a banquet at home. But I was thinking that it wouldn't do if we kept a feast going the whole day and we invited this one and not that one. Reflecting also that it was thanks to our master's vast bounty that we've come in for this unforeseen glory and splendor. I felt quite agreeable to do anything, even though it may entail the collapse of our household. I therefore advised its father to give banquets on 3 consecutive days. That he should, on the first, put up several tables and a stage in our mean garden, and invite your venerable dowager lady, the senior ladies, junior ladies, and young ladies to come and have some distraction during the day, and that he should have several tables laid on the stage in the main pavilion outside, and request the senior and junior gentlemen to confer upon us the luster of their presence. That for the second day we should ask our relatives and friends, and that for the third we should invite our companions from the 2 mansions, In this way, we'll have 3 days' excitement, and by the boundless favor of our master, we'll have the benefit of enjoying the honor of your society. When is it to be? Li Wen and Lady Feng inquired smilingly. As far as we are concerned, we'll feel it our duty to come, and we hope that our worthy senior may feel in the humor to go, but there's no saying for certain. The day chosen is the 14th, La Da's wife eagerly replied. Just come for the sake of our old mother-in-law. I can't tell about the others, Lady Feng explained with a laugh, but as for me, I shall positively come. I must, however, tell you beforehand that I've no congratulatory presents to give you, nor do I know anything about tips to players or others. As soon as I shall have done eating, I shall bolt. So don't laugh at me. Fiddlesticks, La Da's wife laughed. Were your ladyship disposed, you could well afford to give us 20 and 30,000 taels. I'm off now to invite our venerable mistress, Nurse Lai smilingly remarked, and if her ladyship also agrees to come, I shall deem it a greater honor than ever conferred upon me. Having said this, she went on to issue some injunctions, after which she got up to go, when the sight of Zhou Rui's wife reminded her of something. Of course, she consequently observed, I've got one more question to ask you, my lady. What did sister-in-law Zhou's son do to incur blame that he was packed off and his services dispensed with? I was just about to tell your daughter-in-law, Lady Feng answered smilingly after listening to her question, but with so many things to preoccupy me, it slipped from my memory. When you get home, sister-in-law Lai, explain to that old husband of yours that we won't have his, that is, Zhou Rui's son, kept in either of the mansions, and that he can tell him to go about his own business. Lai Da's wife had no option but to express her acquiescence. Zhou Rui's wife, however, speedily fell on her knees and gave way to urgent entreaties. What is it all about? Nurse Lai shouted. Tell me and let me determine the right and wrong of the question. The other day, Lady Feng observed that my birthday was celebrated. That young fellow of his got drunk before the wine ever went round. And when the old dame over there sent presents, he didn't go outside to give a helping hand, but squatted down instead and upbraided people. Even the presents he wouldn't carry inside. And it was only after the 2 girls had come indoors that he eventually got the servant lads and brought them in. Those lads were, however, careful enough in what they did. But as for him, he let the box he held slip from his hands and bestrewed the whole courtyard with cakes. When everyone had left, I deputed Cai Ming to go and talk to him, but he then turned round and gave Cai Ming a regular scolding. So what's the use of not bundling off a disorderly rascal like him, who neither shows any regard for discipline or heaven? I was wondering what it could be, Nurse Lai ventured. Was it really about this? My lady, listen to me. If he has done anything wrong, thrash him and scold him, until you make him mend his ways, and finish with it. But to drive him out of the place will never by any manner of means do. He isn't, besides, to be treated like a child born in our household. He is at present employed as Madame Wang's attendant. So, if you carry out your purpose of expelling him, your ladyship's face will be put to the blush. My idea is that you should, my lady, give him a lesson by letting him have several whacks with a cane so as to induce him to abstain from wine in the future. If you then retain him in your service as hitherto, he'll be all right. If you don't do it for his mother's sake, do it at least for that of Madame Wang. After lending an ear to her arguments, Lady Feng addressed herself to La Da's wife. Well, in that case, she said, call him over tomorrow and give him 40 blows, and don't let him after this touch any more wine. La Da's wife promised to execute her directions. Zhou Rui's wife then kowtowed and rose to her feet. But she also persisted upon prostrating herself before Nurse Lai, and only desisted when Lai Da's wife pulled her up. But presently the trio took their departure, and Li Wen and her companions sped back into the garden. End of section 40. Section 41 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly, Chapter 45, Part 2. When evening came, Lady Feng actually bade the servants go and look into the loft, and when they discovered a lot of painting materials which had been put away long ago, they brought them into the garden. Pao-ch'ai and her friends then selected such as they deemed suitable. But as they only had as yet half the necessaries they required, they drew out a list of the other half and sent it to Lady Feng, who, needless for us to particularize, had the different articles purchased according to the specimens supplied. By a certain day, the silk had been sized outside, a rough sketch drawn, and both returned into the garden. Pao-yü therefore was day after day to be found over at Si-chun's, doing his best to help her in her hard work. But Tan-chun, Li Wen, Yin-chun, Pao-ch'ai, and the other girls likewise congregated in her quarters, and sat with her when they were at leisure, as they could, in the first place, watch the progress of the painting, and as secondly, they were able to conveniently see something of each other. When Pao-ch'ai perceived how cool and pleasant the weather was getting, and how the nights were beginning again to gradually draw out, she came and found her mother and consulted with her until they got some needlework ready. Of a day, she would cross over to the quarters of Dowager Lady Chia and Madame Wang, and thrice pay her salutations. But she could not help as well amusing them and sitting with them to keep them company. When free, she would come and see her cousins in the garden, and have at odd times a chat with them. So having, during daylight, no leisure to speak of, she was wont of a night to ply her needle by lamplight, and only retire to sleep after the third watch had come and gone. As for Tai-yü, she had, as a matter of course, a relapse of her complaint regularly every year, soon after the spring equinox and autumn solstice. But she had, during the last autumn, also found her grandmother Chia in such buoyant spirits that she had walked a little too much on 2 distinct occasions and naturally fatigued herself more than was good for her. Recently, too, she had begun to cough and to feel heavier than she had done at ordinary times, so she never, by any chance, put her foot out of doors, but remained at home and looked after her health. When at times doubtless crept over her, she longed for her cousins to come and chat with her and dispel her despondent feelings. But whenever Pao-ch'ai or any of her cousins paid her a visit, she barely uttered half a dozen words, before she felt quite averse to any society. Yet one and all made every allowance for her illness, and as she had ever been in poor health and not strong enough to resist any annoyance, they did not find the least fault with her, despite even any lack of propriety she showed in playing the hostess with them, or any remissness on her part in observing the prescribed rules of etiquette. Pao-ch'ai came on this occasion to call on her. The conversation started on the symptoms of her ailment. The various doctors who visit this place, Pao-ch'ai consequently remarked, may, it's true, be all very able practitioners, but you take their medicines and don't reap the least benefit. Wouldn't it be as well, therefore, to ask some other person of note to come and see you? And could he succeed in getting you all right? Wouldn't it be nice? Here you year by year ail away throughout the whole length of spring and summer. But you are neither so old nor so young. So what will be the end of it? Besides, it can't go on forever. It's no use, Tai-yü rejoined. I know well enough that there is no cure for this complaint of mine. Not to speak of when I'm unwell. Why, even when I'm not. My state is such that one can see very well that there's no hope. Pao-ch'ai shook her head. Quite so, she ventured. An old writer says, those who eat live. But what you've all along eaten hasn't been enough to strengthen your energies and physique. This isn't a good thing. Ai, Tai-yü heaved a sigh. Whether I'm to live or die is all destiny, she said. Riches and honors are in the hands of heaven, and human strength cannot suffice to forcibly get even them. But my complaint this year seems to be far worse than in past years, instead of any better. While deploring her lot, she coughed 2 or 3 times. It struck me, Pao-ch'ai said, that in that prescription of yours I saw yesterday, there was far too much ginseng and cinnamon. They are splendid tonics, of course, but too many heating things are not good. I think that the first urgent thing to do is to ease the liver and give tone to the stomach. When once the fire in the liver is reduced, it will not be able to overcome the stomach. And when once the digestive organs are free of ailment, drink and food will be able to give nutriment to the human frame. As soon as you get out of bed every morning, take 1 ounce of bird's nests of superior quality and 5 mace of sugar candy, and prepare congee with them in a silver kettle. When once you get into the way of taking this decoction, you'll find it far more efficacious than medicines, for it possesses the highest virtue for invigorating the vagina and bracing up the physique. You've certainly always treated people with extreme consideration, signed Tai-yü, but such a supremely suspicious person am I that I imagined that you inwardly concealed some evil design. Yet ever since the day on which you represented to me how unwholesome it was to read obscene books, and you gave me all that good advice, I felt most grateful to you. I've hitherto, in fact, been mistaken in my opinion, and the truth of the matter is that I remained under this misconception up to the very present. But you must carefully consider that when my mother died, I hadn't even any sisters or brothers, and that up to this my 15th year, there has never been a single person to admonish me as you did the other day. Little wonder is it if that girl Yun speaks well of you. Whenever in former days I heard her heap praise upon you, I felt uneasy in my mind. But after my experiences of yesterday, I see how right she was. When you, for instance, began to tell me all those things, I didn't forgive you at the time. But without worrying yourself in the least about it, you went on, contrariwise, to tender me the advice you did. This makes it evident that I have labored under a mistaken idea. Had I not made this discovery the other day, I wouldn't be speaking like this to your very face today. You told me a few minutes back to take bird's nest congee, but bird's nests are, I admit, easily procured, yet all on account of my sickly constitution and of the relapses I have every year of this complaint of mine, which amounts to nothing. Doctors have had to be sent for, medicines with ginseng and cinnamon have had to be concocted, and I've given already such trouble as to turn heaven and earth topsy-turvy. So were I now to start again a new fad by having some bird's nests congee or other prepared, Our worthy senior, Madame Wang and Lady Feng, will, all three of them, have no objection to raise, but that posse of matrons and maids below will unavoidably despise me for my excessive fussiness. Just notice how everyone in here ogles wildly like tigers their prey, and stealthily says one thing and another, simply because they see how fond our worthy ancestor is of both Pao-yü and Lady Feng, and how much more won't they do these things with me? What's more, I'm not a pucker mistress. I've really come here as a mere refugee, for I had no one to sustain me and no one to depend upon. They already bear me considerable dislike, so much so that I'm still quite at a loss whether I should stay or go. And why should I make them heap execrations upon me? Well, in that case, Pao-ch'ai observed, I'm too in the same plight as yourself. How can you compare yourself with me? Tai-yü exclaimed. You have a mother and a brother as well. You have also got some business and land in here and at home. You can call houses and fields your own. It's only therefore the ties of relationship which make you stay here at all. Neither are you in anything, whether large or small, in their debt for one single cash, or even half a one. And when you want to go, you are at liberty to go. But I have nothing whatever that I can call my own. Yet in what I eat, wear, and use, I am, in every trifle, entirely on the same footing as the young ladies in their household. So however can that mean lot not despise me out and out? The only extra expense they'll have to go to by and by, Pao-ch'ai laughed, would be to get one more trousseau, that's all. And for the present, it's too soon yet to worry yourself about that. At this insinuation, Tai-yü unconsciously blushed scarlet. One treats you, she smiled, as a decent sort of person, and confides in you the woes of one's heart. And instead of sympathizing with me, you make me the means of raising a laugh. I'll bet I raise a laugh at your expense, Pao-ch'ai rejoined, a smile curling her lips. What I say is nonetheless true. But compose your mind. I'll try every day that I'm here to cheer you up. So come to me with every grievance or trouble, for I shall, needless to say, dispel those that are within my power. Notwithstanding that I have a brother, you yourself know well enough what he's like. All I have is a mother, so I'm just a trifle better off than you. We can therefore well look upon ourselves as being in the same boat, and sympathize with each other. You have, besides, plenty of wits about you, so why need you give way to groans, as did Sima Niu? What you said just now is quite right, but you should worry and fret about as little and not as much as you can. On my return home tomorrow, I'll tell my mother, and as I think there must be still some bird's nests in our house, we'll send you several answers of them. You can then tell the servants' maids to prepare some for you at whatever time you want every day, and you'll thus be suiting your own convenience and be giving no trouble or annoyance to anyone. The things are of themselves of little account, eagerly responded Tai-yü laughingly. What's difficult to find is one with as much feeling as yourself. What's there in this worth speaking about? Pao-ch'ai said. What grieves me is that I fail to be as nice as I should be with those I come across. But I presume you feel quite done up now, so I'll be off. Come in the evening again, Tai-yü pressed her, and have a chat with me. While assuring her that she would come, Pao-ch'ai walked out, so let us leave her alone for the present. Tai-yü, meanwhile, drank a few sips of thin congee, and then once more laid herself down on her bed. But before the sun set, the weather unexpectedly changed, and a fine drizzling rain set in. So gently come the autumn showers, that dull and fine are subject to uncertain alterations. The shades of twilight gradually fell on this occasion. The heavens, too, got so overcast as to look deep black. Besides the effect of this change on her mind, the patter of the rain on the bamboo tops intensified her despondency, and concluding that Pao-ch'ai would be deterred from coming, she took up, in the lamplight, the first book within her reach, which turned out to be the treasury of miscellaneous lyrics. Finding among these the pinings of a maiden in autumn, the anguish of separation, and other similar poems, Tai-yü felt unawares much affected, and unable to restrain herself from giving vent to her feelings in writing, she there and then improvised the following stanza in the same strain as the one on separation, complying with the rules observed in the Spring River Flower and Moonlight Night. These verses she then entitled the poem on the autumn evening when wind and rain raged outside the window. The burden was: in autumn flowers decay, herbage when autumn comes doth yellow turn. On non-autumnal nights, the autumn lanterns with bright radiance burn. As from my window autumn scenes I scan, autumn endless doth seem. This mood, how can I bear, when wind and rain despondency enhance? How sudden break forth wind and rain, and help to make the autumn tie. Fright snaps my autumn dreams, those dreams which under my lattice I dreamt. A sad autumnal gloom enclaps my heart, and drives all sleep away. In person I approach the autumn screen to snuff the weeping wick. The tearful candles with a flickering flame consume on their short stands. They stir up grief, dazzle my eyes, and a sense of parting arouse. In what family's courts do not the blasts of autumn winds intrude? And where in autumn does not rain patter against the window frames? The silken quilt cannot ward off the nipping force of autumn winds. The drip of the half-drained water clock impels the autumn rains. A low for few nights rains, but the wind has again risen in strength. By the lantern I weep, as if I sat with someone who must go. The small courtyard, full of bleak mist, is now become quite desolate. With quick drip drops the rain on the distant bamboos and vacant sills. What time, I wonder, will the wind and rain their howl and patter cease? The tears already I have shed have soaked through the window gauze. After scanning her verses, she flung the pen aside, and was just on the point of retiring to rest when a waiting maid announced that Master Secundus Mr. Pao-yü had come. Barely was the announcement out of her lips than Pao-yü appeared on the scene with a large bamboo hat on his head and a wrapper thrown over his shoulders. Of a sudden, a smile betrayed itself on Tai-yü's lips. "Where does this fisherman come from?" she exclaimed. "Are you better today?" Pao-yü inquired with alacrity. "Have you had any medicines? How much rice have you had to eat today?" While plying her with questions, he took off the hat and divested himself of the wrapper, and promptly raising the lamp with one hand, he screened it with the other and threw its rays upon Tai-yü's face. Then, straining his eyes, he scrutinized her for a while. "You look better today," he smiled. As soon as he threw off his wrapper, Tai-yü noticed that he was clad in a short red silk jacket, the worse for wear, that he was girded with a green sash, and that about his knees his nether garments were visible, made of green thin silk, brocaded with flowers. Below these he wore embroidered gauze socks, worked all over with twisted gold thread, and a pair of shoes ornamented with butterflies and clusters of fallen flowers. Above, you fight shy of the rain, Tai-yü remarked. But aren't these shoes and socks below afraid of rain? Yet they are quite clean. This suit is complete, Pao-yü smiled. I've got a pair of crabwood clogs I put on to come over, but I took them off under the eaves of the veranda. Tai-yü's attention was then attracted by the extreme fineness and lightness of the texture of his wrapper and hat, which were unlike those sold in the marketplaces. With what grass are they plaited? She consequently asked. It would be strange if you didn't, with this sort of things on, look like a very hedgehog. These 3 articles are a gift from the Prince of Beijing, Pao-yü answered. Ordinarily, when it rains, he too wears this kind of outfit at home. But if it has taken your fancy, I'll have a suit made for you. There's nothing peculiar about the other things. But this hat is funny. The crown at the top is movable, so if you want to wear a hat during snowy weather in wintertime, you pull off the bamboo pegs and remove the crown. And there you only have the circular brim. This is worn when it snows by men and women alike. I'll give you one, therefore, to wear in the wintry snowy months. I don't want it, laughed Tai-yü. Were I to wear this sort of thing, I'd look like one of those fisherwomen one sees depicted in pictures or represented on the stage. Upon reaching this point, she remembered that there was some connection between her present remarks and the comparison she had some time back made with regard to Pao-yü. And before she had time to indulge in regrets, a sense of shame so intense overpowered her that the color rushed to her face, and leaning her head on the table, she coughed and coughed till she could not stop. Pao-yü, however, did not detect her embarrassment, but catching sight of some verses lying on the table, he eagerly snatched them up and conned them from beginning to end. Splendid! He could not help crying. But the moment Tai-yü heard his exclamation, she speedily jumped to her feet and clutched the verses and burnt them over the lamp. I've already committed them sufficiently to memory, Pao-yü laughed. I want to have a little rest, Tai-yü said, so please get away. Come back again tomorrow. At these words, Pao-yü drew back his hand and, producing from his breast a gold watch about the size of a walnut. He looked at the time. The hand pointed between 8 and 9 p.m. So hastily putting it away, "You should certainly retire to rest," he replied. "My visit has upset you. I've quite tired you out this long while." With these apologies, he threw the wrapper over him, put on the rain hat, and quitted the room. But turning round, he retraced his steps inside. "Is there anything you fancy to eat?" he asked. "If there be, tell me, and I'll let our venerable ancestor know of it tomorrow as soon as it's day. Won't I explain things clearer than any of the old matrons could?" "Let me," rejoined Tai-yü, smiling, "think in the night. I'll let you know early tomorrow. But hearken, it's raining harder than it did, so be off at once. Have you got any attendants, or no?" "Yes," interposed the 2 matrons. "There are servants to wait on him. They're outside holding his umbrella and lighting the lanterns." "Are they lighting lanterns with this weather?" laughed Tai-yü. "It won't hurt them," Pao-yü answered. "They are made of sheep's horn, so they don't mind the rain." Hearing this, Tai-yü put back her hand, and taking down an ornamented glass lantern in the shape of a ball from the bookcase, she asked the servants to light a small candle and bring it to her, after which she handed the lantern to Pao-yü. This, she said, gives out more likes than the others, and it's just the thing for rainy weather. I've also got one like it, Pao-yü replied, but fearing lest they might slip, fall down and break it, I did not have it lighted and brought round. What's of more account? Tai-yü inquired. Harm to a lantern or to a human being? You are not, besides, accustomed to wearing cloths, so tell them to walk ahead with those lanterns. This one is as light and handy as it is light-giving, and is really adapted for rainy weather. So wouldn't it be well if you carried it yourself? You can send it over to me tomorrow, but were it even to slip from your hand, it wouldn't matter much. How is it that you've also suddenly developed this money-grabbing sort of temperament? It's as bad as if you ripped your intestines to secrete pearls in. After these words, Pao-yü approached her and took the lantern from her. Ahead then advanced two matrons with umbrellas and sheep-horn lanterns, and behind followed a couple of waiting maids also with umbrellas. Pao-yü handed the glass lantern to a young maid to carry, and supporting himself on her shoulder, he straightway went the steps on his way back. But presently arrived an old servant from the Hengwu court, provided as well with an umbrella and a lantern, to bring over a large bundle of birds' nests and a packet of foreign sugar, pure as powder and white as petals of plum blossom and flakes of snow. These, she said, are much better than what you can buy. Our young lady sends you word, miss, to first go on with these. When you've done with them, she'll let you have some more. Many thanks for the trouble you've taken, Tai-yü returned for answer, and then asked her to go and sit outside and have a cup of tea. I won't have any tea, the old servant smiled. I've got something else to attend to. I'm well aware that you've all got plenty in hand, Tai-yü resumed with a smiling countenance. But the weather being cool now, and the nights long, it's more expedient than ever to establish two things, a nightclub and a gambling place. I won't disguise the fact from you, miss, the old servant lovingly observed, that I've managed this year to win plenty of money. Several servants have, under any circumstances, to do night duty, and as any neglect in keeping watch wouldn't be the right thing, isn't it as well to have a nightclub, as one can sit on the lookout and dispel dullness as well? But it's again my turn to play the croupier today, so I must be getting along to the place, as the garden gate will, by this time, be nearly closing. This rejoinder evoked a laugh from Tai-yü. I've given you all this bother, she remarked, and made you lose your chances of getting money, just to bring these things in the rain. And calling a servant, she bade her present her with several hundreds of cash to buy some wine with, to drive the damp away. I've uselessly put you again, miss, to the expense of giving me a tip for wine. The old servant smiled. But saying this, she knocked her forehead before her, and issuing outside, she received the money, after which she opened her umbrella and trudged back. Ji Juan meanwhile pushed the birds' nests away, and removing afterwards the lamps, she lowered the portieres and waited upon Tai-yü until she lay herself down to sleep. While she reclined all alone on her pillow, Tai-yü thought gracefully of Pao-ch'ai. At one moment, she envied her for having a mother and a brother, and at another, she mused that with the friendliness Pao-yü had ever shown her, they were bound to be the victims of suspicion. But the pitter-patter of the rain, dripping on the bamboo tops and banana leaves, fell on her ear. And as a fresh coolness penetrated the curtain, tears once more unconsciously trickled down her cheeks. In this frame of mind, she continued straight up to the fourth watch, when she at last gradually dropped into a sound sleep. For a time, however, there is nothing that we can add, so should you, reader, decide to know any subsequent details, peruse what is written in the next chapter. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly, Chapter 46, Part 1. An improper man with difficulty keeps from improprieties. The maid, Yuanyang, vows to break off the marriage match. Lin Tai-yü, to resume our story, dropped off gradually to sleep about the close of the fourth watch. As there is therefore nothing more that we can for the present say about her, let us take up the thread of our narrative with Lady Feng. Upon hearing that Madame Xing wanted to see her, she could not make out what it could be about. So hurriedly putting on some extra things on her person and hat, she got into a carriage and crossed over. Madame Xing at once dismissed every attendant from her suite of apartments. "I sent for you," she began, addressing herself to Lady Feng in a confidential tone. "Not for anything else, but on account of something which places me on the horns of a dilemma. My husband has entrusted me with a job, and being quite at my wits' ends how to act, I'd like first to consult with you. My husband has taken quite a fancy to Yuanyang, who is in our worthy senior's rooms, so much so that he's desirous to get her into his quarters as a secondary wife. He has deputed me, therefore, to ask her of our venerable ancestor. I know that this is quite an ordinary matter, yet I can't help fearing that our worthy senior may refuse to give her. But do you perchance see a way to bring this concern about?" Lady Feng listened to her. "You shouldn't, I say, go and bang your head against a nail," she then vehemently exclaimed. "Were our old ancestor separated from Yuanyang, she wouldn't even touch her rice. However could she reconcile herself to part from her? Besides, our worthy senior has time and again said, in the course of a chat, that she can't see the earthly use of a man well up in years, as your lord and master is, having here one concubine and there another, that cooping them up in his rooms is a mere waste of human beings, that he neglects his constitution and doesn't husband it, and that he doesn't either attend diligently to his official duties, but spends his whole days in boozing with his young concubines. When your ladyship hears these nice doings of his, don't you feel enamored with that fine gentleman of ours? Were he even to try, at this juncture, to beat a retreat, he couldn't, I fear, effectively do so. Yet, instead of making an effort to turn tail, he wants to go and take the tiger's nostrils with a blade of straw. Don't, my lady, be angry with me, but I daren't undertake the errand. It's clear as day that it will be a wild goose chase. What's more, it will do him no good, but will contrariwise heap disgrace upon his own head. Our Mr. Jia She is now so stricken in years that in all his actions he unavoidably behaves somewhat as a dotard. It would be well, therefore, for your ladyship to advise him what to do. It isn't as if he were in the prime of life to be able to do all these things with impunity. He's got at present a whole array of brothers, nieces, sons, and grandsons, and should he still go on in this wild sort of way, How will he be able to face any of them? Madame Xing gave a sardonic smile. There are endless wealthy families with 3 and 4 concubines, she said. And is it in ours that such a thing won't do? But were I even to tender him as much advice as I can, it isn't at all likely that he'll abide by it, even though that maid be one beloved by our venerable senior. It doesn't follow that she'll very well be able to give a rebuff to a hoary-bearded elderly son, and a while an official, were he to express a wish to have her as an inmate of his household. I sent for you for no other purpose than to deliberate with you. And here you take the initiative and enumerate a whole array of shortcomings. But is there any reason why I should commission you to go? Of course, I'll go and speak to her. You make a bold statement that I don't give him any good counsel. But don't you yet know that with a disposition such as his, he rushes, before I can very well open my lips to advise him, into a tantrum with me? Lady Feng was well alive to the fact that Madame Xing was by nature simple and weak-minded, and that all she knew was to adulate Jia She, so as to ensure her own safety. That she was, in the next place, ever ready, so greedy was she, to grasp as much hard cash and as many effects as she could lay hold of, for her own private gain. That she left all family matters, irrespective of important or unimportant, under the sole control of Jia She. But that whenever anything turned up involving any receipts or payments, she extorted an unusual percentage. The moment the money passed through her clutches, giving out as a pretense, well, Jia She is so extravagant that I have to interfere and effect sufficient economies to enable us to make up our deficits. And that she would not trust anyone, whether son, daughter, or servant, nor lend an ear to a single word of remonstrance. When she therefore now heard Madame Xing speak as she did, she concluded that she must be in another of her perverse moods, and that any admonitions would be of no avail. So, hastily forcing a smile, "My lady," she observed, "you are perfectly right in your remarks. But how long can I have lived, and what discrimination can I boast of? It seems to me that if a father and mother do not bestow not a mere servant girl like she is, but a living jewel of the size of her, on one like Mr. Jia She, to whom are they likely to give her? How can one give faith to words spoken behind one's back? So what a fool I was in cramming what I heard down my throat. Just take our Mr. Secundus, that is my husband, as an instance. If ever he does anything to incur blame, Mr. Jia She, and you, my lady, feel so wrath with him as to only wish you could lay hands upon him there and then, and give him such a blow as would kill him downright. But the moment you set eyes on his face, your whole resentment vanishes. And lo, you again let him have, as of old, everything and anything, much though both of you might relish it in your hearts. Our worthy ancestor will certainly, therefore, behave in the present instance with equal liberality towards Mr. Jia She. So, if her ladyship feels in the humor today, she'll let him have her, I fancy, at once this very day, if he makes the proper advances. But I'll go ahead and coax our venerable senior, and when your ladyship comes over, I'll find some pretense to get out of the way, and take along with me those two who may be present in her rooms, so as to make it convenient for you to broach the subject. If she gives her, so much the better. But if even she doesn't, it won't matter. For none of the inmates will have any idea what the object of your mission could have been. After listening to her suggestion, Madame Xing began again to feel in a happier frame of mind. My idea is, she observed, that I shouldn't start by mentioning anything to our venerable senior, for were she to say that she wouldn't give her, the matter would be simply quashed on the head. I can't help thinking that I should first and foremost quietly approach Yuanyang on the subject. She will, of course, feel extremely ashamed, but when I explain everything minutely to her, she will certainly have nothing to say against the proposal, and everything will be all right. I can then speak to our old senior, and despite any desire on her part not to accede to our wishes, she won't be able to put the girl off, provided she herself be willing. For as the adage says, if a person wishes to go, it's no use trying to keep him. Thus, needless to say, the whole thing will be satisfactorily settled. You're really shrewd in your devices, my lady, Lady Feng smilingly ejaculated. This is perfect in every respect. For without taking Yuanyang into account, what girl does not long to rise high, or hope to exalt herself, or think of pushing herself forward above the rest as to cast away the chances of becoming half a mistress, and prefer instead being a maid and merely becoming by and by the maid of some servant lad? Quite so, Madame Xing smiled. But let's put Yuanyang aside. Who is there, even among the various elderly waiting maids, who look after the house, who wouldn't be only too willing to step into these shoes? You'd better then go ahead. But mind, don't let the cat out of the bag. I'll join you as soon as I can finish my evening meal. Yuanyang thereupon secretly reflected Lady Feng has always been an extremely shrill-minded girl, to such a degree that there is, notwithstanding all our arguments, no saying positively whether she'll accept or refuse. So were I to go ahead, and Madame Xing to follow me by and by, there won't be any occasion for her to grumble or complain, so long as she assents. But if she doesn't, why, Madame Xing, who is so suspicious a creature, will possibly imagine that I've been guessing with her, and been a means of making her put on side and assume high airs. When Madame Xing finds then that my conjectures have turned out true again, her shame will be converted into anger, and she'll so vent her spite upon me that I shall, after all, be put in a false position. Would it not be better than that she and I should go together? For if she says, yes, I'll be all right, and if she replies, no, I'll be on the safe side, and no suspicion of any kind will fall upon me. At the close of her reflections, as I was about to cross over here, she remarked laughingly, our aunt yonder sent us 2 baskets of quails, and I gave orders that they should be fried, with the idea that they should be brought to your ladyship, in time for you to have some at your evening repast. Just as I was stepping inside the main entrance, I saw the servant boys carrying your curricle. They said that it was your ladyship's vehicle, that it had cracked, and that they were taking it to be repaired. Wouldn't it be as well then that you should now come in my carriage, for it will be better for you and me to get there together? At this suggestion, Madame Xing directed her servants to come and change her costume. Lady Feng quickly waited upon her, and in a while the 2 ladies got into one and the same curricle and drove over. My lady, Lady Feng went on to say, it would be well for you to look up our worthy senior, for were I to accompany you and her ladyship to ask me what was the object of my visit, it would be rather awkward. The best way is for your ladyship to go first, and I will join you as soon as I divest myself of my fine clothes. Madame Xing noticed how reasonable her proposal was, and she readily betook herself to old Lady Jia's quarters. But after a chat with her senior, she quitted the apartment, under the pretense that she was going to Madame Wang's rooms. Then, making her exit by the back door, she passed in front of Yuanyang's bedroom. Here she saw Yuanyang sitting, hard at work at some needlework. The moment she caught sight of Madame Xing, she rose to her feet. What are you up to? Madame Xing laughingly inquired. Let me see. How much nicer you embroider artificial flowers now. So speaking, she entered, and taking the needlework from her hands, she scrutinized it, while extolling its beauty, then laying down the work, and scanning her again from head to foot. She observed that her costume consisted of a half-new grey thin silk jacket and a bluish satin waistcoat with scallops, that below this came a water-green jupe, that her waist was slim as that of a wasp, that her shoulders sloped as if paired, that her face resembled a duck's egg, that her hair was black and shiny, that her nose was very high, and that on both her cheeks were slightly visible several small flat moles. Yuanyang realized how intently she was being passed under scrutiny, and began to feel inwardly uneasy, while utter astonishment prevailed in her mind. "Madam," she felt impelled to ask, "what do you come for at this impossible hour?" At a wink from Madame Xing, her attendants withdrew from the room. Madame Xing forthwith seated herself and grasped Yuanyang's hands in hers. "I've come," she smiled, "with the special purpose of presenting you my congratulations." This reply enabled Yuanyang at once to form within herself some surmise more or less correct of the object of her errand, and suddenly, blushing crimson, she lowered her head and uttered not a word. "You know well enough," she next heard Madame Xing resume, "that there's not a single reliable person with my husband. But much though we'd like to purchase some other girl, we fear that such as might come out of a broker's household wouldn't be quite spotless and taintless, nor would one be able to get any idea what her failings are, until after she has been purchased and brought home, when she too will be sure, in 2 or 3 days, to behave like an imp and play some monkey tricks. That's why we thought of choosing some home-born girl out of those who'd throng in our mansion. But then again, we could find none decent enough, for if her looks were not at fault, her disposition was not proper, and if she possessed this quality, she lacked that one. Hence it is that after repeatedly choosing with dispassionate eye during half a year, he finds that there is only you among that whole bevy of girls who's worth anything, that in looks, behavior, and deportment you are gentle, trustworthy, and perfection itself in every respect. His intention, therefore, is to ask your hand of our old lady and take you over and attach you to his quarters. You won't be treated as one newly purchased or newly sought from outside. For the moment you put your foot into our house, you'll at once have your face shaved and be promoted to a secondary wife. So you'll thus attain as much dignity as honor. More, you're one who is anxious to excel, and as the proverb says, gold will still be exchanged for gold. My husband has, who have thought it, taken a fancy to you, so when you now enter our threshold, you fulfill the wish you have cherished all along with such high purpose and lofty aim, and stop the mouths of those persons who are envious of your lot. Follow me therefore, and let's go and lay the matter before our venerable ancestor." Arguing the while, she dragged her by the hand with the idea of hurrying her off there and then. Yuanyang, however, blushed to her very ears, and snatching her hand out of her grip, she refused to budge. Madame Xing was conscious that she was under the spell of intense shame. "What's there in this to be ashamed?" she continued. "You needn't, besides, breathe a word. All you have to do is to follow me, that's all." Yuanyang continued to droop her head and to decline to go with her. Madame Xing, perceiving her behavior, went on to exhort her. "Is it likely, pray," she said, "that you still hesitate? If you actually don't feel inclined to accept the offer, you are, in real truth, a foolish girl. For here you let go the chances of becoming the secondary consort of a master, and choose instead to continue a servant girl. You'll be united in 2 or 3 years to no one higher than some young domestic, and remain as much a bond servant as ever." If you come along with us, you know that my disposition too is gentle, that I'm not one of those persons who don't show any regard for anyone, that my husband will also treat you as well as he does everyone else, and that when, in the course of a year or so, you give birth to a son or daughter, you'll be placed on the same footing as myself. And of all the servants at home, who any you may wish to employ not deign to move to execute your orders? If now that you have a chance of becoming a mistress, you don't choose to, why, you'll miss the opportunity and then you may repent it. But it will be too late. Yuan still kept her head bent against her chest, and spake not a syllable by way of reply. How is it, added Madame Xing, that you, who've ever been so quick, have now too begun to be so infirm of purpose? What is there that doesn't fall in with your wishes? Just tell me, and I can safely assure you that you'll have everything done to satisfy you. Yuan observed, as hitherto, in perfect silence. I suppose, laughed Madame Xing, that having a father and mother, you yourself don't wish to speak for fear of being put to the blush, and that you want to wait until such time as they consult you about it, huh? This is quite right, but you better let me go and make the proposal to them and tell them to come and ascertain your wishes. And whatever your answer then may be, just entrust it to them. This said, she sped into Lady Feng's suite of rooms. Lady Feng had long ago changed her attire and availed herself of the absence of any bystander in her apartments to confide the whole matter to Ping Er. Ping Er nodded her head and smiled. According to my views, success is not so certain, she observed. She and I have often secretly talked this matter over, and the arguments I heard her propound don't make it the least probable that she'll consent. But all we can say now is, we'll see. Madame Xing, Lady Feng remarked, is sure to come over here to consult with me. If she has assented, well and good. But if she hasn't, she'll bring displeasure upon her own self. And won't you feel out of countenance if all of you are present? So tell the others to fry several quails and get anything nice that goes well with them and prepare it for our repast, while you can go and stroll about in some other spot and return when you fancy she has gone. Hearing this, Ping Er transmitted her wishes word for word to the matrons, after which she sauntered leisurely all alone into the garden. When Yin Yang saw Madame Xing depart, she concluded that she was bound to go into Lady Feng's room to consult with her, and that someone was sure to come and ask her about the proposal. So thinking it advisable to cross over to this side of the mansion to get out of the way, she consequently repaired in quest of Wu Po. Should our old mistress, she said to her, ask for me, just say that I was so unwell that I couldn't even have any breakfast, that I've gone into the garden for a stroll, but that I will be back at once. Wu Po undertook to tell her so, and Yuan Yang then betook herself too into the garden. While lolling all over the place, she, contrary to her expectations, encountered Ping Er. Ping Er looked around to see that there was no one about. Here comes the new secondary wife, she smilingly exclaimed. Yuan Yang caught this greeting, and promptly the color rose to her face. How strange it is, she rejoined, that you've all colluded together to come, with one accord, and schemed against me. But wait until I've had it out with your mistress, and then I will set things all right. When Ping Er observed the angry look on Yuan Yang's countenance, her conscience was so stricken with remorse on account of the inconsiderate remark she had passed, that drawing her under the maple tree, she made her sit on the same boulder as herself, and then went so far as to recount to her, from beginning to end, all that transpired and everything that was said on Lady Feng's return a short while back from the off-mention. Blushes flew to Yuan Yang's cheeks. Facing Ping Er, she gave a sardonic smile. We've all ever been friends, she said. That is, 哲人五破出云几尊彩下月川射月追墨追卢 who was in Miss Hsüeh's service and is now gone. Ke and Jin Chuan, now deceased. Jin Hsüeh, who left, and you and I. Ever since our youth up, how many chats have the 10 or dozen of us not had? And what have we not been up to together? But now that we've grown up, each of us has gone her own way. Yet my heart is just what it was in days gone by. Whenever there is anything for me to say or do, I don't try to impose upon any of you. So just first treasure in your heart the secret I'm going to tell you, and don't mention it to Our Lady Secunda. Not to speak of our senior master wishing to make me his concubine. Were even Our Lady to die this very moment, and he to send endless go-betweens and countless betrothal presents with the idea of wedding me and taking me over as his lawful primary wife, I wouldn't also go. Ping Er was at this point desirous to put in some observation, when from behind the boulder came audible the loud tones of laughter. You most bare-faced girl, a voice cried. It's well you are not afraid of your teeth falling when you utter such things. These words reached the ears of both girls, and so unawares were they taken that they got a regular start, and jumping up with all haste, they went to see behind the boulder. They found no one else than Zhe, who presented herself before them with a smiling countenance, and asked, What's up? Do tell me. As she spoke, the trio seated themselves on a rock. Ping Er then imparted to Zhe as well the drift of their recent conversation. Properly speaking, we shouldn't pass such judgments, Zhe remarked after listening to her confidences. But this senior master of ours is really a most licentious libertine, so much so that whenever he comes across a girl with any good looks about her, he won't let her out of his grasp. Since you don't like to entertain his offer, Ping Er suggested, I'll put you up to a plan. What plan is it? Yuan Yang inquired. Just simply tell our old mistress, Ping Er laughed. This answer, that you've already been promised to our master secundus, Mr. Lin. Our senior master then won't very well be able to be importunate. Choi, ejaculated Yuan Yang. What a thing you are! Do you still make such suggestions? Didn't your master the other day utter this silly nonsense? Who'd have thought it? The words have now come true. If you won't have either of them, Zhe smiled. My idea is that you should tell our old lady point blank and ask her to give out that she promised you long ago to our master, number 2, Pao-yü. Our senior master will then banish this fact from his mind. Yuan Yang was overcome with anger, shame, and exasperation. What dreadful vixens both of you are, she shouted. You don't deserve a natural death. I find myself in a fix, and treat you as decent sort of persons, and confide in you so that you should arrange matters for me. And not to say that you don't bother yourselves a rap about me. You take turn and turn about to poke fun at me. You are under the impression, in your own minds, that your fates are sealed, and that both of you are bound by and by to become secondary wives. But I can't help thinking that affairs under the heavens don't so certainly fall in always with one's wishes and expectations. So you'd better now pull up a bit, and not be cheeky to such an excessive degree. Both the companions then realized in what state of despair she was, and promptly forcing a smile, Dear sister, they said, don't be so touchy. We've been, ever since we were little mites, like very sisters. All we have done is to spontaneously indulge in a little fun in a spot where there is no one present. But tell us what you have decided to do, so that we too should know, and set our minds at ease. Decided what? Yuan cried. All I know is that I won't go. That's finished. Ping Er shook her head. You mightn't go, she interposed, but it isn't likely that the matter will drop. You're well aware what sort of temperament that of our senior masters is. It's true that you are attached to our old mistress' rooms, and that he can't, just at present, presume to do the least thing to you. But can it be, forsooth, that you'll be with the old dame for your whole lifetime? You'll also have to leave to get married, and if you then fall into his hands, it won't go well with you. Yin Yang smiled ironically. I won't leave this place so long as my old lady lives, Yuan Yang protested. In the event of her ladyship departing this life, you'll have, under any circumstances, to also go into mourning for 3 years. For there's no such thing as starting by marrying a concubine soon after a mother's death. And while he waits for 3 years to expire, can one say what may not happen? It will be time enough to talk about it when that day comes. But should I be driven to despair from being hard-pressed, I'll cut my hair off and become a nun. If not, there's yet another thing. Death. And as for a whole lifetime I shall not join myself to a man, what John would not then be mine, for having managed to preserve my purity? In very truth, Ping Er and Zhe laughed. This vixen has no sense of shame. She has now more than ever spoken whatever came foremost to her lips. What matters a moment's shame, Yuan Yang rejoined, when things have reached this juncture? But if you don't believe my words, well, you'll be able to see by and by. Then you will feel convinced. Madame Xin said a short while back that she was going to look up my father and mother, but I'd like to see whether she'll proceed to Nanking to find them. Your parents are in Nanking looking after the houses, Ping Er said, and they can't come up. Yet in the long run, they can be found out. Your elder brother and your sister-in-law are besides in here at present. You poor thing are a child born in this establishment. You are not like us two, who are solitary creatures here. What does it matter whether I be born here or not? Yuan Yang exclaimed. You can lead a horse to a fountain, but you can't make him drink. So, if I don't listen to any proposals, is it likely, may I ask, that they'll kill my father and mother? While the words were still on her lips, they caught sight of her sister-in-law, advancing from the opposite side. As they couldn't at once get at your parents, Zhe remarked, they've, for certainty, told your sister-in-law. All this wench is good for, Yuan Yang shouted, is to rush about as if selling camels in the 6 states. If she heard what I said, she won't feel flattered. But while she spoke, her sister-in-law approached them. Where didn't I look for you? Her sister-in-law smilingly observed. Have you, miss, run over here? Come along with me. I've got something to tell you. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Xueqin Cao, translated by Henry Bancroft Joly. Chapter 46, Part 2. Ping Er and Zhe speedily motioned to her to sit down, but Yuan Yang's sister-in-law demurred. Young ladies, pray be seated. I've come in search of our girl to tell her something. Zhe and Ping Er feigned perfect ignorance. What can it be that is so pressing? They said with a smile. We were engaged in guessing puns here, so let's find out this before you go. What do you want to tell me? Yuan Yang inquired. Speak out. Follow me, her sister-in-law laughed. When we get over there, I will tell you. It's really some good tidings. Is it perchance what Madame Singh has told you? Yuan asked. Since you, miss, know what it's all about, her sister-in-law added smilingly, what else remains for me to do? Be quick and come with me, and I'll explain everything. Verily, it's a piece of happiness as large as the heavens. Yuan at these words rose to her feet and spat contemptuously with all her might in her sister-in-law's face, pointing at her. Be quick, she cried abusively, and stop that filthy tongue of yours. It would be ever so much better were you to bundle yourself away from this. What good tidings and what piece of happiness! Little wonder is it that you long and crave the whole day long to see other people's daughter turned into a secondary wife, as one and all of your family would rely upon her to act contrary to reason and right. A whole household has been converted into secondary wives. But the sight fills you with such keen jealousy that you would like to also lay hold of me and throw me into the pit fire. If any honors fall to my share, all of you outside will do everything disorderly and improper, and raise yourselves, in your own estimations, to the status of uncles and aunts. But if I don't get any, and come to grief, you draw in your foul necks, and let me live or die as I please. While indulging in this raillery, she gave vent to tears. Ping Er and Jie did all they could to reason with her so as to prevent her from crying. Her sister-in-law felt quite out of countenance. Whether you mean to accept the proposal or not, she consequently said, you can anyhow speak nicely. It isn't worth the while dragging this one in and involving that one. The proverb adequately says, in the presence of a dwarf, one mustn't speak of dwarfish things. Here you have been heaping insult upon me, but I didn't presume to retaliate. These two young ladies have, however, given you no provocation whatever, and yet by referring as you have done, in this way and that way, to secondary wives, how can people stand it peacefully? You shouldn't speak so, Jie and Ping Er quickly remonstrated. She didn't allude to us, so don't be implicating others. Have you heard of any ladies or gentlemen who'd like to raise us to the rank of secondary wives? What's more, we too have neither father nor mother nor brothers within these doors to avail ourselves of our positions to act in a way contrary to right and reason. If she abuses people, let her do so. It isn't worth our while to be touchy. Seeing, Yuan resumed, that the abuse I have heaped upon her head has put her to such shame that she doesn't know where to go and screen her face. She tries to egg you two on. But you two have, fortunately, your wits about you. Though quite impatient, I never started arguing the question. She it was who chose to speak just now. Her sister-in-law felt inwardly much disconcerted, and beat a retreat in high dudgeon. But Yuan so lost her temper that she still went on to abuse her. And it was only after Ping Er and Jie had admonished her for ever so long that she let the matter drop. What were you hiding there for? Ping Er then asked Jie. We couldn't see any of you. I went, Jie explained, into Miss Quarter's room to see our Mr. Pao-yü. But who'd have thought it? I got there a little too late, and they told me that he had gone home. But my suspicions were, however, aroused as I couldn't make out how it was that I hadn't come across him. And I was about to go and hunt him up in Miss Lin's apartments when I met one of her servants who said that he hadn't been there either. Then, just as I was surmising that he must have gone out of the garden, behold, you came, as luck would have it, from the opposite direction. But I dodged you, so you didn't see anything of me. Subsequently, she too appeared on the scene, but I got behind the boulder from the back of these trees. I, however, saw that you two had come to have a chat. Strange to say, though you have 4 eyes between you, you never caught a glimpse of me. Scarcely had she concluded this remark, than they heard someone else from behind laughingly exclaim, "Four eyes never saw you, but your 6 eyes haven't as yet found me out." The 3 girls received quite a shock from fright, but turning round, they perceived that it was no other person than Pao-yü. Xueqin smiled and was the first to speak. "You've made me have a good search," she said. "Where do you hail from?" "I was just leaving cousin quarters." Pao-yü laughed. "When I noticed you coming along, just in front of me, and knowing well enough that you were bent upon finding me, I concealed myself to have a lark with you. I saw you then go by, with uplifted head, enter the court, walked out again, and asked everyone you met on your way. But there I stood convulsed with laughter. I was only waiting to rush up to you and frighten you, when I afterwards realized that you too were prowling stealthily about. So I readily inferred that you also were playing a trick upon someone. Then when I put out my head and looked before me, I saw that it was these 2 girls. So I came behind you by a circuitous way, and as soon as you left, I forthwith sneaked into your hiding place." "Let's go and look behind there," Ping suggested laughingly. "We may possibly discover another couple. There's no saying." "There's no one else," Pao-yü laughed. Yunyang had long ago concluded that every word of their conversation had been overheard by Pao-yü. But leaning against the rock, she pretended to be fast asleep. Pao-yü gave her a push. "This stone is cold," he smiled. "Let's go and sleep in our rooms. Won't it be better there?" Saying this, he made an attempt to pull Yunyang to her feet. Then hastily pressing Ping to repair to his quarters and have some tea, he united his efforts with those of Xueqin and tried to induce Yunyang to come away. Yunyang at length got up, and the quartet betook themselves, after all, into the Yihong court. Pao-yü had caught every word that had fallen from their lips a few minutes back, and felt indeed at heart so much distressed on Yunyang's behalf, that throwing himself silently on his bed, he left the 3 girls in the outer rooms to prosecute their chat and laugh. On the other side of the compound, Madame Xing about this time inquired of Lady Feng who Yin Yuan's father was. Her father, Lady Feng replied, is called Jin Chai. He and his wife are in Nanking. They have to look after our houses there, so they can pay frequent visits to the capital. Her brother is Wen Xiang, who acts at present as our senior accountant. But her sister-in-law too is employed in our worthy ancestors yonder as head washerwoman. Madame Xin thereupon dispatched a servant to go and call Yuan Yang's sister-in-law. On Mrs. Jin Wenxiang's arrival, she told her all. Mrs. Jin was naturally pleased and left in capital spirits to find Yuan Yang, in the hope that the moment she communicated the offer to her, the whole thing would be satisfactorily arranged. But contrary to all her anticipations, she had to bear a good blowing up from Yuan Yang, and to be told several unpleasant things by Xueqin and Ping, so that she was filled with as much shame as indignation. She then came and reported the result to Madame Xin. "It's no use," she said. "She gave me a scolding." But as Lady Feng was standing by, she could not summon up courage enough to allude to Ping. So she added, "Xueqin too helped her to rate me, and they told me a whole lot of improper words, which could not be breathed in a mistress' ears. It would thus be better to arrange with our master to purchase a girl, and have done. For from all I see, neither can that mean vixen enjoy such great good fortune, nor we such vast propitious luck. What's that again to do with Xueqin? How came they to know anything about it?" Madame Xing exclaimed upon learning the issue. "Who else was present?" she proceeded to inquire. "There was Miss Ping," was Jin's wise reply. "Shouldn't you have given her a slap on the mouth?" Lady Feng precipitately shouted. As soon as I ever put my foot outside the door, she starts getting about, and I never see so much as her shadow when I get home. She too is bound to have had a hand in telling you something or other. Miss Ping wasn't present, Jin's wife protested. Looking from a distance, it seemed to me like her, but I couldn't see distinctly. It was a mere surmise on my part that it was she at all. Go and fetch her at once, Lady Feng shouted to a servant. Tell her that I've come home, and that Madame Xing is also here, and wants her to help her in her hurry. Feng Er quickly came up to her. Miss Lin, she observed, dispatched a messenger for her and asked her in writing 3 and 4 times before she at last went. I advised her to get back so soon as your ladyship stepped inside the gate. But tell your mistress, Miss Lin said, that I've put her to the inconvenience of coming around, as I've got something for her to do for me. This explanation satisfied Lady Feng, and she let the matter drop. What has she got to do? She purposely went on to ask. That she'll trouble her day after day. Madame Xing was driven to her wits' ends. As soon as the meal was over, she returned home, and in the evening she communicated to Jia She the result of her errand. After some reflection, Jia She promptly summoned Jia Lin. There are other people in Nanking to look after our property, he told him on his arrival. There's not only one family, so be quick and depute someone to go and summon Jin Chai to come up to the capital. Last night, a letter arrived from Nanking, Jia Lin rejoined, to the effect that Jin Chai had been suffering from some phlegm obstruction in the channels of the heart. So a coffin and money were allowed from the other mansion. Whether he be dead or alive now, I don't know. But even if alive, he must have lost all consciousness. It would therefore be a fruitless errand to send for him. His wife, on the other hand, is quite deaf. Hearing this, Jia She gave vent to an exclamation of reproof, and next launched into abuse. You stupid and unreasonable rascal, he shouted. Is it you of all people who are up to those things? Don't you yet bundle yourself off from my presence? Jia Lin withdrew out of the room in a state of trepidation. But in a short while, Jia She gave order to call Jin Wenxiang. Jia Lin, meanwhile, remained in the outer study, for as he neither ventured to go home nor presumed to face his father, his only alternative was to tarry behind. Presently, Jin Wenxiang arrived. The servant lads led him straightway past the second gate, and he only came out again and took his departure after sufficient time had elapsed to enable one to have 4 or 5 meals in. Jia Lin could not for long summon up courage enough to ask what was up. But when he found out after a time that Jia She had gone to sleep, he eventually crossed over to his quarters. In the course of the evening, Lady Feng told him the whole story. Then at last he understood the meaning of the excitement. But to revert to Yuanyang, she did not get the whole night a wink of sleep. On the morrow, her brother reported to Dowager Lady Jia that he would like to take her home on a visit. Dowager Lady Jia accorded her consent and told her she could go and see her people. Yuanyang, however, would have rather preferred to stay where she was, but the fear lest her old mistress should give way to suspicion placed her under the necessity of going, much against her own inclinations, though it was. Her brother then had no course but to lay before her Jia She's proposal, and all his promises that she would occupy an honorable position, and that she would be a secondary wife, with control in the house. But Yuanyang was so persistent in her refusal that her brother was quite nonplussed, as he was compelled to return and inform Jia She. Jia She flew into a dreadful passion. I'll tell you what, he shouted. Bid your wife go and tell her that I say that she must, like the goddess Chang'er herself, who has from olden times shown a predilection for young people, only despised me for being advanced in years, that as far as I can see, she must be hankering after some young man, that it must most likely be Pao-yü, but probably Lin Er too. If she fosters these affections, warn her to at once set them at rest, for she should not come when I am ready to have her, who will by and by venture to take her. This is the first thing. Should she imagine in the next place that because our venerable senior is fond of her, she may in the future be engaged to be married in the orthodox way, tell her to consider carefully that she won't very well be able to escape my grip, no matter in what family she may marry. That it's only in case of her dying or of her not wedding anyone throughout her life that I shall submit to her decision. Under other circumstances, urge her to seize the first opportunity and change her mind, as she will come in for many benefits. To every remark that Jia She uttered, Jin Wenxiang acquiesced. Yes, he said. Mind you, don't humbug me, Jia She observed. I shall tomorrow send again your mistress round to ask Yuan Yang. If you two have spoken to her, and she hasn't given a favorable answer, well, then no blame will fall on you. But if she does assent when she broaches the subject with her, look out for your heads. Jin Wenxiang eagerly expressed his obedience over and over again, and withdrawing out of the room, he retraced his footsteps homeward. Nor did he have the patience to wait until he could commission his womankind to speak to her. Indeed, he went in person and told her face to face the injunctions entrusted to him. Yuan Yang was incensed to such a degree that she was at a loss what reply to make. I'm quite ready to go, she rejoined, after some cogitation, but you people must take me before my old mistress first, and let me tell her something about it. Her brother and sister-in-law flattered themselves that reflection had induced her to alter her previous decision, and they were both immeasurably delighted. Her sister-in-law there and then led her into the upper quarters and ushered her into the presence of old Lady Jia. As luck would have it, Madame Wang, Mrs. Xie, Li Wen, Lady Feng, Pao-ch'ai, and the other girls were, together with several respectable outside married women who acted as housekeepers, having some fun with old Lady Jia. Yuan Yang observed where her mistress was seated, and hastily dragging her sister-in-law before her, she fell on her knees, and explained to her, with tears in her eyes, what proposal Madame Xing had made to her, what her sister-in-law, who lived in the garden, had told her, and what message her brother had recently conveyed to her. As I would not accept his advances, she continued, our senior master has just now gone so far as to insinuate that I was violently attached to Pao-yü, or if that wasn't the case, my object was to gain time so as to espouse someone outside. That were I even to go up to the very heavens, I couldn't, during my lifetime, escape his clutches, and that he would, in the long run, wreak his vengeance on me. I have obstinately made up my mind, so I may state in the presence of all of you here that I will under no circumstances marry as long as I live any man whatsoever, not to speak of his being a Pao-yü, that is precious jade, but even a Pao-jin, that is precious gold, a Pao-yin, that is precious silver, a Pao-tian Wang, that is precious Lord of Heaven, or a Pao-huang-di, that is precious emperor, and have done. Were even your venerable ladyship to press me to take such a step, I couldn't comply with your commands, though you may threaten to cut my throat with a sword. I'm quite prepared to wait upon your ladyship till you depart this life. But go with my father, mother, or brother, I won't. I'll either commit suicide or cut my hair off and go and become a nun. If you fancy that I'm not in earnest, and that I'm temporarily using this language to put you off, may, as surely as heaven, earth, the spirit, the sun, and moon look upon me, my throat be covered with boils. Yuan Yang had, in fact, upon entering the room, brought along a pair of scissors concealed in her sleeve, and while she spoke, she drew her hand back, and disheveling her tresses, she began to clip them. When the matrons and waiting maids saw what she was up to, they hurriedly did everything they could to induce her to desist from her purpose, but already half of her locks had gone. And when they found on close inspection that with the thick crop of hair she happily had, she had not succeeded in cutting it all, they immediately dressed it up for her. Upon hearing of Zhao She's designs, Dowager Lady Zhao was provoked to displeasure. Her whole body trembled and shook. "Of all the attendants I've had," she cried, "there only remains this single one upon whom I can depend. And now they want to conspire and carry her off?" Noticing then Madame Wang standing close to her, she turned herself towards her. "All you people really know is to impose upon me," she resumed. "Outwardly you display filial devotion, but secretly you plot and scheme against me. If I have aught that's worth having, you come and dun me for it. If I have anyone who's nice, you come and ask for her. What's left to me is this low waiting maid, but as you see that she serves me faithfully, you naturally can't stand it. And you are doing your utmost to estrange her from me so as to be the better able to play your tricks upon me." Madame Wang quickly rose to her feet. She did not, however, dare to return a single syllable in self-defense. Mrs. Hsüeh noticed that Madame Wang herself came in for her share of blame, and she did not feel as if she could any longer make an attempt to tender words of advice. Li Wen, the moment she heard Yuan Yang speak in the strain she did, seized an early opportunity to lead the young ladies out of the room. Tan Chen was a girl with plenty of common sense, so reflecting within herself that Madame Wang could not, in spite of the insult heaped upon her, very well presume to say anything to exculpate herself, that Mrs. Hsüeh could not, of course, in the position of sister, bring forward any arguments, that Pao-ch'ai was unable to explain things on behalf of her maternal aunt, and that Li Wen, Lady Feng, or Pao-yü could, still less, take upon themselves the right of censorship, she thought the opportunity rendered necessary the services of a daughter. But as Yin Chun was so quiet, and Si Chun so young, she consequently walked in. No sooner did she overhear from outside the window what was said inside, and forcing a smile, she addressed herself to her grandmother. "How does this matter concern Madame Wang, my mother?" she interposed. "Venerable senior, just consider. This is a matter affecting her husband's eldest brother. And how could she, a junior sister-in-law, know anything about it?" But before she had exhausted all her arguments, Dowager Lady Zhao's countenance thawed into a smile. "I've really grown stupid from old age," she exclaimed. "Mrs. Hsüeh, don't make fun of me. This eldest sister of yours is most reverent to me, and so unlike that senior lady of mine, who only knows how to regard her lord and master and to simply do things for the mere sake of appearances when she deals with her mother-in-law. I've therefore done her a wrong." Mrs. Hsüeh confined her reply to a yes. "Dear senior, you are so full of prejudices," she afterwards observed, "that you love your youngest son's wife more than any one of the others. But it's quite natural." "I have no prejudices," old Lady Zhao protested. "Pao-yü," she then proceeded, "I unjustly found fault with your mother, but how was it that even you didn't tell me anything, but that you looked on while she was having her feelings trampled upon?" "Could I," smiled Pao-yü, "have taken my mother's part and run down my senior uncle and aunt? If my mother did not bear the whole blame, upon whom could she throw it? And had I admitted that it was I who was entirely at fault, you, venerable ancestor, wouldn't have believed me." "What you say is quite reasonable," his grandmother laughed. "So be quick and fall on your knees before your mother and tell her, 'Mother, don't feel aggrieved. Our old lady is so advanced in years Do it for Pao-yü's sake. At this suggestion, Pao-yü hastily crossed over, and dropping on his knees, he was about to open his lips when Madame Wang laughingly pulled him up. "Get up," she cried, "at once. This won't do at all. Is it likely, pray, that you will tender apologies to me on behalf of our venerable ancestor?" Hearing this, Pao-yü promptly stood up. "Even that girl Feng didn't call me to my senses," large Lady Zhao smiled again. "I don't lay a word to your charge, worthy senior," Lady Feng remarked smilingly, "and yet you brand me with reproach." This rejoinder amused dowager Lady Jia. "This is indeed strange," she said to all around, "but I'd like to listen to these charges." "Who told you, dear senior," Lady Feng resumed, "to look after your attendants so well, and lavish such care on them as to make them plump and fine as water onions? However can you therefore bear people a grudge if they ask for her hand? I am, lucky for you, your grandson's wife, for were I your grandson, I would long ere this have proposed to her. Would I have ever waited up to the present? Is this any fault of mine?" Dowager Lady Zhao laughed. "Of course it's your fault, venerable senior," Lady Feng retorted with a smile. "Well, in that case, I too don't want her," old Lady Zhao proceeded laughing. "Take her away, and have done." "Wait until I go through this existence," Lady Feng responded, "and in the life to come, I'll assume the form of a man and apply for her hand." "Take her along," dowager Lady Zhao laughed, "and give her to Lin to attach to his apartments, and we'll see whether that bare-faced father-in-law of yours will still wish to have her or not." "Lin is not a match for her," Lady Feng added. "He's only a fit mate for such as myself and Ping a pair of loutish bumpkins like us to have anything to do with such a one as herself." At this rejoinder, they all exploded into a hearty fit of laughter. But the waiting maid thereupon announced, "Our senior lady has come." So Madame Wang immediately quitted the room to go and meet her. But any further particulars which you, reader, may like to know will be given in the following chapter. So listen to it. End of section 43.
Section 44 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Xueqin in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 47, Part 1. An idiotic bully tries to be lewd and comes in for a sound thrashing. A cold-hearted fellow is prompted by a dread of trouble to betake himself to a strange place. As soon as Madame Wang, so runs our narrative, heard of Madame Xing's arrival, she quickly went out to welcome her. Madame Xing was not yet aware that Dowager Lady Jia had learnt everything connected with Yuan Yang's affair, and she was coming again to see which way the wind blew. The moment, however, she stepped inside the courtyard entrance, several matrons promptly explained to her, quite confidentially, that royal mistress had been told all only a few minutes back, and she meant to retrace her steps. But she saw that every inmate in the suite of rooms was already conscious of her presence. When she caught sight, besides, of Madame Wang walking out to meet her, she had no option but to enter. First and foremost, she paid her respects to Dowager Lady Jia, but old Lady Jia did not address her a single remark, so she felt within herself smitten with shame and remorse. Lady Feng soon gave something or other as an excuse and withdrew. Yuan Yang then returned, also quite alone, to her chamber to give vent to her resentment, and Mrs. Hsüeh, Madame Wang, and the other inmates, one by one, retired in like manner, for fear of putting Madame Xing out of countenance. Madame Xing, however, could not muster courage to beat a retreat. Dowager Lady Jia noticed that there was no one but themselves in her apartments. "I hear," she remarked, "that you had come to play the part of a go-between for your lord and master. You can very well observe the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, but this softness of yours is a work of supererogation. You people have also got now a whole lot of grandchildren and sons. Do you still live in fear and trembling lest he should put his monkey up? Rumour has it that you yet let that disposition of your husband's run riot. Madame Xing's whole face got suffused with blushes. I advised him time and again, she explained, but he wouldn't listen to me. How is it, venerable senior, that you don't yet know that he turns a deaf ear to me? That's why I had no choice in the matter. Would you go and kill anyone? Doubted Lady Jia asked, that he might instigate you to. But consider now, your brother's wife is naturally a quiet sort of person, and is born with many ailments. But is there anything, whether large or small, that she doesn't go to the trouble of looking after? And notwithstanding that daughter-in-law of yours lends a helping hand, she is daily so busy that she no sooner puts down the pick than she has to take up the broom. So busy that I have myself now curtailed 101 things. But whenever there's anything, those who can't manage, there's Yuan to come to their assistance. She is, it's true, a mere child, but nevertheless very careful, and knows how to concern herself about my affairs a bit, indenting for anything that need to be indented, and avail herself of an opportunity to tell them to supply every requisite. Were Yuan not the kind of girl she is, how could those 2 ladies not neglect a whole or part of those matters, both important as well as unimportant, connected with the inner and outer quarters? Would I not at present have to worry my own mind, instead of leaving things to others? Why, I'd daily have to wreck my brain and go and ask them to give me whatever I might need. Of those girls who've come to my quarters, and those who've gone, there only remains this single one. She is, besides other respects, somewhat older in years, and has as well a slight conception of my ways of doing things, and of my tastes. In the second place, she has managed to win her mistress's hearts, for she never tries to extort aught from me, or to dun this lady for clothes, or that one for money. Hence, it is that beginning from your sister-in-law and daughter-in-law down to the servants in the house, irrespective of old and or young. There isn't a soul who doesn't readily believe every single word she says in anything, no matter what it is. Not only do I thus have someone upon whom I can rely, but your young sister-in-law and your daughter-in-law are both as well spared as much trouble. With a person such as this by me, should even my daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law not have the time to think of anything, I'm not left without it, nor am I given occasion to get my temper ruffled. But were she now to go, what kind of a creature would they come up again to press into my service? Were you even to bring me a person made of real pearls, she'd be of no use, if she doesn't know how to speak. I was just about to send someone to go and explain to your husband that I've got money in here enough to buy any girl she fancies, and to tell him that he's at liberty to give for her purchase from 8 to 10,000 taels. That, if he has set his heart upon this girl, he can't, however, have her, and that by leaving her behind to attend to me during the few years to come, it will be just the same as if he tried to acquit himself of his filial duties by waiting upon me day and night. So you come at a very opportune moment. Were you therefore to go yourself at once and deliver him my message, it will answer the purpose far better. These words over, she called the servants. Go, she said, and ask Mrs. Hsüeh and her young mistresses to come. We were in the middle of a chat full of zest, and how is it they've all dispersed? The waiting maids immediately assented and left to go in search of their mistresses, one and all of whom promptly re-entered her apartments, with the sole exception of Mrs. Hsüeh. I've only now returned, she observed to the waiting maid, and what shall I go again for? Just tell her that I'm fast asleep. Dear Mrs. Hsüeh, the waiting maid pleaded, my worthy senior, a road mistress will get angry. If you, a venerable lady, don't appear, nothing will appease her, so do it for the love of us. Should you object to walking, why, I'm quite ready to carry you on my back." "You little imp!" Mrs. Hsüeh laughed. "What are you afraid of? All she'll do will be to scold you a little, and it'll all be over soon." While replying, she felt that she had no course but to retrace her footsteps in company with the waiting maid. Dowager Lady Chia at once motioned her into a seat. "Let's have a game of cards," she then smilingly proposed. "You, Mrs. Hsüeh, are not a good hand at them, so let's sit together and see that Lady Feng doesn't cheat us." "Quite so," laughed Mrs. Hsüeh, "but it will be well if your venerable ladyship were to look over my hand a bit. Are we 4 ladies to play, or are we to add 1 or 2 more persons to our number?" "Naturally, only 4," Madame Wang smiled. "Were 1 more player let in," Lady Feng interposed, "it would be merrier." "Call Yuan Yang here," old Lady Chia suggested, "and make her take this lower seat, for as Mrs. Hsüeh's eyesight is rather dim, we'll charge her to look over our 2 hands a bit." "You girls know how to read and write," Lady Feng remarked with a smile, addressing herself to Tan Chun. "Why don't you learn fortune-telling?" "This is again strange," Tan Chun exclaimed. "Instead of bracing up your energies now to rook some money out of our venerable senior, you turn your thoughts to fortune-telling." "I was just wishing to consult the fates," Lady Feng proceeded, "as to how much I shall lose today. Can I ever dream of winning? Why, look here, we haven't commenced playing, and they have placed themselves in ambush on the left and right." This remark amused Dowager Lady Chia and Mrs. Hsüeh, but presently Yuan Yang arrived and seated herself below her old mistress. After Yuan Yang sat Lady Feng. The red cloth was then spread. The cards were shuffled, the dealer was decided upon, and the quintet began to play. After the game had gone on for a time, Yuan Yang noticed that Dowager Lady Chia had a full hand and was only waiting for 1 2-spotted card, and she made a secret sign to Lady Feng. Lady Feng was about to lead, but purposely lingered for a few moments. "This card will, for a certainty, be snatched for Mrs. Hsüeh," she smiled. "Yet if I don't play this one, I won't be able later to come out with what I want." "I haven't got any cards you want in my hand," Mrs. Hsüeh remarked. "I mean to see by and by," Lady Feng resumed. "You are at liberty to see," Mrs. Hsüeh said, "but go on, play now. Let me look at what card it is." Lady Feng threw the card in front of Mrs. Hsüeh. At a glance, Mrs. Hsüeh perceived that it was the 2-spot. "I don't fancy this card," she smiled. "What I fear is that our dear senior will get a full hand." "I've played wrong," Lady Feng laughingly exclaimed at these words. Dowager Lady Chia laughed and throwing down her cards. "If you dare," she shouted, "take it back. Who told you to play the wrong card?" "Didn't I want to have my fortune told?" Lady Feng observed. "I played this card of my own accord, so there's no one with whom I can find fault." "You should then beat your own lips and punish your own self. It's only fair," old Lady Chia remarked. Then, facing Mrs. Hsüeh, "I'm not a niggard, fond of winning money," she went on to say, "but it was my good luck." "Don't we too think as much?" Mrs. Hsüeh smiled. "Who's there stupid enough to say that your venerable ladyship's heart is set upon money?" Lady Feng was busy counting the cash, but catching what was said, she restrung them without delay. "I've got my share," she said laughingly to the company. "It isn't at all that you wish to win. It's your good luck that made you come out a winner. But as for me, I'm really a mean creature, and as I managed to lose, I count the money and put it away at once." Dowager Lady Chia usually made Yuan Yang shuffle the cards for her, but being engaged in chatting and joking with Mrs. Hsüeh, she did not notice Yuan Yang take them in hand. "Why is it you're so huffed," old Lady Chia asked, "that you don't even shuffle for me?" "Lady Feng won't let me have the money," Yuan Yang replied, picking up the cards. "If she doesn't give the money," Dowager Lady Chia observed, "it will be a turning point in her luck. Take that string of 1,000 cash of hers, she accordingly directed a servant, and bring it bodily over here. A young waiting maid actually fetched the string of cash and deposited it by the side of her road mistress. Let me have them, Lady Feng eagerly cried, smiling, and I'll square all that's due and finish. In very truth, Lady Feng, you're a miserly creature, Mrs. Xue laughed. It's simply for mere fun, nothing more. Lady Feng, at this insinuation, speedily stood up, and, laying her hand on Mrs. Xue, she turned her head round and pointed at a large wooden box in which old Lady Jia usually deposited her money. Aunt, she said, a smile curling her lips, look here. I couldn't tell you how much there is in that box that was won from me. This dial will be wheedled by the cash in it before we've played for half an hour. All we've got to do is to give them sufficient time to lure the string in as well. We needn't trouble to touch the cards. Your temper, worthy ancestor, will thus calm down. If you've also got any legitimate thing for me to do, you might bid me go and attend to it. This joke had scarcely been concluded than it evoked incessant laughter from Dowager Lady Jia and everyone else. But while she was bandying words, Ping Er happened to bring her another string of cash, prompted by the apprehension that her capital might not suffice to meet her wants. It's useless putting them in front of me, Lady Feng cried. Place these two over there by our old lady, and let them be wheedled in along with the others. It will thus save trouble, as there won't be any need to make two jobs of them, to the inconvenience of the cash already in the box. Dowager Lady Jia had a hearty laugh, so much so that the cards she held in her hand flew all over the table, but pushing Yuan Yang, "Be quick," she shouted, "and wrench that mouth of hers." Ping Er placed the cash according to her mistress' directions, but after indulging too in a laughter for a time, she retraced her footsteps. On reaching the entrance into the court, she met Jia Lian. "Where's your Madam Xing?" he inquired. "Mr. Jia told me to ask her to go round." "She's been standing in there with our old mistress." Ping Er hastily laughed. "For ever so long, and yet she isn't inclined to budge. Seize the earliest opportunity you can get to wash your hands clean of this business. Our old lady has had a good long fit of fuming and raging. Luckily, our Lady Secunda cracked an endless stock of jokes, so she, at length, got a bit calmer." "I'll go over," Jia Lian said. "All I have to do is to find out our venerable senior's wishes as to whether she means to go to Lai Da's house on the 14th, so that I might have time to get the chairs ready. As I'll be able to tell Madam Xing to return and have a share of the fun, won't it be well for me to go?" "My idea is," Ping Er suggested laughingly, "that you shouldn't put your foot in there. Everyone, even up to Madame Wang and Pao-yü, have alike received a rap on the knuckles. And are you also going now to fill up the gap?" "Everything is over long ago," Jia Lian observed, "and can it be that she'll cap the whole thing by blowing me up too? What's more, it's no concern of mine. In the next place, Mr. Jia enjoined me that I was to go in person and ask his wife round. So if I at present depute someone else, and he comes to know about it, he really won't feel in a pleasant mood, and he'll take advantage of these pretexts to give vent to his spite on me." These words over, he quickly marched off, and Ping Er was so impressed with the reasonableness of his arguments that she followed in his track. As soon as Jia Lian reached the reception hall, he trod with a light step. Then, peeping in, he saw Madame Xing standing inside. Lady Feng, with her eagle eye, was the first to espy him, but she winked at him and dissuaded him from coming in, and next gave a wink to Madame Xing. Madame Xing could not conveniently get away at once, and she had to pour a cup of tea and place it in front of Dowager Lady Jia. But old Lady Jia jerked suddenly round and took Jia Lian at such a disadvantage that he found it difficult to beat a retreat. "Who's outside?" exclaimed old Lady Jia. "It seems to me as if some servant boy had poked his head in." Lady Feng sprang to her feet without delay. "I also," she interposed, "indistinctly noticed the shadow of someone." Saying this, she walked away and quitted the room. Jia Lian entered with hasty step. Forcing a smile, I wanted to ask, he remarked, whether you, venerable senior, are going out on the 14th, so that the chairs may be got ready. In that case, Dowager Lady Jia rejoined, why didn't you come straight in, but behaved again in that mysterious way? I saw that you were playing at cards, dear ancestor, Jia explained with a strained laugh, and I didn't venture to come and disturb you. I therefore simply meant to call my wife out to find out from her. Is it anything so very urgent that you had to say it in this very moment? Old Lady Jia continued. Had you waited until she had gone home, couldn't you have asked her any amount of questions you may have liked? When have you been so full of zeal before? I'm puzzled to know whether it isn't as an eavesdropping spirit that you appear on the scene, nor can I say whether you don't come as a spy. But that impish way of yours gave me quite a start. What a low-bred fellow you are. Your wife will play at cards with me for a good long while more, so you'd better bundle yourself home and conspire again with Zhao Er's wife how to do away with your better half. Her remarks evoked general merriment. It's Bao Er's wife, Yuan Yang put in laughingly, and you, worthy senior, have dragged in again Zhao Er's wife. Yes, assented old Lady Jia, likewise with a laugh. How could I remember whether he wasn't embracing her or carrying her on his back? The bare mention of these things makes me lose all self-control and provokes me to anger. Ever since I crossed these doors as a great-grandson's wife, I have never, during the whole of these 54 years, seen anything like these affairs, albeit it has been my share to go through great frights, great dangers, thousands of strange things, and 101 remarkable occurrences. Don't you yet pack yourself off from my presence? Jia could not muster courage to utter a single word to vindicate himself, but retired out of the room with all promptitude. Ping Er was standing outside the window. I gave you due warning in a gentle tone, but you wouldn't hear. You've, after all, rushed into the very meshes of the net. These reproaches were still being heaped on him when he caught sight of Madame Xing, as she likewise made her appearance outside. My father, Jia ventured, is at the bottom of all this trouble, and the whole blame now is shoved upon your shoulders as well as mine, mother. I'll take you, you unfilial thing, and Madame Xing shouted. People lay down their lives for their fathers, and you are prompted by a few harmless remarks to murmur against heaven and grumble against earth. One should behave in a proper manner. He's in high dudgeon these last few days, so mind he doesn't give you a pounding. Mother, cross over at once, Jia urged, for he told me to come and ask you to go a long time ago. Pressing his mother, he escorted her outside as far as the other part of the mansion. Madame Xing gave her husband nothing beyond a general outline of all that has been recently said, but Mr. Jia found himself deprived of the means of furthering his ends. Indeed, so stricken was he with shame that from that date he pleaded illness, and so little able was he to rally sufficient pluck to face old Lady Jia that he merely commissioned Madame Xing and Jia to go daily and pay their respects to her on his behalf. He had no help, too, but to dispatch servants all over the place to make every possible search and inquiry for a suitable concubine for him. After a long time they succeeded in purchasing, for the sum of 80 taels, a girl of 17 years of age, Yang Hong by name, whom he introduced as a secondary wife into his household. End of section 44. Recording by Cao Yuqing in Singapore. Section 45 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bancroft Jolly. Chapter 47, Part 2. But enough of this subject. In the rooms on the near side, they protracted for a long time their noisy game of cards, and only broke up after they had something to eat. Nothing worthy of note, however, occurred during the course of the following day or two. In a twinkle the 14th drew near. At an early hour before daybreak, Lai Da's wife came again into the mansion to invite her guests. Dowager Lady Jia was in buoyant spirits, so taking along Madame Wang, Mrs. Hsüeh Pao-yü, and the various young ladies, she betook herself into Lai Da's garden, where she sat for a considerable time. This garden was not, it is true, to be compared with the garden of Broad Vista, but it also was most beautifully laid out and consisted of spacious grounds. In the way of springs, rockeries, arbours, and woods, towers and terraces, pavilions and halls, it likewise contained a good many sufficient to excite admiration. In the main hall outside were assembled Xue Pan, Jia Zhen, Jia Lian, Jia Rong, and several close relatives. But Lai Da had invited as well a number of officials still in active service and numerous young men of wealthy families to keep them company. Among that party figured one Liu Xianglian, whom Xue Pan had met on a previous occasion and kept ever since in constant remembrance, having besides discovered that he had a passionate liking for theatricals, and that the parts he generally filled were those of a young man or lady in fast place. He had unavoidably misunderstood the object with which he indulged in these amusements, to such a degree as to misjudge him for a young rake. About this time he had been entertaining a wish to cultivate intimate relations with him, but he had, much to his disgust, found no one to introduce him, so when he, by a strange coincidence, came to be thrown in his way on the present occasion, he revelled in intense delight. But Jia Zhen and the other guests had heard of his reputation, so as soon as wine had blinded their sense of shame, they entreated him to string 2 short plays, and when subsequently they got up from the banquet, they ensconced themselves near him, and, pressing him with questions, they carried on a conversation on one thing and then another. This Liu Xianglian was, in fact, a young man of an old family, but he had been unsuccessful in his studies, and had lost his father and mother. He was naturally light-hearted and magnanimous, not particular in minor matters, immoderately fond of spear exercise and fencing, of gambling and boozing, even going to such excesses as spending his nights in houses of easy virtue, playing the fife, thrumming the harp, and going in for everything and anything. Being besides young in years and of handsome appearance, those who did not know what his standing was invariably mistook him for an actor. But Lai Da's son had all along been on such friendly terms with him that he consequently invited him for the nonce to help him do the honours. Of a sudden, while everyone was, after the wines had gone round, still on his good behaviour, Xue Pan alone got another fit of his old mania. From an early stage, his spirits sunk within him, and he would fain have seized the first convenient moment to withdraw and consummate his designs, but for Lai Shangrong, who then said, "Our Mr. Pao-yü told me again just now that although he saw you as you walked in, he couldn't speak to you with so many people present, so he bade me ask you not to go when the party breaks up, as he has something more to tell you. But as you insist upon taking your leave, you'd better wait until I call him out, and when you've seen each other, you can get away. I'll have nothing to say then." While delivering the message, "Go inside," he directed the servant boys, "and get hold of some old matron and tell her quietly to invite Mr. Pao-yü to come out." A servant lad went on the errand, and scarcely had time enough elapsed to enable one to have a cup of tea in, than Pao-yü actually made his appearance outside. "My dear sir," Lai Shangrong smilingly observed to Pao-yü, "I hand him over to you. I'm going to entertain the guests." With these words he was off. Pao-yü pulled Liu Xianglian into a side study in the hall, where they sat down. "Have you been recently to Qin Zhong's grave?" he inquired of him. "How could I not go?" Xianglian answered. "The other day a few of us went out to give our falcons a fly, and we were yet at a distance of 2 li from his tomb, when, remembering the heavy rains we've had this summer, I gave way to fears lest his grave may not have been proof against them. So, evading the notice of the party, I went over and had a look. I found it again slightly damaged, but when I got back home, I speedily raised a few hundreds of cash, and issued early on the 3rd day, and hired 2 men who put it right." "Isn't this strange, then?" exclaimed Pao-yü. When the lotus blossomed last month in the point of our garden of Broad Vista, I plucked 10 of them and bade Beiming to go out of town and lay them as my offering on his grave. On his return, I also inquired of him whether it had been damaged by the water or not, and he explained that not only had it not sustained any harm, but that it looked better than when last he'd seen it. Several of his friends, I argued, must have had it put in proper repair, and I felt it irksome that I should, day after day, be so caged at home as to be unable to be my own master in the least thing, and that if even I move, and any one comes to know of it, this one is sure to exhort me, if that one does not restrain me. I can thus afford to brag, but cannot manage to act, and though I've got plenty of money, I'm not at liberty to spend any of it. There's no use your worrying in a matter like this, Liu Xianglian said. I'm outside, so all you need to do is to inwardly foster the wish, that's all. But as the first of the 10th moon will shortly be upon us, I've already prepared the money necessary for going to the graves. You know well enough that I'm as poor as a rat. I've no holdings at home, and when a few cash find their way into my pocket, I shall remain again quite empty-handed. But I'd better make the best of this opportunity, and keep the amount I have, in order that, when the time comes, I mayn't find myself without a cash. It's exactly about this that I meant to send Beiming to see you, Pao-yü added. But it isn't often that one can manage to find you at home. I'm well aware how uncertain your movements are. One day you're here, and another there. You've got no fixed resort. There's no need sending anyone to hunt me up, Liu Xianglian replied. All that each of us need to do, in this matter, is to acquit ourselves of what's right. But in a little while, I again purpose going away on a tour abroad, to return in 3 to 5 years' time. When Pao-yü heard his intention, "Why is this?" he at once inquired. Liu Xianglian gave a sardonic smile. "When my wish is on a fair way to be accomplished," he said, "you'll certainly hear everything. I must now leave you." "After all the difficulty we've had in meeting," Pao-yü remarked, "wouldn't it be better were you and I to go away together in the evening?" "That worthy cousin of yours," Xianglian rejoined, "is as bad as ever, and were I to stay any longer, trouble would inevitably arise. So it's as well that I should clear out of his way." Pao-yü communed with himself for a time. "In that case," he then observed, "it's only right that you should retire. But if you really be bent upon going on a decent tour, you must absolutely tell me something beforehand. Don't, on any account, sneak away quietly." As he spoke, the tears trickled down his cheeks. "I shall, of course, say good-bye to you," Liu Xianglian rejoined. "But you must not let anyone know anything about it." While uttering these words, he stood up to get away. "Go in at once," he urged. "There's no need to see me off." Saying this, he quitted the study. As soon as he reached the main entrance, he came across Hsüeh Pao, bawling out boisterously, "Who let young Liu go?" The moment these shouts fell on Liu Xianglian's ear, his anger flared up as if he had been sparks spurting wildly about, and he only wished he could strike him dead with one blow. But on second consideration, he pondered that a fight after the present festive occasion would be an insult to Lai Shangrong, and he perforce felt bound to stifle his indignation. When Hsüeh Pao suddenly espied him walking out, he looked as delighted as if he had come in for some precious gem. With staggering step he drew near him. Clutching him with one grip, "My dear brother," he smirked, "where are you off to?" "I'm going somewhere, but will be back soon," Xianglian said by way of response. "As soon as you left," Hsüeh Pao smiled, "all the fun went. But pray sit a while. If you do so, it will be a proof of your regard for me. Don't flurry yourself. With such a senior brother as myself to stand by you, it will be as easy a job for you to become an official as to reap a fortune." The sight of his repulsive manner filled the heart of Xianglian with disgust and shame, but speedily devising a plan, he drew him to a secluded spot. "Is your friendship real?" he smiled, "or is it only a sham?" This question sent Xuepan into such raptures that he found it difficult to check himself from gratifying his longings. But glancing at him with the corner of his eye, "My dear brother," he smiled, "what makes you ask me such a thing? If my friendship for you is a sham, may I die this moment before your very eyes." "Well, if that be so," Xianglian proceeded, "it isn't convenient in here, so sit down and wait a bit. I'll go ahead, but come out of this yourself by and by, and follow me to my place, where we can drink the whole night long. I've also got there 2 first-rate young fellows who never go out of doors, but don't bring so much as a single follower with you, as you'll find, when you get there, plenty of people ready at hand to wait on you." So high did this assignation raise Xuepan's spirits that he recovered, to a certain extent, from the effects of wine. "Is it really so?" he asked. "How is it," Xianglian laughed, "that when people treat you with a sincere heart, you don't, after all, believe them?" "I'm no fool," eagerly exclaimed Xuepan, "and how could I not believe you? But since this be the case, how am I, who don't even know the way, to find your whereabouts if you are to go ahead of me?" "My place is outside the northern gate," Xianglian explained, "but can you tear yourself away from your home to spend the night outside the city walls?" "As long as you're there," Xuepan said. "What will I want my home for?" "If that be so," Xianglian resumed, "I'll wait for you on the bridge outside the northern gate. But let us meanwhile rejoin the banquet and have some wine. Come along after you've seen me go. They won't notice us then." "Yes!" shouted Xuepan with alacrity as he acquiesced to the proposal. The 2 young fellows thereupon returned to the feast and drank for a time. Xuepan, however, could with difficulty endure the suspense. He kept his gaze intent upon Xianglian, and the more he pondered within himself upon what was coming, the more exuberance swelled in his heart. Now he emptied one wine kettle, now another, and, without waiting for anyone to press him, he, of his own accord, gulped down one drink after another, with the result that he unconsciously made himself nearly quite tipsy. Xianglian then got up and quitted the room, and perceiving every one off his guard, he egressed out of the main entrance. "Go home ahead," he directed his page Xingnu. "I'm going out of town, but I'll be back at once." By the time he had finished giving him these directions, he had already mounted his horse, and straightway he proceeded to the bridge beyond the northern gate, and waited for Xuepan. A long while elapsed, however, before he espied Xuepan in the distance, hurrying along astride of a high steed, with gaping mouth, staring eyes, and his head banging from side to side like a peddler's drum. Without intermission, he glanced confusedly about, sometimes to the left, and sometimes to the right. But as soon as he got where he had to pass in front of Xianglian's horse, he kept his gaze fixed far away, and never troubled his mind with the immediate vicinity. Xianglian felt amused and angry with him, but forthwith giving his horse also the rein, he followed in his track, while Xuepan continued to stare ahead. Little by little the habitations got scantier and scantier, so pulling his horse round, Xuepan retraced his steps. The moment he turned back, he unawares caught sight of Xianglian, and his spirits rose within him as if he had got hold of some precious thing of an extraordinary value. "I knew well enough," he eagerly smiled, "that you weren't one to break faith." "Quick, let's go ahead," Xianglian smilingly urged. "Many people might notice us and follow us. It won't then be nice." While instigating him, he took the lead, and letting his horse have the rein, he wended his way onwards, followed closely by Xuepan. But when Xianglian perceived that the country ahead of them was already thinly settled, and saw besides a stretch of water covered with a growth of weeds, he speedily dismounted, and tied his horse to a tree. Turning then round, "Get down," he said laughingly to Xuepan. "You must first take an oath, so that in the event of your changing your mind in the future, and telling anything to anyone, the oath might be accomplished." "You're quite right," Xuepan smiled, and jumping down with all dispatch, he too made his horse fast to a tree, and then crouched on his knees. "If I ever in days to come," he exclaimed, "know any change in my feelings and breathe a word to any living soul, may heaven blast me and earth annihilate me." Scarcely had he ended this oath when a crash fell on his ear, and lo! he felt as if an iron hammer had been brought down to bear upon him from behind. A black mist shrouded his eyes. Golden stars flew wildly about before his gaze, and losing all control over himself, he sprawled on the ground. Sang Lian approached and had a look at him, and, knowing how little he was accustomed to thrashings, he only exerted but little of his strength, and struck him a few blows on the face. But about this time a fruit shop happened to open, and Hsüeh Pao strained at first every nerve to rise to his feet, when another slight kick from Sang Lian tumbled him over again. "Both parties should really be agreeable," he shouted, "but if you were not disposed to accept my advances, you should have simply told me in a proper way, and why did you beguile me here to give me a beating?" So speaking, he went on boisterously to heap invective upon his head. "I'll take you, you blind fellow, and show you who Mr. Liu is," Sang Lian cried. "You don't appeal to me with solicitous entreaties, but go on abusing me. To kill you would be of no use, so I'll merely give you a good lesson." With these words he fetched his whip and administered him 30 or 40 blows from his back down to his shins. Hsüeh Pao had sobered down considerably from the effects of wine, and found the stings of pain so intolerable that little able to restrain himself, he gave way to groans. "Do go on in this way," Sang Lian said, with an ironical smile. "Why, I thought you were not afraid of beatings." While uttering this taunt, he seized Hsüeh Pao by the left leg and dragged him several steps into a miry spot among the reeds. He rolled him about till he was covered with one mass of mud. "Do you now know what stuff I am made of?" he proceeded to ask. Hsüeh Pao made no reply, but simply lay prostrate and moaned. Then throwing away his whip, Sang Lian gave him with his fist several thumps all over the body. Hsüeh Pao began to wriggle violently and vociferate wildly. "Oh, my ribs are broken," he shouted. "I know you're a proper sort of person. It's all because I made the mistake of listening to other people's gossip." "There's no need for you to drag in other people," Sang Lian went on. "Just confine yourself to those present." "There's nothing up at present," Hsüeh Pao cried. "From what you say, you're a person full of propriety, so it's I who am at fault." "You'll have to speak a little milder," Sang Lian added, "before I let you off." "My dear younger brother," Hsüeh Pao pleaded, with a groan. Sang Lian, at this, struck him another blow with his fist. "Ai!" ejaculated Hsüeh Pao. "My dear senior brother!" he exclaimed. Sang Lian then gave him 2 more whacks, one after the other. "Ai yo!" Hsüeh Pao precipitately screamed. "My dear sir, do you spare me, an eyeless beggar, and henceforth I'll look up to you with veneration. I'll fear you." "Drink 2 mouthfuls of that water," shouted Sang Lian. "That water is really too foul," Hsüeh Pao argued, in reply to this suggestion, wrinkling his eyebrows the while. "And how could I put any of it in my mouth?" Sang Lian raised his fist and struck him. I'll drink it," quickly bawled Hsüeh Pao. So saying, he felt obliged to lower his head to the very roots of the reeds and drink a mouthful. Before he had had time to swallow it, a sound of "ai" became audible, and up came all the stuff he had put into his mouth only a few seconds back. "You filthy thing!" exclaimed Sang Lian. "Be quick and finish drinking, and I'll let you off." Upon hearing this, Hsüeh Pao bumped his head repeatedly on the ground. "Do please," he cried, "lay up a store of meritorious acts for yourself and let me off. I couldn't take that were I even on the verge of death." "This kind of stench will suffocate me," Sang Lian observed, and, with this remark, he abandoned Hsüeh Pao to his own devices, and, pulling his horse, he put his foot to the stirrup and rode away. Hsüeh Pao, meanwhile, became aware of his departure, and felt at last relieved in his mind. Yet his conscience pricked him, for he saw that he should not misjudge people. He then made an effort to raise himself, but the racking torture he experienced all over his limbs was so sharp that he could with difficulty bear it. Jia Zhen and the other guests present at the banquet became, as it happened, suddenly alive to the fact that the two young fellows had disappeared, but though they extended their search everywhere, they saw nothing of them. Someone insinuated, in an uncertain way, that they had gone outside the northern gate, but as Hsüeh Pao's pages had ever lived in dread of him, who of them had the audacity to go and hunt him up after the injunctions he had given them that they were not to follow him? But waxing solicitous on his account, Jia Zhen subsequently bade Jia Rong take a few servant boys and go and discover some clue of him, or institute inquiries as to his whereabouts. Straightway, therefore, they prosecuted their search beyond the northern gate, to a distance of 2 li below the bridge, and it was quite by accident that they discerned Hsüeh Pao's horse made fast by the side of a pit full of reeds. "That's a good sign," they with one voice exclaimed, "for if the horse is there, the master must be there too." In a body they thronged round the horse, when from among the reeds they caught the sound of human groans. So hurriedly rushing forward to ascertain for themselves, they, at a glance, perceived Hsüeh Pao, his costumes all in tatters, his countenance and eyes so swollen and bruised that it was hard to make out the head and face, and his whole person, inside as well as outside his clothes, rolled like a soul in a heap of mud. Jia Rong surmised pretty nearly the truth. Speedily dismounting, he told the servant to prop him up. "Uncle Hsüeh," he laughed, "you daily go in for lewd dalliance, but have you today come to dissipate in a reed-covered pit? The king of the dragons in this pit must have also fallen in love with your charms, and enticed you to become his son-in-law, that you've come and gored yourself on his horns like this." Hsüeh Pao was such a prey to intense shame that he would fain have grovelled into some fissure in the earth, had he been able to detect any. But so little able was he to get on his horse that Jia Rong directed the servant to run to the suburbs and fetch a chair. Ensconced in this, Hsüeh Pao entered town along with the search party. Jia Rong still insisted upon carrying him to Lai Da's house to join the feast, so Hsüeh Pao had to make 101 urgent appeals to him to tell no one before Jia Rong eventually yielded to his solicitations and allowed him to have his own way and return home. Jia Rong betook himself again to Lai Da's house and narrated to Jia Zhen their recent experiences. When Jia Zhen also learnt of the flogging Hsüeh Pao had received from Xianglian, he laughed. "It's only through scrapes," he cried, "that he'll get all right." In the evening, after the party broke up, he came to inquire after him. But Hsüeh Pao, who was lying all alone in his bedroom, nursing himself, refused to see him on the plea of indisposition. When Dowager Lady Jia and the other inmates had returned home, and everyone had retired into their respective apartments, Mrs. Xu and Pao-ch'ai observed that Xiangling's eyes were quite swollen from crying, and they questioned her as to the reason of her distress. On being told, they hastily rushed to look up Hsüeh Pao, but though they saw his body covered with scars, they could discover no ribs broken or bones dislocated. Mrs. Xu fell a prey to anguish and displeasure. At one time, she scolded Hsüeh Pao. At another, she abused Liu Xianglian. Her wish was to lay the matter before Madame Wang in order that someone should be dispatched to trace Liu Xianglian and bring him back, but Pao-ch'ai speedily dissuaded her. "It's nothing to make a fuss about," she represented. "They were simply drinking together, and quarrels after a wine bout are ordinary things. And for one who's drunk to get a few whacks more or less, it's nothing uncommon. Besides, there's in our home neither regard for God nor discipline. Everyone knows it. If it's purely out of love, mother, that you desire to give vent to your spite, it's an easy matter enough. Have a little patience for 3 or 5 days, until brother is all right and can go out. Mr. Jia Zhen and Mr. Jia Lian over there are not people likely to let the affair drop without doing anything. They'll, for certainty, stand a treat, and ask that fellow and make him apologize and admit his wrong in the presence of the whole company, so that everything will be properly settled. But were you now, Ma, to begin making much of this occurrence, and telling everyone, it should, on the contrary, look as if you had, in your motherly partiality and fond love for him, indulged him to stir up a row and provoke people. He has, on this occasion, had unawares to eat humble pie. But will you, Ma, put people to all this trouble and inconvenience, and make use of the prestige enjoyed by your relatives to oppress an ordinary person? My dear child, Mrs. Hsüeh rejoined, after listening to the advice proffered by her, you've, after all, been able to foresee all these things. As for me, that sudden fit of anger quite dazed me. All will thus be square, Pao-ch'ai smiled, for, as is neither afraid of you, mother, nor gives an ear to people's exhortations, but gets wilder and wilder every day that goes by, he may, if he gets 2 or 3 lessons, turn over a new leaf. While Xuepan lay on the stove-couch, he reviled Xianglian with all his might. Next, he instigated the servant boys to go and demolish his house, kill him, and bring a charge against him. But Mrs. Hsüeh hindered the lads from carrying out his purpose, and explained to her son that Liu Xianglian had casually, after drinking, behaved in a disorderly way, that now that he was over the effects of wine, he was exceedingly filled with remorse, and that, prompted by the fear of punishment, he had effected his escape. But, reader, if you feel any interest to know what happened when Xuepan heard the version his mother gave him, listen to what you will find in the next chapter. End of section 45. Recording by Cao Yuxing in Singapore.